Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Devcon. It's my privilege to be sharing this moment with you guys. It's my first time in Devcon. And welcome also to Bangkok. If this is your first time, would you like to raise your hand for those first-timers in Bangkok? Amazing. Okay, cool. Hope you guys are enjoying your mango sticky rice, your pad thai, and the beautiful city of Bangkok. Today, we have an amazing lineup of speakers, and it is indeed my privilege to be here because the first one, by accident, is actually someone I know of, and I just recently met him. I was running Funding the Commons Builders residency in Chiang Mai and have spent almost a month with them. And I'm so excited to introduce to you Devansh, who will be talking about his amazing project and the impact that they're doing. So Devansh, would you like to go on stage?
Hey guys, thanks for making it out so early in the morning for this talk. It's really been a very long, it's been very long in the making. I've been working on VoiceDeck since 2017, and it's to find a model for journalism that is in the public interest, which is a very hard question because all of us usually rely on grants. So how do we find something more sustainable? So I'm gonna try structuring it as a story because that's what's fun. And the first rule of storytelling is tell them what you're going to say it, and tell them what you said. So this is the part where I tell you what I'm going to say, which is what we are trying to do is decentralizing social impact bonds. So this is a model in 2010. It was created around the same time as Bitcoin, coincidentally. And it's a model where funders only pay for impact already achieved. So an investor takes on the risk by investing in a nonprofit. And if it delivers outcomes, in that case, the grant person pays out the investor. So since it started, there have been now there are over 300 impact bonds which have been launched and more than $700 million used. This model is super centralized. There's like an intermediary. There's a minimum setup cost of $20 million that's required for this structure to be worthwhile. So I really see a big opportunity for blockchain to decentralize social impact bonds and make it more accessible to retail donors like you and me who don't necessarily want to be a deep pocket funder and want to just directly buy impact without worrying about is my money being wasted and other questions. So now I'm going to kind of just say what my journey has been so far. So I've been a reporter for about 8-10 years now. It started in college. So I started a magazine and the principal banned the magazine. We ran an interview where he said stupid things and we managed to get that on camera and we posted it. And he got upset and banned the magazine. And I spoke to the media against this. He started a committee and that led to my suspension. And finally I filed a lawsuit against him and won that. So it was really cool to see kind of tangible impact and really cut my teeth on these ideas of speaking truth to power and giving a voice to the voiceless and all of those nice ideas that journalism embodies. After that, I went to the Columbia Journalism School. So the story on top with OCCRP, they are one of the partners of the Panama Papers. And I was very lucky to be in the journalism school at the time the Panama Papers came out. So a lot of my professors were involved in those stories and they managed to get me on as one of the students. And I investigated an Azerbaijan Airlines, which had got US Pentagon contracts, a loan guarantee from the Export-Import Bank, it was about 400 million in contracts, 420 loan guarantee. And so it was a good story. Like it broke it wide open. The US is in a quid pro quo where they give contracts to the dictator and they are allowed to use Azerbaijan airspace for Afghanistan. This also led to nice outcomes. Like it led to calls for Congress to investigate, and it led to kind of a CEO stepping down for some time. He's back now, but like at that point he had to step down. And it was very tangible impact. After that, I spent about 5 years in a war zone in central India. So this is with CGNet Swara. It's a unique model where people they give a phone call to a server. So it's hooked up to something called a PRI line, which allows you to make a call to a server. And then you have a team of journalists who listen to these stories, and they pass it on to volunteers who call up the officer saying that in this village, the teacher is not coming to school, there are the road is not being built, and then it finally gets solved because of the volunteers calling from abroad to the government officer and pressuring them. So all of these cases are very tangible impact. You can feel it, it's very quantifiable, it's very verifiable, but there's still no real way to fund them. So I kind of got burnt out sometime around 2021. It's been a long journey. I started with Learn to Earn, which is like an idea for paying people to learn information, spreading news via Bluetooth in areas without internet. Then during the lockdown, a lot of calls came on CGNets out to help the people who were calling up. And then we started a WhatsApp API where they could now report through WhatsApp. And finally, I was thinking, how do I make sure that I never have to write another grant application and we are still sustainable and we still have money? And that's where I came on the idea of an impact certificate, and that's what I've been working on so far. So in brief, this is what impact certificates are. Currently, this is where we are. You raise money, you create impact, and then there's no feedback loop. It's all based on your marketing and how many funders you can take to coffee and other things. In a world where impact certificates become mainstream, an organization would raise money, like they do right now. They would create some impact with that money, and that would result in an impact certificate, which anyone can buy to fund their next impact. So it creates that feedback loop. And the really important problem that this solves is the trouble selling of impact. Because on the left-hand side, the optimum strategy for any organization is create impact once and then try to market it to as many funders as possible. That's the revenue maximizing strategy. Whereas with an impact certificate, you can only sell that impact once. Then you have to create impact another time. So it rebalances the weight between impact creation and marketing. So this is what our MVP was when we thought about it. A citizen might report a community issue. They work to solve it, and then it publishes an impact report. So on the top is already happening. Where we come in is we evaluate the report, so we quantify it and give it a dollar value, like how worthy and impactful was the report, and it gets published on chain. We require blockchain to make sure that impact is not sold multiple times, that it's sold only once, and that's why a public database is pretty useful for that. Then it becomes available for purchase and it's sold, and then it kind of starts this full funding flywheel where there are no more grant applications required. Yay. This is the minimum lovable product that we ended up building. So here you see some of the stories that are on our website. So one of the stories, I'll take the rightmost one, is a human trafficker was arrested and put behind bars because a journalist in a rural area went and reported and like kind of kept pressuring them, talking to the police, and that human trafficker ended up getting arrested, which is a really cool impact. And you don't even need to know the organization. So that's the other thing. The grants world discriminates against people who don't know English because you need English to write grant applications and access that game. Whereas a lot of these stories are by villagers and like people from remote areas who don't know English, but even they can now get funding by just putting their proof of impact on chain and then someone going and buying the certificate. So it's more egalitarian and makes it more accessible to like the people who actually need money to do good work. This is quickly how we quantify impact. So in this case of the human trafficker who got arrested and put behind bars, we looked at the benefit, which is, this is a fairly controversial analysis, but we looked at OECD data, which said the size of the human trafficking industry is 32 billion, and 2 million women and children are trafficked every year. So to quantify this, we basically saw the human trafficker had trafficked over 100 people before she was arrested. And so 100 people, and like the value of rescuing one victim is $16,000. So then we can do $16,000 into 100. And then there's something called a counterfactual, where you take the probability that the human trafficker would have been arrested even without the journalist being involved. So here it was a 70% probability we assumed that it's because of the journalist that this impact happened. So that's something called the counterfactual. So then we managed to get the benefit, and then you have the cost. The cost of the story is actually how much it cost, because some important definitions, which I think we lack in this space, is an output is what you produce. So I give you money, you produce an output. It is in your hands and your control. If you don't deliver your outputs, you've done something wrong. You should not get more grants. An outcome is the effect of the output. And this is not something in your hands. So if you can, like, you should not punish someone for not delivering on their outcomes, because it's not entirely in their hands. And impact is outcome relative to cost. And this, like, no one is like thinking about in the space. Everyone just like, yeah, I've created impact, but are you dividing the impact that you create by the cost that you incurred in creating it? Because educating one child, yeah, that's a good outcome, you've done very well. But if you've educated the child at $1 million, that's a negative impact, because the benefit cost ratio doesn't align. So output is what you produce, outcome is what you, the effect of your output, and impact is outcome relative to cost. So yeah, this is the last slide. This is how you all can help. So we can, like, I would really love product feedback. App.voicedeck.org. That's our website where you can see different impact certificates. And where we really hope to make inroads with this model is through the gift economy. So a lot of people buy gift cards, like Amazon gift cards and other things for friends' birthdays and baby showers. But this is really funny. Like, I was talking to Kevin Owoki of Gitcoin, and he said that his former girlfriend got very angry with him because he gave her an Amazon gift card for her birthday. And she's like, this shows that you don't know me at all. And like, you know, like you have to get something more personal. So I feel like this is what, like this, an impact certificate can be that personal touch where you can say that, look, I know that you really value education. So there's this story about a teacher who's not come to school, and after it was reported by a journalist, the teacher began coming to school. So you can actually make it more personal, write a message on these gift cards and do, and kind of really crack that market as a way of getting impact certificates to have a market. If you're a developer, we are open source, MIT license. We've already got 2 forks of our repo. So that's kind of been one of, this is what success is in the public good space, like just having more people to fork your repo and building on top of you. And we've got 2 of those already. So we are also talking to different ecosystems for implementing outcome-based funding in retroactive public goods funding, because right now those mainly take the form of popularity contests, where I know that this project is good and I know the founders, so I'm going to vote for them. But, and it's very hard for me to say no. It's like, it's unfair to say it's just the popularity. It's, if a project gets in touch with me saying, please vote for us, I find it hard to say no because I like them. But if they instead register whatever outcomes they've created, then I can tell them no much easier and in a less personal way, you know, that I really like you as a project, but I don't think you've delivered as much impact as you can. So this round I'm going to skip on supporting your hypercert or your impact certificate. So really moving to a model where we buy outcomes rather than support projects or vote for projects, that's really something that I hope we as a space move towards. And like, I mean, something I heard from Filecoin was like, they've just closed applications for Filecoin RPGF2. And they said, like, a lot of projects have literally written the same impact which they did in RPGF1. So what this means is you're just like funding the same impact again and again. So having a model where you list the impact, it gets bought up, and now you cannot sell it again. This is all on chain. You can be caught if you try creating the same impact certificate again and again. Then, yeah, we need like operators. We are in the middle of setting up a 501c3 entity, trying to get impact certificates to be viewed as tax-deductible donations. So in Wikipedia, like if you buy a mug, it counts as cost of goods sold. It's not a donation, whereas impact certificates are being given to donors. So how do we make it a tax-deductible donation and not a cost of goods sold? Those are some of the legal parts that we're working out. Any partner with a database of recorded impact, like these are the people we want to help bring on chain. It doesn't even need to be on VoiceDeck. So I'm a Next Billion fellow with the EF, and one of the ways that I explain to developers why blockchain is good is it separates out your backend and your front end. So in a regular Web2 app, your front end is all, and your backend is linked, whereas in a blockchain dApp, anyone can build a front end based on the backend that's there. So we are just one of many front ends. Hypersearch is the protocol that we build upon. It was made by Protocol Labs, and now there's the Hypersearch Foundation. And yeah, if you want to buy an impact cert, that'll be awesome. We're going to now give you some more motivation to buy an impact cert, thanks to Nidhi. Can come up on stage. She's going to sing a nice song which like kind of drives home why impact certificates are good. And yeah, cheerleaders, like literally just follow us. I write every day on Twitter at the Devansh Mehta. So just follow on Twitter and support. Vote for VoiceDeck and Gitcoin rounds whenever they happen. And now, quickly, we're going to get.
Yeah, so this is just a TLDR of whatever he just spoke. It's a song. I'm a Web3 girl in a Web2 world, taking crypto into next billion. Now let's go. You can talk to me about lakes and trees and how to fund them using cool algorithms. Avi, DeFi, regen, refi. Yeah. Otcon seeking good kind funding. Avi, DeFi, regen, refi. Yeah. Octon seeking good kind funding. If you want to onboard, make it simple to use. Don't depend on just grant. Use outcome funding tools. You can build open source, but remember to keep an MIT license so it's truly free. You can gift on VoiceDeck an impact certificate to all your friends. I'm a Web3 girl in a Web2 world, taking crypto into next billion now. Let's go! Thank you.
Amazing performance, Nidhi. Thank you so much. And of course, Devansh, you guys already know I'm a big fan since we guys met in Chiang Mai. This is going to be an engaging session, guys. So if you haven't figured out yet that you can ask questions on this session, you can scan the QR code. There you go. Or open your Devcon passport and go to the bottom part of this session, and then you can ask questions. And you can vote also if you don't want to ask any question, but you like some of the questions. And we do have some questions that already came in here. So maybe we could start off with the first one. Yes, Devansh. The question is, why is this important to you?
Yeah, it's actually a very personal question as well. So when I wrote that OCCRP story, which I showed you about the Azerbaijan Airlines, I felt kind of demoralized that I had to go back to writing a grant application for my next story. I kind of felt like I had proven my stripes as a reporter by doing like an investigation over 2 years, creating tangible outcomes from that story, where the US ambassador to Azerbaijan, Congress is commenting on it. So I felt that something wasn't fair, like the fact that I had to then go back to writing grant applications. So really creating a model where, okay, if you've proven your worth as a reporter, you get funding. Similar to trading, right? I mean, trading is an example where you have instant feedback loops. If you're like a good trader, you will make money and you have money for your next trade. So how do we actually like recreate something like that in media? And on a theoretical level, it's about solving market failures. So whenever I look at like deep problems to solve, I think capitalism is great, but it has 3 market failures that need to be solved. One is externalities, which is this problem that people create more good than they create more value than they can capture. So again, our space doesn't have definitions, but public goods, how I see it, is value creation minus value capture. And some people can capture a lot of value, so they don't need public goods funding, but some of them don't. So measure the difference and make it up with public goods funding. So that's externalities, information asymmetry, moral hazard, and monopolies. So I think those are the 4 big ways to improve capitalism, and that's why it's important. Can buying hypercerts become profitable? So that's something which we hope other people take on the mandate for secondary sales. And also like utility, like exchanging a hypercert for getting DAO governance tokens, all of that stuff is something we hope the ecosystem takes on. Our hands are honestly full with quality and like with quality control. We are now like fielding requests from lawyers and even OCCRP. I just have a call with them tomorrow about taking the Panama Papers on chain, which is really kind of one of our North Stars in really breaking journalism out and from the thing of money laundering and all of that. We are now literally funding the actors against money laundering. And in a dictatorship country like Burma. So I think this is really important because a lot of journalists I've spoke to actually do use crypto, some of them, the hardcore ones working in these countries. And they use crypto to fund their reporters in these areas. Because if you try giving it through their bank account, you're basically going to land them in jail. And so you fund using crypto, and then they have various ways of off-ramping over there. Yeah, as always, overseeing your phone calls and transactions. I think that's where some of the work done with privacy and the Ethereum team and with stealth donations and all of that research is super important in making sure that we can make those transactions. How do journalists determine the cost of their articles? That's a great question. Right now, we are determining it, which is based on their annual reports. So in the case of video volunteers, we saw they had 377 impact reports in a year, and we look at their annual budget, and then we divide the number of impact reports with their annual budget, so we get the cost of each impact. And other journalists like OCCRP estimate their investigations to be $120,000 per investigation. ProPublica is around $450,000. So that's the range of investigative journalism kind of outlets. So really just relying on the media to kind of give us the cost per investigation by dividing their budget with the total number of investigations they've done.
All right. I think we have one last question.
Yeah, so this is a great question, and it's something which we will eventually struggle with as well. It's called the Cobra effect. How many of you know the Cobra effect? Okay, no one. So basically, when the British colonized India, they had a problem with all the cobras, and so they gave a bounty for cobras, saying, if you bring us cobras, we'll pay you money. And what ended up happening was cobra farms, where people were farming cobras, and they would then kind of give money. And the British realized this was happening, so they stopped the bounty program, and all the farms released the cobras into the wild. So we had way more cobras because of that. So that's the issue with waste collection from beaches, all of that, and that requires interface with the real world to verify that they're not gaming it. Whereas investigative reporting is online. You can verify if your article was cited in a court case online. And journalists have this cultural norm of reporting the facts. So I think that's the other important aspect of journalism. Oh, right. This is really great questions, I must say. So in terms of who we give the money to, it's whoever has the byline. That's a very important concept in journalism, B-Y-L-I-N-E, the byline. And the byline is whoever has reported the story and has it under their name, because this culture of anonymity doesn't really exist in journalism, except in rare cases. You want a person who's standing behind the story and is willing to attest to the facts. So the person who does that is who gets the money. In terms of who gets funded, we use a method called outcome harvesting, where you don't look for a attribution, like this journalist created the impact. You look for contribution. So you would say this journalist was 30% responsible. The lawyer who filed the case was 20% responsible. And you assign weightages to each one. So that's mostly how we go about this.
Thank you so much, Devansh. Let's give him a round of applause, please. And one quick fun fact about Devansh is that he likes doing Twitter roast. So if you guys want to improve your Twitter pages, I definitely highly suggest to come to him. And we also have a group where we support each other in terms of when we post something and give feedback. So thank you so much again for joining us this session. We will have a quick break, and we'll be right back here at 10:30. So I hope to see you guys later. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back everyone to stage one and good morning. Welcome again to DevCon and welcome to stage one. And we are about to begin with our next session, which will be a panel discussion about the voices of tech and open source movement across Asia. I am personally very interested on this because I'm personally trying to build an open source community back in the Philippines. And so I'm very, very excited to listen to our very distinguished guests. And before we begin, I highly recommend for you guys to open your DevCon passport and go to today's session and go scroll down to the bottom. You'll see a Q&A button there, so you guys can start asking questions along the way. So later we will have a dedicated time for Q&A and would love to have your questions answered by our distinguished guests. Now, please join me in welcoming Brianna Chang, Hong Phuc Dang, Mario Belling, Mishari Mukbil, and yeah, let's all give them a round of applause, please.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for this very friendly, lovely introduction and welcome here to Thailand and Bangkok. It's really fantastic to be here. So the session now is Voices of Tech and Open Source Movement across Asia here. And yeah, we have 3 panelists and I'm your moderator for the day. My name is Mario Belling. It's amazing to see so many folks here, I have to say, who are interested in decentralization and open source, something that I've been passionate about for more than 20 years. And a little bit about me. I co-founded FOSS Asia together with Hong Phuc, who's also here on the panel today, in 2009. And my journey to decentralized tech began already in the 90s when I was still at school, helping to build distributed mesh networks in Berlin. And that sparked a huge passion for me for decentralization. It led me into experimenting with decentralized search engine, alternative journalism, decentralized social media platforms, and taking me on a pretty wild ride. Setting up then later mesh networks in Afghanistan, organizing Jugaad Fest in India, and doing projects in all parts of the world, and of course here a lot in Asia. So with that said, let's dive here into DevCon and into our panelists, introduce the panelists. So today's panel is all about sharing voices of tech and in the open source movement here in Asia, and we have an incredible lineup. So let me start by introducing Mishari first, because he's the local, I want to also give a bit of exposure with the local. Usually the ladies first, but of course there's a conflict here. We have the local Mishari here from Thailand, and you have been an incredible 30-year journey in open source. You help organizations to adopt efficient and sustainable practices through data-driven approaches. And you have built several tech communities here in the country and around the world. And we are thrilled to hear more from you in a moment because you've also been involved in the Web3 community. And then I introduce Brianna here. Thank you and welcome. It's all about building ecosystems in AI and Web3 with you. So Brianna is the Chief of Staff and part of the founding team at Virtuals Protocols. Over the years, she's worn a lot of hats: product manager, data consultant, and she was also the director of Ladies Who Code in Malaysia. That's where you're from originally. And really excited to hear more about you in this panel as well. And last but not least, Hong Phuc Dang, the founder of FOSS Asia, has been a major force and advocate for free and open source software and hosting events like the FOSS Asia Summit. Leading diverse teams. You're also involved in an AI interpretation platform for Wikimedia, and on the other side also help to support scaling of open hardware projects in the FOSS Asia community. So that's not the only thing. You also served on the board of major organizations like the Open Source Initiative in the US, the Open Source Business Alliance in Germany, and the IEEE SA Open. So let's get into the discussion. And I have my first question for you. So, the topic today is the open source movement. And yeah, what is the current state then in the open source movement? Maybe we can begin by that. Brianna, you're right next to me here. What do you describe, how would you describe the current state of the open source movement here in the region?
So, I think two fronts, right? One is I personally also interview a couple of people who is doing open source community in the globally right now. I can see that in Malaysia itself, the open source community is growing. In the tech side, a lot of people are like contributing to open source projects. I think mainly is to get more exposure into projects that they never really had in Malaysia. And then second is it helps them to build the portfolio for their own personal growth and also the CV and resume, that the credibility that it can build on that. And then from building community perspective, so we run a Women Who Code back in 2014 all the way until last year before it got dismissed globally, and then we turned it into Ladies Who Code. We can see that a lot of people are anticipating more activities from the NGOs, which is non-profitable organizations. And then there are also a lot of companies approaching us for those open source communities, which I think is a good thing, right? What do you think?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I think that, well, I got started in open source in Thailand, right, 30 years ago. And at the time, my access to the internet was a 9,600 BPS modem, right? So it was a very, very different world back then. But we could see this, even from that point, this natural conflict between open source, which and the traditional enterprise software world, right? And at the time, the big guy was Microsoft, and it boiled into the Halloween papers and all that drama. And a few years ago, it was surprising to find Microsoft as a major sponsor of FOSS Asia, right? Wearing T-shirts that said, "I love open source." I thought I was at the wrong conference. But I say that it's a natural conflict. It's a creative conflict, right? As opposing forces are at work to try to figure out what is the best way forward for our society, for software. And so I think that as users, right, as users of software, open source has won. It provides the fundamental building blocks of much of the technology that we use today and rely upon in Thailand, right? So I think that that is no longer an issue. However, there is a difference between Thailand and much of the Western countries where piracy has always been rife, and licensing is more of a suggestion than an obligation. And so people basically see free software as free as in beer. Oh, more free stuff, but without actually having to go to the plaza and spending a few $100 to buy a pirated CD, right? But then there is very little consciousness as to the next level of the opportunities that free and open source software provides. And that is through the involvement in the process of contribution and building up the community, which can build up technical excellence that can solve other problems that we have in the country. But I think that we are starting these conversations now, and hopefully when FOSS Asia comes to Bangkok next year, we will be able to have this conversation with a higher intensity and on a wider scale. Yes.
Interesting. Hongfuk, and from your perspective, what do you see? How does the open source community and movement differ here in Asia compared to other parts of the world? You have been also to the US, to Europe. What's your experience?
Yes, so first of all, I think this is a very exciting time for open source, and I totally agree with Michelle that open source is a winner. So it's not just something people in the West has been talking about. I think one unique aspect that differ from differentiate the open source movement here compared to the West is the driver of the movement. And you see here in the region, big tech companies like in China, Tencent, Baidu, or Huawei, they contributed a huge amount of solution to the open source space, and also is like driving the shift in the industry. Similar to country like India, also again, the open source is driven by very big companies like Infosys or Wipro. So it differs a little bit because in the West, the open source started as a grassroots movement, right? A few years ago, as Ms. Sari mentioned, we also have like independent contributors who got excited about open source, but in order to really push the acceleration of the entire ecosystem, I think corporates plays a very important role in the scene of Asia today, and it continues to be this way. So it's pushed. So they have like sufficient funding. They allow the employee to contribute, and also they draw an example for people in the community to see that there are opportunities not only to do something as a hobby for fun, but something that can sustain a business, can sustain your life. And this is the difference that I see here. So
there's the community and corporate side of the world, but all of you have been already in open source for quite some time. Now we see more and more new people also here at the Web3 event at Devcon. So how do you engage new people in open source, or people who are also like don't even know about open source yet? How do you do that, Brianna?
I think in my community, we host a lot of events, and we also have like distribution channels that going out to tell people that projects that are open source, companies that are actively engaging with those open source community. But I think like in-person events or even online workshops, we run a lot of like tech workshops to teach them hand by hand on how do you contribute to open source projects, how do you learn the skills through those projects. I think those are like the ways that we need to engage the new people in the space at the moment. But I think there's another point that like both of you bring out also is they are really curious on how to sustain their life with just participating with open source projects. And I think that's something that I'm really excited to see how things change. Because I think I interviewed quite a couple of people in the space, and they are saying that they had fun maintaining the open source project, and they think that they learn a lot from that. But it's just that the monetary perspective to sustain their own life with just open sourcing, with just contributing with open source project is really tough. Because there aren't a lot of like companies that's donating to it, or like people that's willingly chipping in the donations for the people that are maintaining it. So I think like for open source projects, the current challenge that I see is really how to find people that's dedicated to maintain the projects, or even in running in the community, like even our own community projects, it's very hard for us to maintain as well because we don't pay them. So they do it voluntarily, and when things has to get prioritized, our projects get deprioritized, you know what I mean? So I think that part of things is really something that I'm trying to figure out on how to do it.
So then maybe a question is also, what can we learn from existing open source projects that run for a long time? they are sustainable, like they have proven to be thus sustainable. And yeah, I think like Mishari, as you have been so long in the community, maybe you have some ideas, maybe also the Web3 community, what can they learn from 30 years of experience in open source? What kinds of projects are sustainable, or how to make projects sustainable?
That's a very good question. But before I go there, I actually have a very good story about new people contributing to open source. So many years ago, I worked at a startup, and we were doing a directory of businesses, right? And now I don't know if you noticed, but then the Thai language does not have spaces between words. So when you are trying to get computers to understand the Thai language, it's very hard because it does not know where one word ends and another one began. So it's a business directory, and I did a search for spa, a massage place, and it came out with spaghetti house because the both had SPA in it. And I thought that this is a problem. And I was searching for libraries and tools that can help me solve this problem. None existed in Thailand. There was one by a research institute, but it was available under license. And so I looked at the other countries in the region, and apparently for them it's a national level issue. So they will have plenty of code out in the open to solve this problem. And the tooling was all there. There were many papers written, etc., etc. But very little existed in Thailand. And so I was lucky during that time that I was at an event where the minister, the ICT minister was there. And I went up to him and explained to him, look, this is a problem. Can you please do something about it? That went nowhere. And well, my project collapsed, right? But then after a while, I heard that there's someone had started writing PyThai NLP, Natural Language Processing Toolkit. And I thought, wow, this is very interesting. And a lot of the data science folks in Thailand were very interested in this, right? So I went around to figure out who the initiator of this project is. And at the time, I believe he was a 9th grade student by the name of Wanapong. That's his GitHub ID. And so the fate of the entire Thai language-related ecosystem rested on the shoulders of a 9th grader, right? And so the entire country has him to thank for. And I asked him, why did you initiate this, right? He said, oh, well, because I didn't want the Thai language to disappear from the internet just because the computers didn't understand it. So I think it's back to this issue of scratching an itch, right? He had an itch. I didn't, and so did I, but I didn't have the skills to do it. He had the skills, the motivation, and he decided to sit down and do something about it. And I think that that's one of the beauties of open source for people who understand it. They can solve their problems for themselves, but they can also solve it for a billion people, right? And I think that that is one motivation for people to come in to join the open source. But then the other one is community. So we have a lot of people who are not really tech related, but enjoy the social aspect, the community aspect, enjoy the intellectual challenge of being with other like-minded people solving similar problems. So when I was very young, I was involved in the distributed cryptographic community. Back in '97, we solved the RSA challenge. And I wasn't, my knowledge about cryptography wasn't that high, but I enjoyed the community. I enjoyed being part of a challenge. I enjoy being a coordinator and helping to make this problem to solve this challenge, to make this a success. And so those are two examples, but people are complicated, right? I mean, probably economists will not be able to understand why people will join projects like this without remuneration, but also at the same time, economists don't really understand why we tip either. So I think that there is a lot of studies that probably needs to be done here about what motivates people. Why would people contribute to open source? And probably we should be building on that, which leads me to sustainability, right? In terms of open source, I think that the one of the biggest drivers of sustainability, well, there are two parts to it as far as I can see, right? One is an anchor. So a group of people who have been there, are dedicated, and who are able to sustain this one way or the other, either as a hobby or through their companies, their organizations, through government grants. The economics factor is a strong incentive to continue working on open source. But also the other factor that makes an open source project sustainable, I believe, is the ability to handle churn. People coming and leaving, because people who don't get paid for open source, they are driven purely by interests through a sense of intellectual curiosity. You know, they want the challenge, but they cannot sustain it for. Often you can't sustain it for very long. So you come and maybe you hang out for a few years, and then you find other challenges that you would like to work on, and that's okay. But to have a system where people can come and leave, and then if they enter, then there is a pathway for them to reach higher levels of trust and respect in the community, I think also helps a lot. And this is in addition to all the other factors that would make an open source project sustainable. Yes.
What about the question of welcoming new people? Because if some people they can't sustain their involvement, their engagement over time, is welcoming new people also a factor? How big is that factor? And yeah, new people and sustainability. What do you think, Hongfok?
Yeah, so welcoming new people definitely important. Michelle mentioned, right, the turnover rate. Yeah, so people go all the time. So how do we make sure that there continued flow of new contributors into our projects? I think it should start with education. Yeah, so the sooner we introduce open source to the younger generation, the better chance we have of future contributors. So therefore, we are very happy that Force Asia also plays a role into this journey. For many years, engaging with people and network of user group and also different university in the region. We continuously connecting with education institutions, even like on the high school, secondary school level. So we offer like online programs where people can participate, solving very small tasks. You don't even, you don't need to develop a huge system like a website, like application in order to participate. So we try to break out like issue into smaller tasks so that we can engage people with like lower beginning level. And one point that was mentioned earlier, so open source is not only about writing code. There are so many different ways that contributors can participate. Writing a bug report or making a design for a logo, or engage by talking about open source to other students or to the communities around you. So of course, it's there's different ways that people can do, but in order to get how to make it faster, yeah. So everyone can do something, and the community can roll step by step. But I think the biggest chance that we have is how we can collaborate with education institution around the world as well as in Asia. So we have so many schools, so many universities here. How can we talk to people on the ministry level that encourage them to bring open source into education? So open source is not only about talking about the idea, the definition, but about also the technology, what people should learn in school that make them relevant for the market these days. So this is something we at Force Asia, together with people in the community in Thailand, in Malaysia, we are all driving forward. So try to make open source as part of the curricula, as part of the education, learning journey of students from a very young age. Yeah.
So partnerships are important, partnerships with government, with companies, schools. Now I'm a new contributor. I want to start my own open source group in the university or in school or just like with friends. And I want to establish partnerships or I want to join organizations. So I don't know how to do that. Yeah. And you have experience with the ladies who code, and you had a lot of partnerships, I know. It's like a huge organization. And could you give us some advice? Yeah, so for new contributors or for new people in open source, how to establish partnerships, how important are partnerships? Please tell us more about that.
I think partnership is very important because when you start off as like a small community, right? Usually it was driven by, like what you say, interest or like a similar topics that people are highly interested. So that forms like a community that have great minds inside there, and then they start doing things, right? There's like a focus group, there's like a weekly hacking hours that people will just start doing it. Then there has to be like a group of dedicated people to go out and start growing this community. By growing this community, it starts from, I truly believe like words of mouth are the most effective way of growing this community. So when you grow this community, there has to be some way that you can massively grow first, right? Which it involves events, it involves opening up, putting up your products or even putting up your open source project somewhere that's more visible by the crowd and all, and being endorsed by bigger group of communities is also important. So that's where partnerships comes in, right? Whereby if you can get endorsement or like you can get like some sort of partners that can agree with the topics that you talk about or like endorse the projects that you are working, you recruit more talents into this community. You recruit people that really want to know to join this community, and with different minds, you get to grow these projects in a different way, right? So usually within the Malaysia, when you want to start a community or you have started a community, we sort of know that there's these new projects coming out, and then we will offer help. So it goes by like people that's already very experienced in the space, and then they will know that who you should be talking to, and we will start helping each other out in that sense. And we will also do co-collaborations between different communities so that you can reach out to other group of people, and that people will be able to introduce you to different partnerships and stuff like that. Sometimes we also offer some services that other corporates or even enterprises are looking forward to. For example, maybe we can have some of your people to be speaking in our community so that it taps into their other objective as well, right? Because it's like a two-way thing whereby we want their funding or we want their endorsement, but at the same time, they need something from us as well as a community. So we give them like this free advertisement slot for them to do it, but we try to also filter out companies that does hard selling, because community doesn't like it, right? So we try to balance this out in two sense. And I think if you're new to communities, if you're new to like starting off a new project, one thing really you need to learn, to me personally, is really how you socialize your project out and how do you pick the right partner to get on board into the projects. Yeah.
Okay, so partnerships, but I also hear about mentorships here, what you're doing. So, Mishari, Hongfuk, how do you provide mentorships? How do young people, newbies, find mentors? How do they, is there like a step-by-step guide for partnerships and mentors, or how do I do it? I'm young, I want to be involved in open source and Web3. So, how do you do it?
I think that in East Asia, one of the biggest challenges that we face is getting youngsters to start asking questions, right? Because it is, for those who are not from around here, it's seen as being deeply embarrassing to ask a question, because it is a sign that you may be stupid, right? But then that is usually where it starts. Right, either through the through the process of asking for help, right? In fact, this is how I used to screen people at my last company. So anyone who walked through the door, we will give them a chance, right? But then we will have a challenge given to them. When the trick of the challenge, the way to solve the problem is that you have to ask a question of the team, and they will give you that secret that will unlock the challenge, and you will solve it in no time at all. But then if you do not ask questions, you will keep banging your head against the wall, and you will never be able to solve it. And sure enough, we got some amazing people through just this process alone, where we filtered for people who are willing to ask questions. Now, through the mentorship as well, I think that this is the biggest challenge for us. There are people there's in the forums, mailing list, other channels, right? And they are willing to answer questions, right, and help provide guidance. But getting people to come in and have the and taking the brave step to admit that they need help and to ask for it and to accept mentorship, I think that is challenging. That being said, East Asian society, being deeply hierarchical, is also conducive to a mentorship relationship, right? So once that relationship has been formed and there is a trust established, it tends to stay and last a long time. There are good points and there are bad points about this, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, so mentorship program, just to mention that there are programs like Google Summer of Code, where Force Asia is also part of as a mentor organization. So we do offer students and developers an opportunity to work on real open source projects and get connected with the network of mentors from Force Asia community. So this is one example. There are also a lot of many hackathons, events, and programs going on around the world. So I believe that there are also a fellowship at the Ethereum Foundation where they offer this kind of guidance and mentorship to new contributors. So if you do care about open source, of course, there are plenty of opportunities. It's just a matter of if we're willing to spend time and dive into the different sector. So there's not lack of programs out there for us to participate. So for us, like, start the journey right away, start to do something. As well as when you mentioned how can you get partnership, how you can get support for your community or program. At first, you need to do something and be consistent. Yeah. So be consistent, be persistent, do something, and continue doing, sharing what you are doing with the community, and eventually people will recognize your effort. So my advice would be, started to do things right away. Look up on find your interesting something that is side strategy thing for you. For example, people are here because they care about Ethereum. Look up on the Ethereum website, looking up for different programs that they offer. So besides Ethereum, there are also many open source projects that based on Ethereum or use Ethereum AD infrastructure. So look out for those and check out every project. They all have a community communication channels, either on Discord, either on GitHub or Telegram. Yeah. So that's a huge amount of resources and on GitHub. So the nice thing about now like working on the open source space, so all the contribution, all the code are publicly documented. Yeah, many projects are very good, like beginner guidance. For Asia also have something called the developer best practices on our website. So where it show you step by step how can you participate, contribute to an open source project from beginner level until like more advanced. So keep look out for those and participate in the community from today.
Okay, so but I'm also hearing that there are a lot of career opportunities because Google Summer of Code and Ethereum. So what are some ways you've seen open source help individuals and teams advance in their career? Or if I'm new to open source, what are my prospects? How could it help my career actually?
So I think a lot of people, they went open source. Passion is one of it. Second is really to build their CV, right? I think it's really inevitable that people comes and go. So some of the people that I found out that they went for open source projects are mainly to build their career. So it's kind of like an indirect way. The number of PR that you made, significant impact that you did to a open source project, it will be a bonus for me to consider you as a role, because one is for the fact that you actually went all the way out to look for open source project to contribute. That's like a big thing for me personally, because a lot of people they just say that they're interested in the field, but they never really do anything. But for you to be able to contribute in open source projects, that's when you actually spend your time and your effort to maintain the project and keep your curiosity in it, right? So that's number one. Second is you really will learn a lot when you are contributing, because comments will come from different minds, review will come from different experiences as well. And to also support the open source project voluntarily is also something that is encouraging for me. So I think an indirect way of advancing a career, open source, but contributing in open source project is one of the big steps that you can consider, and it's quite unknown. Like unfortunately in the space that I know, that people didn't know that, open source, contributing in open source projects is having so much impact into my CV and portfolio. And I think we should let more people to know about that. Yeah. But mine is more indirect way. So I'm not really sure like securing a full-time role in open source project, would that be sustainable or not? Yeah.
Well, I personally, I think that all the work that I've gotten from a very young age. I mean, I got my first job when I was 13, right? And the reason that I got my job is because of my participation in open source projects, because they could see that I had a technical capability, so they hired me, right? And so I think that the open source projects and my contribution to it builds up transparency. Yep. Into what I'm capable of doing. So it's so when people hire me to work on a project, it's not theoretical, right? There is strong proof that that I know what I'm doing, and also there are other people out there who verify it as well through the forums, etc., etc. So there is a strong social verification process in open source, but also a self-selection, right? But then I have such a high, a lot of trust in this process, such a high level of trust in this process, that I don't send my kids to school, right? We homeschool. And that's because I think that they can follow through the same process no matter what their passions are in the future, right? So for example, right now they are into ants and insects, right? But I don't see why in a few years they can't start Wikipedia pages on entomology, right? And for that, from that point on, perhaps build up relationships with universities, research institutes, other organizations that are into ants, right? And build up a career based on that. So I think that it provides this opportunity where you said the ability to build up skills, the ability to interact with other people who are way smarter than you. I mean, look at the amount of smart people in this conference, right? And the ability to interact and talk to them. I think that there's a lot of opportunities in this model of career building, where you build up portfolios, demonstrate your skills, write blogs, build
So I would say start with a very small step and continue. Yeah, start something small and stick to it until the end. That's it. Yeah, that would something I would say to the new contributor. You don't need to make something big. Contribute on a very small level, and from there you learn and connect with more people and continue your journey. Start more. That's what I would say. Start small.
Okay. Brianna, what would be your one piece of advice?
Actually, yeah, I resonate with Hong Sun a lot, because at one point when I wanted to start an open source project, I don't really know how to contribute. And then I remember there was one person that told me that, Bri, just open up, create a pull request as soon as possible so that you can keep the momentum. It can be as simple as just edit the readme, like the read.me, and then just create the PR, and then that's where you keep the momentum on, because the moment you see it merge, the satisfactions will just keep you looking for more things, right? And then the open source projects, they are also very welcoming. Some of it, they actually label for beginner-friendly tasks, a small, not really small, but they label it as like a beginner-friendly, or like that's when you can start as a first one, right? So like my advice is really create your first PR as soon as possible, and then second is look for a mentor that you can look up to in a project. So like people, like what you say, people don't really ask questions, and they feel intimidated to ask questions in a bigger forum group. So having someone that you can trust by asking questions is very important. So I think look for a mentor in the space that you can always go to them when you need advice or even learn something. That is really crucial for me.
For me, in this part of the world, I would the first thing I would recommend to people is to try to make learning fun, right? Try to disconnect, that awful experience of what people call learning that happens in traditional institutions with learning just because you are interested in something, right? And once you and understand that is a valid part of learning and upskilling. It's no less than learning anywhere else. And once you have fun learning, share what you learn, right? So I really believe that these are the two components that I will tell everyone. Yeah, go out there, learn about something cool related to the project, and come and share, no matter what it is, right? And I think that that's a very good place to start.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, now we transition to the final part of the panel. We have a few minutes left for questions. So are there any questions here from the audience? There's a QR code here on the left-hand side, and you can submit your questions through this QR code. Do we have any questions here from the audience?
Please don't feel intimidated by us.
You just say ask questions, right?
Yes, yes.
I think people have to use the QR code.
Yes, they have to use the QR code.
Yeah.
Yes.
So okay, yes. So there are two questions here. So I can see this. If you were to discourage people from joining open source communities, what would it be? Open source is not for you if.
You're not consistent enough.
So, yeah, I'm not sure about this question.
It is
Why
a very good question. It is a very good
Yes.
question. It's a very good question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think, okay, so in the past, the open source community had a, well, still to an extent does have a problem with people being very harsh on other people. I actually liked it, right? Because probably because of the way my brain is wired as well. But I think that it meant that doing something or producing an output of a low quality meant that you are going to suffer emotionally for it, right? Okay. So there's this strong incentive to do your best work and check it again before you submit it. Because if you don't do it well, people are going to be harsh on you, right? However, times have changed, right? It becomes, we want to have the wider community, and okay, it might not be as, I don't know, efficient, right? But I think it creates a much nicer community overall. Toxic. So I think that if today I was going to argue that open source is not so much the important part of open source is not the technical excellence aspect, which I would have argued was the case 20 years ago, right? I would say that these days the main strength of open source is the social aspect. So I know that there are many people who are technically excellent but are not sociable, right? I think that it's you know, it becomes a balance. So whereas before you would have to come and you owned the space by being technically excellent, while other people had to come in and they have to learn how to be technical. I think now it becomes the opposite problem, where you come into an open source space to learn how to be sociable, right? And the technical part can, I think, follow as a secondary consideration. It's all about the people.
Fuk, you also have many years of experience in open source, and you know people in the US and Europe, and I think like many years ago, open source had very strong following in Europe before the following in Asia also increased. So is that maybe something that by including more people here in the region, is it something that was positive for the open source movement, and maybe the open source movement was less harsh after welcoming more people here from the region, or I don't know?
So I think the question was, so open source is not for you if you do not care about the world we are living in today. I think open source, and Michelle also mentioned, it's not only about the software, it's about working together to solve a problem. We cannot solve the world problem by being alone. So we need to connect, we need to work with people. So I would say open source is for everyone who wants to survive in this world, in this society. So we need to work together, we need to cross the border, we need to see together how to share ideas and how to fix the problems that the world is facing today. Yeah. Shall we go to the next question?
Yeah, please feel free.
So I think the next one is it how to start the open source community. What is your first step? Is it we already mentioned already, right?
Just create a group and start from there.
Yeah, so start with people from similar interests, and then there is another one. Mario, you want to?
What's the first step?
I think there is
another one.
Yeah.
How to better bridge the Ethereum community and the broader open source community.
Well, this is the right place. Yeah, so yeah, I would say so. Devcon is huge here. In so many people here, so many people representative from different regions, and this is a great opportunity for people from Asia who can come here and learn about what exactly is Ethereum. Yeah, how can people participate? How can people join the community? And I think that it's really nice that there are several talks at the conference related to open source technology and the Ethereum Foundation also, where we got to bring in different open source players and community leaders to come and share about their journey. So this is excellent. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for also hosting this panel, giving us the people, audience who are interested in the topic. So this is a great opportunity for us to connect.
They know about these projects, which making yourself more available or like welcoming is also a second part of it. Having Discord
and open source communities help developers build non-technical skills, especially for new developers, for example, public speaking, pitching, and so on. Mishari, what do you think?
Well, I think that I started on that journey, right? About 10 years ago, as I said, I realized that open source is all about the people, not about the technicalities, and I think that that really forced me to be more sociable, and I think that just comes out of actually being humble. You talk to people and being open to feedback about things like were you harsh, were you abrasive, and then I think that you sort of build up from there, because if you're part of a community, you want to build a stronger community, and that doesn't really work in the wider sense if you are not being a people person, right? Yeah. So I think it's just the important thing is to just be very conscientious about what you're doing.
I think open source communities often have a lot of workshops, and they were at least in my community, we also encourage a lot of new people to start their first talk or their first sessions on like hosting a technical workshops. Starting from like just a facilitator, slowly going into moderators, and then being a speaker on the stage. That's how I grew from being on the stage right now, being a speaker at the panel, right? So that actually is one of the parts that you can learn about non-technical skills. Second is like what Miyasha said. Writing your first review on the PR is also very, very hard sometimes. I don't really know how to write a good review on the PR before you merge it. Giving feedback is also something that is very, that requires skills, right? How do you actually write a good review or a feedback to a person that he will be willing to listen or even picks up, right? So I think those are the skills that you can learn, smaller things within the communities.
But a pro tip for me, I now use ChatGPT extensively to review the level of empathy of my writing.
Yeah, I think level of empathy makes sense.
Yes.
But some people, they literally just write a review and then they copy and paste it, which I think...
That too. You can use it in different ways.
You have to edit a bit, yeah, I think.
But if you want to use it in order to increase your social ability, then ChatGPT is a fantastic.
I use it for grammar check a lot, yeah.
Okay, so I hope in future we don't only have ChatGPT, but also more open source models.
We hope so.
And open source projects in this area. But we don't have time to discuss that today. There's so much more to discuss. So I would like to say thank you, all of us,
Some great
for joining.
questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you, the panelists. It's been truly inspiring. Appreciate a lot. I hope you all went away or go away with new ideas, with new inspirations, maybe to start your own open source project or to participate in one of these many projects here at the event. So I would like you to give a big round of applause for all the panelists and everyone here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again for that very insightful discussion about open source. As I mentioned earlier, I was particularly interested on it because I'm also trying to build an open source community back in the Philippines. And again, welcome everyone to DevCon. Welcome to stage 1 if this is your first time here. We have another exciting session from one community to another. This time around, we will be talking about redefining DAOs, the state of DAOs in Asia. And we are lucky to have an amazing panel this morning, and we have Jen, Hazel, Joseph, Yvonne, and I think we're also being joined by Dev. Yes? Okay. So please join me in welcoming a great panel for the next session. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the introduction, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to DevCon. My name is Dev, and I hope you guys are all feeling good today. Quick show of hands, how many of you are arriving to Bangkok for DevCon? Nice, I see some hands, cool, welcome, welcome. So I don't have the clicker yet. Is there a clicker around to move the slides? But we'll keep going to the next slides. But this is a panel on the state of DAOs in Asia, which is going to go into a number of different themes, really capturing the state of the art of where DAOs are. And we're really joined by a beautiful panel of people who've been doing research in the space and have a lot of data to share with you. We'll do a quick introduction. It'll be very engaging. Keen to get some of your thoughts as well on where you think DAOs are. And then we'll go straight into the panel with the presentations, and then we'll have a conversation. So first off, who are we? So this panel represents DAOstar Asia, which is a non-for-profit project aiming to explore and promote and catalyze diverse forms of DAOs and decentralized communities globally. This represents MetaGov, represents DAOstar, and represents Pagoda as well, which is another community formed in Asia looking at weaving decentralization with human layers of coordination. And yeah, so I think this group really represents a lot of the state-of-the-art of research of what DAOs look like in Asia especially, and why that might be different from what that looks like in other parts of the world, which some of you may be from, and how can we take this conversation forward towards really, yeah, I think fulfilling some of the infinite garden visions that Ethereum community has. So we have today presentations that will really touch on some of the reports that are on the screen that you can see. You can scan this QR code to download the lovely reports. Each of them are very in-depth case studies, a lot of data. I'll give you a few moments now to pick up your phone and scan. And there's a report coming out soon as well that will look at the greater China region. But we already have a nice collection of reports, which you'll hear today on this panel as well. Our motivation, or the motivation from the scholars that I have on the stage here today, was really to expand the discourse. The discourse on DAOs has evolved over time, and we're at a state today where we really need to perhaps move forward in terms of our definitions of how do we even think of DAOs, and why are they useful, what's the real value that comes from it, and how can we find that value and grow from there. And to engage local partners, right? DAOs are ultimately about human-level coordination, partner-level coordination, and so how can this research initiative as well catalyze a new community, catalyze more partnerships, especially in Asia as this nascent social technology starts to grow and evolve. So here comes the engaging part. I hope all of you had your coffees and teas and breakfasts, because we have questions for you. We have a Slido session here. You can scan this code, and we'd love to hear from you. What are the keywords that come to your mind when you think of DAOs? This is, yeah, any keywords, anything that comes up, DAOs. You can scan this, and it'll actually populate live for us, all of us, so we can actually get a live cloud mapping of what this room thinks about. Cool, I see open source, I see community, of course we have decentralization, we'll give a few moments, decentralized organization, yes, governance, more governance, perhaps not enough governance, voting, coordination, but governance seems to be the winners. Okay, community up in the lead now. Nice, we all like community, even though we all don't struggle to define what it is, and I think that will be part of our, probably the research as well, so this is useful. On-chain treasury, cool, so I think we're seeing quite a bit. So this data is actually going to be useful, I think, as part of the research effort, so thank you for sharing. Coffee, okay. Maybe we can unpack that in the discussion, guys, what do you think? Cool. I think we're happy with that, 40%. Feel good in the middle. And finally, what problems do you think DAOs can solve in Asia? Here's the tricky one. You can take another moment to just reflect and think about what problems do you think DAOs could solve in Asia? So I guess the first question, DAOs could solve in Asia. So I guess the first question maybe is like, what problems do we have in Asia that require solving? And then maybe think about where DAOs could come in to help address this. We're living in Thailand, there's a lot of climate issues here, flooding, record floods just recently in northern Thailand. We have burning season that happens in this whole region. We have a lot of charity and social impact issues in this region. I'll go back. And go forward. I see. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're still waiting for responses. I guess this is fair. You need some time to reflect. But I think it'll be great. Okay, we see infrastructure, coordination. Yeah, well, so some of the problems that you bring up here, we'll try to bring up in the discussion point towards the end of the panel. So we'd love to hear international funding, language, social goods, commons, community bank, transparency in governance, so we're back to governance again. Reduce the size of government, okay. Popular themes. I see 6 more participants typing. Asian domination, okay, we have some big goals here. Opportunity, knowledge manager systems, democratize energy, okay. Maybe they should meet the Asian domination person. Governance again, opportunity, community engagement, nice. Okay. That's quite a few problems already for us to solve. Cool, we'll bring up some of these things towards the end of the discussion, help prevent corruption. All right, thank you for that. It's nice to get a sense of what thoughts are floating in this room and moving that from the invisible layer to on the screen. With that, we'll move to our first speaker, Jen, who is got a lovely report on the state of DAOs in Asia. Jen, over to you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jen. So the authors will try to summarize the report in 5 to 10 minutes. So this is the Korean one. Okay, before we start, first things first, it's a disclaimer that there are actually no DAOs in the State of DAOs report in Korea. So the DAOs I interviewed were all like, oh yeah, DAOs are so cool, but we're not a DAO. So I think that fun fact about a DAO report already says a lot about Korean DAOs. But yeah. So to give a bit of more context, I think the Asian way of communication is context setting, like context weaving. So I'll be talking more about the context than the report itself. But how I started the research is, for me, crypto is like, if I boil down crypto, it will be all about sovereignty. That's what I felt. But I don't think it's a big thing in Asia. And I always found those Hollywood movies like romanticizing someone who rage quits his usually his or own like community, and then like become a lone wolf, like survive alone in the Mars, that kind of thing. Pretty random. Like I can assure you, there's gonna be no movies like that in Korean or Japanese or Taiwanese. Yeah, so I was like, okay, if crypto's gonna penetrate Asia, it's not gonna be about sovereignty. So what is it gonna be? So I had some options, like, oh, is it gonna be harmony, like collectivism? And then I always wanted to do meme-driven research, so I was looking for a meme on collectivism, and this is what I found. So I was like, oh, it's very evil looking. It looks worse than Moloch itself, and individualism is like the shiny knight, like defeating collectivism. So I was like, oh, okay, it's for me, collectivism is just another operating system, and there's probably a lot of misconception about it. So, because like, if you ask me, for me, it's more like this. It's like, yeah, because trustless code's been around for like a while now. Like smart contracts don't need to be on chain, like protocols, but they don't seem to have solved, like single-handedly solved the coordination failure. Yes, and one thing that helped me understand this difference between OS was the rice farming and wheat farming. So, I mean, and then if you're born into a climate, right? So you don't choose which crop you're gonna grow. And if you're born into a rice farming climate, then it's probably like a lot of rain, but rice still requires like 3 times more water than wheat. So there needs to be a village level coordination for the irrigation, and then it's much more labor intensive. But then in return, rice can support like 50% more people per capita, so there's like a trade-off. And on the other hand, there's wheat farming that only requires rain. So if you don't like your villagers, you can rage quit and just be a lone rancher. Yes, so yeah, and last context. I found that there's a preference over centralization for Koreans. It's been throughout our like thousands of history, and also so this is another popular meme of the Korean War. It's like 1950s. Back then, we used to be the biggest export was babies, because there were so many war orphans. They are both probably war orphans too. And yeah, the graph is like GDP per capita, and you can see South Korea is like near France and UK, and that began in 1990s, I think. So if we go back to 1960s, the World Bank says like the GNP was like $60-something. So I was like, oh, but it wasn't a typo. It was literally like $60-something. So it was like double-digit growth every year. And what led that growth was the centralized approach of the government and the conglomerates. So it was very top-down. It was very much like a North Korean economic growth model. That's the statue of the North Korean leaders, people bowing down. So I don't think we have a natural tendency to dislike centralization.
Like, can you guys see the slides actually? Just at the front. It's okay? Oh, okay. I'm just worried that we're blocking it.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Okay, so yes, finally, it's about the report. Okay, so I found the 3 groups of DAOs. I mean, of course, it's not comprehensive. But yeah, let's dive in. So the first one was conglomerates, those who led the Korean economic development. And all of them wanted to tinker with blockchain, but there were regulations, and NFTs were less regulated. And then there was like an NFT bull cycle. You can see that the release dates are like 2022. So all the conglomerates like LG, Hyundai, like SK, they had at least one subsidiary mint an NFT. But it was mostly like, because they already had like a membership perk kind of community, not really a community group. So they just decided to add an NFT on top. So there's like a Hyundai Mobility, Lotte, very cute NFT that sold out instantly. But we all know what happens to an NFT community that does not have a community. But to be fair, like how many NFT communities survived? Because I think they all lacked the community part. So that was the one one sector. And the second one are fan club DAOs. So one day I ran into a Google spreadsheet ran by ARMY, the BTS fan clubs. And it was really similar to what I was working on with Bankless DAO. So I was like, oh, wait, it's all DAO? As it always has been. So another context is that Koreans love to sing. And if you guys haven't noticed already, we produce some good competition shows, like Culinary War Black and White. I don't know if you guys watched it. If you like cooking, I recommend it. But anyways, this Produce 101 was really a popular show. And just like startups trying to find PMF, entertainment companies also need to find which artists the fans or the market wants. And what's the better way than to just ask directly to the fans to vote on their favorite idol? So this was really huge, popular in Korea. They started with 101 people, literally, and then at the end there was a girl group that was produced out of them. So literally the community members were the producers. But then it turned out the voting was manipulated, and the producer of the show actually ended up getting a jail sentence. So it was a huge scandal. And this is where on-chain voting comes in. So I'm pretty sure that the world's most vibrant DAO governance is this K-pop girl group named Triple S. They do their voting on-chain. You can find the Dune dashboard by hashed. And the community's growing. So the photo cards that the fans collect, they are ERC 721, and then if you hold that, you get the governance token. But there are, of course, limitations. They are not seen as financial assets deliberately. The team really carefully designs it not to look like a financial asset, because if they do, guess what would happen? The details will be for another talk, so I can skip that part. But yes, if you're curious, we can come back in the Q&A session. And the last ones are the more recent iterations of the decentralized communities. So this is the Leviathan. This is Gangang Sule, which is a traditional dance of Koreans. It looks weird, but if you actually do it, it's more enjoyable. So last context. The pyramid is crumbling down, meaning there's no more double-digit growth. And if there is, if the economy is growing, your optimal path is to just follow the centralized, to get into a big centralized entity and then just climb up the ladder. But if that thing doesn't exist, what's your optimal solution? People, I think, kind of not sure at this point, because it was a popular meme a couple of years ago that two biggest bluffings for wage workers is first I'm gonna quit my job, and then second is I'm gonna start YouTube. So I think they're getting somewhere, maybe creator economy. I don't think this pyramid's gonna last, but we're still a bit unsure. So I guess this is where the decentralized organizations come in. Again, lots of text. We can. I'll just try to be brief. The first one is Stakeholder DAO Lab. You can see it says share value growth, grow together. It doesn't sound much like a LLC kind of slogan, right? So the name of the company was Modu Labs. It means labs for everyone. And then the founder wanted to reward equity to the contributors who were not employees. And then it wasn't possible in the existing legal framework. So that was when the question started, okay, so traditional organizations can't do it. What are the options we have? So they're still iterating actively. The second one, they want to promote more zero waste lifestyle. They are the network of cafes. They want to share the reusable cups, because if customers don't bring their own cups, you want to share it. And then Freaky Fox Crew, they also have their own community currency to incentivize what regenerative activities they want to incentivize, and then have a market. Women's Space Camp, they aim to be a pop-up village. they also have community currency, and then there's Windflow DAO. I guess if you speak Mandarin, you speak Chinese, you understand what it means, like a Eastern vibe, like autonomous beings, like being oneness, like wholeness. Yeah, and then one interesting common factor I found among those decentralized communities is that they all have or want to have their own community currency. And the best movie that helped me understand crypto economics and community currency is actually John Wick, because they have their own like whole assassin economy, like IOU kind of, and then trust and relationship means more than monetary transaction or values. Yeah. And closing thoughts, but more like more questions. I didn't realize I wrote so much when I was creating this slide. I'll just use read the first one. So I feel like there's no imminent need or want for Korean decentralized organizations to like go on chain right now, because I think it's like a different kind of OS, right? We want to build more trust and then expand that trust network, because like currently at least it's under the number, so you don't really need the trustless scalable technology. Yes, I think that would be it for Korea, and I'll pass the mic to Yvonne.
Hello, I'm Yvonne, and I'm an active participant and contributor in the civic tech community and also Web3 DAO communities in Taiwan. So I co-authored the State of DAOs in Taiwan report, and I'm going to share a little bit into the report later. So to begin with the report, I want to share an overview of the DAOs in Taiwan. So for the current DAOs in Taiwan that are more active, there are several different DAOs like FabDAO, DAO0, Volume DAO, 不知道, and 学DAO. So these different DAOs, they have different projects. For FabDAO, they focus on art collection and also action, mechanism, and implementation on social goods. And for DAO0, it's a subgroup of Golf0, which is the largest civic tech community in Taiwan, and it focuses more on public goods. For Volume DAO, it focuses more on art collection and generative art, and it is also currently holding an exhibition called Dialogue, and it is now exhibiting in Seoul. So if anyone is in Korea, you can try to take a look over it. And 不知道 hosts the largest crypto and blockchain event in Taiwan every year on December, which is Taipei Blockchain Week. And 学DAO is a subgroup of 不知道. It connects student builders in among different Taiwanese blockchain student clubs. So this is an overview, some photos from different events from the Taiwanese DAO organizations. So on the front, on the top, we can see Taipei Blockchain Week and the exhibition that I just mentioned, and also a student hackathon held by 学DAO. And on the bottom, we can see FabDAO's gatherings, and also there's a co-work held together by DAO0 and 不知道. So actually, DAOs in Taiwan, we have a quite strong community, which I think most of people here also mentioned. Community is a very important keyword for you if you think of DAOs. So many DAOs in Taiwan work together, and we'll also cover it later. So, and another picture here is a gathering in a museum that Volume DAO works with in the Taipei Fine Arts Museum, and this is also a digital art initiative and project. And taking the idea from Xerox Justice article, we also try to distinguish different process of participants in the DAO community here. So we try to identify different participants here into external observers, casual contributors, committed contributors, and also core teams. And we interviewed several participants in the DAO communities and try to see what's their suggestions and their experience when participating in the DAO systems in Taiwan. We found that actually for the core teams and committed contributors, they often face some difficulties among balancing efficiency and opening up participation, because it sometimes takes time for people to do more decentralized voting mechanisms or when they try to do decisions. But it also opens more possibilities to be more transparent. And for casual contributors and external observers, we found that the scale of DAOs in Taiwan are usually not that big, because people sometimes face intention problems when they join the community. Sometimes there's not enough onboarding mechanisms or motivation for them to stay longer. And sometimes there are just so many things for them to try to understand what we can do or what I can do in the community. So if we want to tackle this, we also find some potential solutions based on people's overview and interpretation of their understanding of DAOs in Taiwan. So because many DAOs may face some problems of relying on only a few members for a decision, so people give suggestions about establish a more timely rotation mechanisms to tackle this. And for some inheritance of experience, maybe we can use effective knowledge management system. And I also find it very interesting to compare the different running mechanisms in how people govern their DAOs differently in different countries, in different cities, by like reading all the report this time. And here are some characteristics in Taiwanese DAOs. So I think one most important keyword for me, if I would use one word to describe the DAOs in Taiwan, is community. Because we really have a strong community and a tight relationship among many members in different DAOs. And also people use unique perspectives and try to develop international correction to discover and try to tackle with some charity and social innovation issue. So I will try to go through very quick on some projects that I find very interesting among Taiwanese DAOs. So this one is by FabDAO, and it's called Project Percentage. So people who buy these NFTs, their money will go collectively into a public funding pool. And then for people later, if they saw some interesting projects, people in the art bank, people in charge of the funding pool can use this fund to fundraising that kind of projects. So for example, I mentioned the dialogue exhibition earlier, and this exhibition was held by Volume DAO, and it rotates among Tokyo, Taipei, Seoul, and also Beijing. And for this event, actually FabDAO and Volume DAO together, they initiate a project called Taiwan Hyper Awesome Guidebook. So it tries to use hypercerts into this project. So if you donate $10 to this exhibition using hypercerts, you can get one hypercert, and FabDAO's project percentage funding pool will also donate 10 USD. So the amount of donation in the end of the program is over 1,000 USD by individuals. So FabDAO also donate over 1,000 USD. So in a total, it's like 2,000 USD, and it also helped the exhibition to grow larger and cover some expenses together. So I think DAOs in Taiwan, they work quite closely with each other, and they try to initiate some unique mechanisms to solve some issues together. And mentioning about community, although this is not very directly related to DAOs in Taiwan, but we have a study group called Web3 for All, and it was coordinated among lawyers, people focused on education, government, public rules, and many different topics are discussed in this book club. And I also started to participate when I was a high school student. So actually Vitalik joined us several times before, and he wrote on the end of my childhood article that when he joined this book club, he think that he tried to rediscover the inner high school student. And this picture is actually Audrey and Glenwell trying to explain their plurality book. So talking about plurality, I also want to share a little bit into the plurality book here. So this is indefinite diversity in infinite combinations, which is a picture from the plurality book. And I want to add a little bit on the 数位, which is the Mandarin word here, just above Audrey's head. Actually, 数位 in English means digital, but you can also interpret it in Mandarin as many people work together to fight or to solve together public good issues and use technology to tackle new problems. And I think this graph can conclude that what people do in Taiwan and what DAOs in Taiwan are strive for. And this is also a graph by MODA, the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. It tries to conclude the limitless possibilities among the democracy network in Taiwan. So it identifies different roles and their potential applications inside the Taiwanese community. So here comes the last part of my sharing today. So this is not the DAO study that we are doing this time. This was a DAO study, a more thoroughly DAO study last year, but we did it in Mandarin. So if you cannot read Mandarin, maybe you can use some technology to help you. And this is a DAO study that we covered last year quite thoroughly that have topics around DAO regulations and koala model law and also the DAO description in Taiwan. So I think it will be helpful for you to learn more about the situation more thoroughly among the Taiwanese society. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. That was really informative. Next, we'll move to Joe from Singapore.
Yeah, all right. Hi, everyone. So my name is Joseph. I'm an engineer turned aspiring social scientist, born and raised in Singapore. So 2 years ago, what's happening in Singapore? Everyone's talking about DAOs. But what are DAOs really back then? Well, DAOs were about NFTs. DAOs were about raising funds, selling art, raising funds for community, and doing something with that. But 2 years later, today, DAOs are DeFi. Local DAOs are dead. So all the communities which we had 2 years ago are kind of all faded into obscurity. So the purpose of this report really was to understand why aren't there any more DAOs left in Singapore. So who talks about DAOs in Singapore today? Well, definitely not the Web3 community. Most of it either comes from academia, or it comes from either like delegates participating in global DAOs or degens, I guess. But yeah, there's still a ton of open questions about DAOs in Singapore. On the left side, we just have a sample of like some local Web3 communities in Singapore. And the question really was, why do these Web3 communities not call themselves DAOs? Why don't they identify as a DAO? On the right, it's just a sample of some communities in Singapore I'm involved in, nothing to do with Web3. But I was always curious, like, why don't these local communities care about Web3 technologies? So really, what we're trying to do is expand the DAO discourse. And how I went about doing that was to go beyond the Web3 community in Singapore. So the report involved lots of interviews. And we interviewed a lot of recruit participants in our studies. We use phrases like techno-pessimistic community builders, or communities closer to social movements than DeFi protocols. So yeah, this was designed to try to find people who might be interested in DAOs, but they don't really identify as DAOs. So this was kind of the research methodology. First chapter was about understanding DAOs in Singapore. This was just like desk research. Second chapter was interviews with 12 local Web3 builders about the evolution and critique of DAOs. And finally, it had 4 interviews with local community organizers about making DAOs relevant in Singapore. So yeah, why don't local communities identify as a DAO? I'll say really the core argument I'm making is what I call the commodification of community. I think over the past 2 years, we've seen a lot of efforts in the name of community. But what we realize is that many DAOs kind of die off because they join for the money. They join for the promise of progressive decentralization, but they're not really working towards a collective goal. Another reason is the limited applicability of technology. So we've had experiments with quadratic voting, trying to engage a 65-year-old man and explaining what crypto economics is. Like these kind of concepts, they're still really theoretical and abstract at this moment, and we need to improve the UX to make DAOs relevant. And finally, like local communities, or especially the Web3 ones, they are trying to shed or get rid of the cultural baggage of DAOs. DAOs have a lot of financialized narratives, which communities are trying to move away from. So why are local DAOs important to DAOs in general? Well, real-world impact materializes locally. And currently all DAOs, when we think of DAOs, we tend to think of DeFi. We tend to think of global in nature. But without local DAOs, what's actually happening is localities become defined by the globalities. So like our local, whatever's happening in our local gets defined by the global. So it's kind of like a modern day colonialism of sorts. Maybe you might ask the question, like, why local DAO and not just a local community? Why do we need DAO? What's the point of all of this? I wouldn't say I have the answer, but I think this is an open question for everyone to figure out together, the whole community. I made an attempt at a preliminary definition. It's local DAOs being about encoding possibilities of organizational activities and using this to accrue collective power, which will allow local DAOs or local communities to interface better with larger institutions and global systems. So earlier on in the FIDO, someone mentioned international funding. This is a very good example for how local communities can tap on international sources of money or power, things like that, to improve their goals. And that would just be finding better ways to digitally organize beyond our existing tools today. So the opportunity really is to make local DAOs relevant. In the report, I talk about a nonprofit foundation in palliative care. Nothing to do with Web3, but they're using some terminology we use in DAOs. Besides that, we also have the Institute of Policy Studies, some applications of citizen participatory budgeting and citizen design. So these are conversations which aren't related to DAOs, but which I think have a lot of value in connecting, because it's simply about activating communities, which fundamentally is what DAOs are about. So end off with how might we make local DAOs relevant? And I guess we can move on to the panel talk now.
Cool. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Yvonne. So conscious of time, I think we sort of reaching the last 8 minutes. So I think we also have a QR code that people can scan and submit questions. So I think we'll give people the time to do that. Please scan and submit questions. But maybe I'll sort of open a quick question for the panel. So maybe there were a lot of interesting themes, and given time, I think maybe I'll root it in a two-part question. Where do you think the future of DAOs in Asia particularly should go? And going off to your point, Joe, of the local DAOs, what are some of the maybe local problems that you see are important, and what are maybe some of the ways that local communities can use DAOs in an effective way? So having now laid out the landscape today, where do you see this going? And perhaps this could be, you could answer this for your own country or sub-regionally as well for Asia. Maybe I'll start with Yvonne, and I'll move this way.
So I think a quick thought into this is what I expect DAOs to do more in the Chinese landscape will be resource distribution, because as what I talked a little bit earlier about the exhibition in the HyperThreads donation, I think for people in this area, because most of the many social charities in Taiwan or organizations that focus more on social issues, they often found themselves struggling with like fundraising and having more money to carry out what they really care about. And I think Web3 technologies and DAOs mechanisms can really help them to like better discover resources and distribute them to those who really need.
Thanks, Yvonne. So research distribution, Jen?
I guess it wouldn't be as voluntary. Like, I don't imagine Korean communities be like, oh, DAOs are so cool, we need to go on chain. Because I think if you don't want to scale, you can use the traditional way of coordination that we are so good at. But I think it would be more like forced, because if we want to go global, like global fundraising or like global coordination, then it's much better to go online and then go on chain. Because we do have problem of declining population. We maxed at 2020, I think, and then we're disappearing from the face of the earth. So we are forced. So now the academics are feeling it. Like, there aren't enough students in the PhD. And then, like 5 years, it will be the companies that's feeling the burn, right? So the organization will be forced to coordinate online and tap into global resource. So I guess global coordination. Yeah.
Back to coordination, Joe.
Yeah, sure. So I think that, okay, so even though I introduced this distinction between local and global DAOs, in the report, one of our interviewees actually mentioned that local or global doesn't matter. What DAOs are about is it's about openness, and it's about collaboration. So I feel like to me the future of DAOs is kind of like somewhere in between. I think we don't have enough research yet to conclude that DAOs don't work for communities of less than Dunbar's number, less than 150. But personally, I think that's the view I'm more moving towards. So if you look around, think of the communities you are participating in, most of them are going to be less than 150, or they're going to be really, really big. We don't have much of the in-between. So where I think it might help is in like, kind of like social movements or like philosophy-based kind of movements. So in my mind, I'm thinking of like the forest school philosophy, or even like the post-growth social movements. So these are like kind of ways of thinking, which there are local activations. You have local communities meeting up to discuss about these social issues and figure out how do we, I don't know, lead a post-growth life as an example. But there's actually a whole global movement around that as well, which a lot of local communities are disconnected from the global conversations. So I think the future of DAOs really, it's about finding a way to better coordinate the interface between the local and global, or like to create like a new like meso level kind of community that can allow like maybe communities in Taiwan, Singapore, Korea to like work together instead. So I think, yeah, that to me is like the promise of DAOs.
Interesting. Cool. We have about a couple minutes left. If there are any questions, I don't see any on the screen yet, so I guess no one sent any, but if you'd like to raise your hand, we can also do human level coordination without the QR code.
There will be.
Yeah, feel free to raise your hand. I'm sure there are some questions that are bubbling. But I think it's really interesting. I mean, Jen, you brought up in your presentation about the wheat versus rice and how environment, defines our coordination and defines what we need from community. And sort of hearing from you, Joe, as well, just talking about the lack of local DAOs and this heavy global, almost like colonization. And it was interesting also hearing on the different ways that the ecosystems have grown, right? I think from Jen, there was a lot of conglomerate, there was a lot of big, like K-pop, big culture. In Taiwan, we had maybe a bit more, like a lot of heavy local, well, maybe for, in Singapore, there were a lack of local DAOs, but here we have maybe an abundance of local DAOs. I wonder how you could see this sort of cross-pollination take place, where perhaps there's examples like where conglomerates are able to do things that with the scale and resources that local communities can't. But I was wondering like how you can see cross-pollination between either like your 3 countries or other parts that can help us, like each help sort of address the strengths, weaknesses of each other, and in a true fashion kind of have a bit of a, for the lack of a better word, and I use this very heavily, like a pan-Asian, level of coordination. Any thoughts on that, on sort of cross-pollination?
I think there are some questions on the QR code.
Oh, okay. Where's the clicker? Maybe we go to next. Not working.
It doesn't go next.
Oh, okay. Do we know how to get the questions up?
We get the questions.
Yeah. Okay. We do have a couple of questions right over there. Feel free to continue scanning the QR code. If you have a few more questions, you can also vote the questions you most resonate with. Or you can go to your Devcon passport and look for this session and then scroll up, and then you'll find it at the bottom so you can ask questions. But maybe we can start off with the first question.
Yeah, looks like we have a bonus 10 minutes, we realized. Okay, first question. What happens if the girl groups, I'm assuming we're talking about K-pop, girl groups are perceived as financial assets? This was the triple S, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, actually, there's a better person to answer this question in the audience, but I'll take, since I have the mic, I'll answer. So there was one group that tried, actually for a very famous idol in Korea. And then they did have financial value. And what happens, I mean, I guess it happens all around DAOs, right? It's not a governance token anymore, it's a financial token. So like inside the fan clubs, the people who are incentivized by monetary gain, like there's sudden like a rush inside, and then there are probably a lot of disagreements between the two, right? And guess who wins if the two parties fight? So yes, yeah, I mean, you can see the similar graph for the that NFT too.
Yeah. I can take the next question on Burma. Yeah, I think this is a really, really good question. And I think it's important to talk about. Yeah, like there's definitely a lot of, maybe the most core use case for DAOs might actually be found here, which we haven't discovered yet. Like how like, you know, data money, like I mean, Bitcoin is most used in, the most useful use case of Bitcoin is in countries with hyperinflation. So maybe the most useful use case of DAOs is in such countries. So yeah, reach out to us, DAO Asia, and we can discuss like working together to do like a state of DAOs in Myanmar. That would be awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Next question. Internal politics are a factor in decision making in communities. Do you think proposals should have the space within DAOs to influence the community's vote? If not, how can we reduce the number of, I'm assuming that's bad actors in that question? Any takers for that? So it's internal politics. Do you think proposals should have space within DAOs to influence?
I think proposals already have lots of space. There are some studies showing that, yeah, like we shouldn't even be, we've been distracted talking about on-chain voting when most of the soft power is actually in who gets the right to create the proposal or who gets the right to get the attention on the proposal they made. So yeah, it's important, which is why the conversation should go beyond just like on-chain voting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I want to add something for the Taiwanese situation. So I think for most of the DAOs in Taiwan, most of them like work in Discord, and they some of them have a regular once-a-week meeting, so people can feel to join if they want to discuss something, and there will be like people moderating. And if you want to give a suggestion or a proposal, you can always like post it, and people will be happy to discuss with you if that's reasonable.
Yeah, one thing I was surprised when I was hearing about Taiwanese DAOs is that they like don't vote as often as a way of making like coming to an agreement, because there's always like a thick context and always like just weaving of conversations. So yeah, I guess there already is like a soft social capital part already. So yes.
Cool. Next question. I love this question. Simple, crisp to the point. What is the point of DAOs? I'm hearing words like openness and inclusivity. Yeah. I think we've already addressed that, I think, in different ways, but perhaps we want to be a sharper.
Yeah, I can take this. Yeah, I agree. What's the point of DAOs? Which is why nobody in Singapore says that we are DAOs. So I agree with this question. I'm going to combine this with the third question below here, which is why do you want to make non-financial DAOs relevant? So the reason we want to make non-financial DAOs relevant is because if we want Web3 as a whole to have real-world impact, we need to go beyond DeFi or go beyond financial narratives. Like if you look at how, like, I don't know, Devcon itself is organized as a whole, Devcon isn't really a DAO. Devcon is a community that involves lots of volunteers, involves lots of people to organize. Because, and money was involved, but it wasn't the core use case. Like, we are moving money to communicate something. And so, yeah, even if we want, in the Asian context, words like trust, this idea of trust or trustless, is very foreign. Yeah, and I'm sure y'all have more to say about trust and trustless as well.
Yeah, I mean, we also had this conversation in DAO Asia Summit, right? And then we were talking like, oh, maybe it's more like a bridge to access global funding rather than the building block of like our communities. Yeah, but one thing I was thinking about, and actually this was the question I wanted to answer for Korean DAOs, was the level of sovereignty. Like, for example, we don't have lone wolves, like individual sovereignty, but it would be more like a country level sovereignty. Maybe that's what I felt when I was thinking about Taiwanese DAOs, like a nation state level. We do want sovereignty due to intricate geopolitical situations and stuff, right? And for Japanese style, what I felt was like, oh, they have this, because Japan has like strong, rich culture of like local, municipal, regional community. So that level of sovereignty exists. They have the great global IP. They make NFTs and then raise global funding and then use it to be the sovereign municipal community. So it would make sense in like different levels of sovereignty, I think.
We've got, if there's nothing to add to that, we've got, yeah, onboarding flow, best practices into groups.
I think I can take this.
Yeah.
So actually, I also like participate in the civic tech community in Taiwan, which is GovZero. And although it's more of a Web2 maybe group, and because I also do some research into how to onboard more people into the community that has like over 200 projects inside. And I think it's really relevant for people to come into like, although it's for a Web2 group, but because GovZero often held hackathons and offline gatherings, we found that actually people can onboard more and engage more with the society, with the community when they are in those events in person. And I think also one thing that Web3 communities can focus on is how to make all the information not just transparent, but also readable and efficient for people to maybe take a 5 to 10 minutes and they can understand what I can do in this DAO and what this DAO is doing. Because we often find that there are just so many things happening in DAOs and people cannot really find what they want, and in a result they just go away and maybe they'll never turn back, or they'll turn back in a later time. So I think that people should gather the information and make it more readable and understandable to newcomers. It will be a very good way to welcome them to the community.
Emphasizing that sort of human level of contact and coordination. A couple more questions there, you guys, if you see anything you want to take. I'm sure that how to establish my DAO, there's probably many resources, I think, like around here in Devcon as well, towards that. Yeah. Financial, we see legal recognition. We see, yeah, how to be legally recognized to transact, to limit potential personal liability is a very legal question.
Yeah. So like last week, I think Abu Dhabi has a new like law about recognizing DAOs. Yeah, in Asia, I feel it's still a new conversation. Globally as well, this conversation is still evolving. Like, what's the point of how, if you're gonna create, incorporate in a legal jurisdiction, like, what's the point of a DAO then? Because it's just a wrapper around your community. So, yeah, we're still figuring it out, but it might involve more like collaboration between different legal jurisdictions.
And one little thing to add. So actually, the QR code that I shared just earlier about the Taiwanese DAO research not in this report, but the one we did last year, we covered quite thoroughly about the legal positions of DAOs that might happen and what other international organizations or different governments work with this in the report. So if you are interested, maybe you can take a look.
Cool, and I think with that, it's time. Please join me in thanking our three panelists, Yvonne, Jen, and Joe, for that wonderful sharing. And they'll be around, I'm sure. Please come find them, ask your questions. For those who want to learn more about DAOs, those who want to fund more research into DAOs, I'm sure come find these guys and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much again to our panelists. It was such an insightful discussion about different DAOs across Asia, and we'd like to invite you back here at around 1:30. In the meantime, please enjoy your lunch. Have a good day. do find them, especially for the tourists in the room. If you haven't tried it, like, you haven't been to Bangkok, basically. But yeah, we have a very exciting session today. And just like any other sessions, you can go to your Devcon passport and then go to the session right now, and then go to the bottom of the page to go to the Q&A. So even while the presentation is happening, you guys can start sending your questions or voting questions that you feel that you resonate well with, so that you can, you can interact with our speakers this afternoon. So without further ado, right now we're going to talk about L2s, I think, because our next speaker is the L2 product lead at Flashbots, and I'm truly excited to introduce you to our next topic, which is realizing the Rollup-centric roadmap with Rollup Boost, and please join me in welcoming Dan.
Hello, hello. Awesome, wow, cool to see so many people turn out to discuss the Rollup-centric roadmap. It's a pretty full house, so I'm gonna have to ask everyone to really just squish in. I think there's a lot of people standing in the back for anyone watching the live stream. Cool, well, let's get into it. I'm Dan, also DMARS Online. And I'll be talking about how we can turbocharge the Rollup-centric roadmap with Rollup Boost. I'll be using a lot of triple R alliteration. If you see any of those, talk to me afterwards, and I'll give you a special prize. Cool. So this will be structured in 3 parts. I'll go over a little reflection on the Rollup-centric roadmap. I'll then talk about what a layer 2 technology tree looks like. And then I'll discuss how we can use Rollup Boost to accelerate innovation on the layer 2 technology tree. Cool. So let's get into the first section. So yeah, we're 4 years into the Rollup-centric roadmap. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, the Rollup-centric roadmap was Ethereum's strategic shift towards scaling the network by embracing rollups as a primary solution. If you're unfamiliar with rollups as well, they are a way which we can process transactions off-chain and submit compressed proofs to Ethereum mainnet, which allows us to increase throughput of these off-chain components without necessarily sacrificing the decentralization of the underlying layer. In this vision, Ethereum becomes a more robust and secure settlement layer, while most activity happens on these layer 2 rollups. And we've already seen that a lot of activity has shifted to a lot of layer 2 rollups. Yeah, and there's a lot of benefits of this, and we'll be going into a lot of details. But one of the biggest benefits, in my opinion, is that we can innovate on a separate layer than the layer 1, which doesn't need to go through the entire core dev process or have tons and tons of research and formal analysis before we ever actually start to create a proof of concept or ship something. Because a lot of the times when you are trying to build innovative features, you typically don't discover or there's a lot of unknowns you don't discover until you start building, and we've seen that many such cases of that with MEV on Ethereum. Yeah, cool. So let's go into it. So we're 4 years in. How are we doing? Well, we had roughly 3 goals. 1, increase the transaction per second of Ethereum. 2, reduce transaction costs. And 3, outsource innovation to the layer 2 ecosystem. So let's go through each of those. First, how are we doing on TPS? Well, if you look at L2Beat, we have scaled Ethereum 26x in transactions per second, which is no small feat. That's more than double per year since we've announced the Rollup-centric roadmap. So that's pretty awesome. We can check that off. Oh, and on the way to scaling transactions per second, we also discovered maybe that's not the best metric, as there's a lot of activity on chains which aren't just which can't just be basically categorized via a transaction. So a lot of chains simply just have a transfer, and that's very simple. It only touches the part of the chain associated with your balance and someone else's balance. But when you look at more complex activity, it could be touching hundreds or thousands of accounts, doing very complicated computation. And so we also started to look at GPS as a metric, which is gas per second. And this is a bit small, but if you can see On conduits, rollup.wtf, we have increased the gas per second by almost 55x compared to the Ethereum layer 1. So even more great progress. Cool, so we've checked that off. What about transaction costs? They should be lower, just because we're also scaling. And yeah, this slide basically speaks for itself. Most of the top rollups are less than a cent sometimes to transact on. Cool, and so the last one, which is much more complicated and will be the segue into the rest of this talk, is how are we doing on outsourcing of innovation to the layer 2 ecosystem? And I think this is really important because with the rollup-centric roadmap, we essentially said, hey, everyone focusing on layer 1, you keep doing that, but we are gonna push the boundaries, and the next version of Ethereum will be built on layer 2s. And so it's really important that that actually succeeds, and we as a community lended all of our credibility to these layer 2s. And so, we should be checking in on how they're doing. So it's a little bit complicated to look at how innovation is transferring between these layers, but there's roughly 3 ways we can look at it. It's innovations ported from the layer 1 to the layer 2, innovations from the layer 2 back to the layer 1, and then innovation between the layer 2s. And so we'll go through each of them. So yeah, what's been ported from layer 1 to layer 2? Well, basically everything. Most of the popular blockchain clients, layer 2 blockchain clients, with the exception of some, actually use a minimized, a version of the Ethereum 1 blockchain clients that has like a very minimum diff to it. And so this means anytime there's an upgrade to the layer 1 client, the layer 2s can easily pull it in. And you can see this with chains like Optimism, where after EIP 1559 went live, they had it very soon after, and all other upgrades. But this is not true for all chains. Yeah, layer 2 to layer 1. Basically nothing. If you know of any improvements to the layer 1 that have been made, because as a result of research from layer 2s, please let me know, but there really haven't been any EIPs driven through the layer 2 process that have gone into the layer 1. There is one large notable exception that ZK proving and ZK technology has like massively been accelerated by the fact that layer 2s have poured tons of research in, usually through the support of a token. But again, none of that has actually gone live on the layer 1 yet. And then layer 2 to layer 2, there's almost nothing. We are now starting to see some collaboration. I think I just saw the first cross L2 EIP / rollup improvement proposal like yesterday, which is pretty cool, but it was only 2 rollups, so we still have a lot of room to go. Yeah, and I think that just brings me to the sort of the main point of this is we have a lot of flourishing gardens on layer 2 ecosystems, but because of coordination failure and the lack of incentives for these layer 2s to collaborate with each other, we've essentially had coordination failure where we haven't been transferring innovation between each other. Yeah, and this is my ChatGPT rendition of the scenario. We have a lot of awesome spaces to do cool things, but none of them are really helping each other out. Yeah, so that's like a pretty serious concern because this is the future of the ecosystem, and the future. How can this be the future of the ecosystem if none of these participants are talking to each other? So I think we can start debugging a few things. Like one is peripheral tooling lock-in, and so a lot of layer 2s have complained that they can't do anything very customizable or unique because they need to satisfy the existing wallet API standards, the existing indexers. If you spin up a new type of block, now integrating with Block Scout or Etherscan is suddenly much harder. All of the tooling, like the SDKs that front-end developers use to integrate with these chains also become much harder. And on top of that, it's one thing for a layer 2 to modify the tooling to make it work with, like, say, a popular SDK, but then now the maintainers of that SDK need to also maintain this modified version of the SDK, and so the incentives also aren't great there. And And what I think is potentially another reason for this is what I call an innovation death loop because of tokens and tribalisms. I think it roughly goes like people launch a token, tokens tie the incentives of groups and individuals together. These shared incentives create the appearance of in-groups and out-groups, which you can see on Twitter when we have roll-up teams fighting against each other about very small details, and then going separate ways and not creating standards to address these differences. That then leads to all of our tooling being for a specific L2. Yeah, and I think because of this tribal rivalry, innovations are gate-kept. And like even the extreme of this is it manifests itself in restrictive licenses. Some of the most popular L2s today, you're not even allowed to fork, or you are allowed to use them, but you need to give a certain percentage of sequencer fees back to the like basically the creators of the chain. And I get that incentives are very hard in open source ecosystems, but I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard because we gave our credibility to these layer 2s. Yeah, so I think for the rest of this talk, I'll identify 4 key areas to help improve Ethereum's innovation on layer 2s. And I hope that next year someone, or in 2 years, someone will give a talk addressing one of these areas, as I think they're critical. Cool. So let's go into it. A layer 2 tech tree. If you're unfamiliar with what a tech tree is, it's, you know, you can see them in strategy games. A tech tree or a research tree is a hierarchical visual representation of the possible sequences or upgrades a player can unlock. You can think of this in like civilization games where if you want to, you know, like reach the Iron Age, you need to be able to mine iron, you need to be able to melt it, you need to be able to do that at scale. And there's another, so there's an institute called the Foresight Institute, which solely is focused on basically creating these tech trees and then allocating funding to areas of the tech tree that are underdeveloped. And here's an example of one, which is very fun, of a longevity tech tree where one of the top things is body replacement, and in order to do that, we need head transplants, we need brain tissue replacement, we need organ replacement. And so we set out to do this for Ethereum layer 2 to try and help us get to the golden age of layer 2s. So this is the tech tree. I'm going to go through every single leaf. No, just kidding. There's way too much. If you want to follow along, there is a URL and a QR code you can scan to reach it. If this is like very interesting to people, we may end up turning this into like a website that you could easily modify and add to. Cool. So let's get into it. So this is the high-level tech tree. There's 4 subtrees in here. There's funds are safe. This deals with the safety properties of the rollup in that, you know, basically if the rollup were to go away, if it was to die, if the software was to go down, we want to make sure that the funds inherit the liveness of the layer 1. There's Web 2 scalability, and so this is the idea here is that we want to approximate like the holy grail of everything on one computer, but obviously we can't put everything on one computer. Don't let anyone let you think that. And yeah, it should be as easy as you going to a cloud provider and hitting the auto scale button, and now you have compute for all of your use cases as long as you keep putting money in, or as long as there's someone sort of funding this software, then it should be able to grow and have abundant compute space. A big requirement of that is seamless interoperability. That means you don't need to think about the fact that you're on one chain and your assets are on one chain, but you want to do compute on another. And then another one is also like plentiful compute environments. So we don't want to just have the EVM. There's, by developers, the largest ecosystem in the world is JavaScript. There's like hundreds of millions of JavaScript developers. There's like only a couple million Solidity developers. So if we really want to reach the next billion, we need to expand. Cool. So let's get into it. I'm going to go into the left side of this funds is safe subtree first. And then I'm going to focus on the censorship resistance portion of liveness. And so under liveness, there is censorship resistance and ledger progression. Ledger progression is just the idea that the blocks keep coming. They keep going, the system doesn't go down. And censorship resistance is really about getting either inclusion guarantees or execution guarantees. And so some stacks actually already have a very basic version of inclusion guarantees where you can force include your transaction on the L2 from the L1. The only problem with that is it's actually at a greater than the L2 or even L1 block time granularity. So you only get the guarantee that your transaction will be included in the like an epoch of L2 blocks, which could be tens, hundreds of blocks. Yeah. And so there's a lot of areas here. As well, a very popular topic is multiple concurrent proposers on Ethereum L1 right now, as well as pre-confirmations, encrypted mempools. These are all things we need to improve these inclusion and execution guarantees, but we actually have no one working on them on L2s. And specifically, no one is creating shared standards across L2s to enable these. So I think there's a heroic opportunity here where you can just skip the politics. Just go build multiple concurrent proposers on a layer 2. You can also experiment with Fossil, other censorship resistance research proposals, as well as encrypted mempools. Cool. The next part of the tree, the right side of this funds is safe, is under validity. And this one is also very exciting. Yeah, cool. So under validity, we developed multi-prover. We developed this term, multi-prover. It's been a known term, but the idea is no rollup will likely ever trust a single proving system. And so the idea here is rollups want a proving system so that they can have faster finality. Right now, most rollups are optimistic rollups, meaning they get pushed to the L1, and it takes some amount of time, which is very annoying to users, for someone to say like, there's no fraud here. This state transition was good. You didn't have your funds stolen. But validity proofs allow us to be confident in that state transition. And so the thing is, a lot of people have developed validity proofs, but none of these teams are talking to each other. And on top of that, it's very unlikely that we will ever trust just a single proving system because of how new this crypto and technology is. Some of these proving systems are 80K lines of circuit code, and good luck auditing that. So I think probably for the next 2 to 4 years, we will not trust a single proving system, so we need multiple. And under that family, there are ZK proofs, and then also very recently, there's been a lot of teams developing TE proofs. One specifically is we've been collaborating with Automata to develop TE validity proofs, and the performance is looking pretty good, actually. We've been able to prove in TDX in 0.2 milliseconds specific blocks, and so we think this should be an additional layer of proving. But yeah, I think the main thing here is there's a lot of teams and none of them are talking to each other. So we need a standardized interface to align proof system development teams under one multi-prover. And also we need this to enable prover markets so that anyone is able to provide these proofs for these layer 2s. Cool. We'll get into the next part of this tech tree, which is Web 2 scalability. As I said, the idea here is you want auto scaling on these servers. You don't want to think about it. I don't want to, get woken up by DevOps at 2 a.m. and like, oh, we need more capacity, and I need to go like manually deploy a script to launch another chain, and all of the configurations associated with that. But in order to get there in this world where we could have multiple chains for a single application, we need seamless interoperability, and this is just a massive mess. There are so many things here. This tree is broken up into out of cluster and in cluster. The idea here is that stacks like Optimism are creating like a cluster, meaning they have multiple rollups that have some type of shared settlement and shared infrastructure and governance that allow them to make assumptions which make it easier for them to communicate with each other. And this doesn't mean you can't communicate with the outside world, but what it does mean is if I'm developing an application and I have a neighbor that I need to interact with frequently, I can put the walls down a little bit and transact with them more easily. And then if I need to call out to some more advanced or some like other specialized use case, then I can just like go through the regular internet. So that's out of cluster and in cluster. I think honestly, the biggest thing here is like literally just getting the layer 2s to talk to each other. This doesn't even need to require, like you don't need to develop anything for this opportunity or spec anything. Like just go talk to all of them, figure out what they want, write that down somewhere. Like that would already be a huge improvement. And then lastly, I'll go through plentiful compute environments. And so this one's pretty fun, I think, because recently the Ethereum Foundation has launched a Manhattan project to formally verify a RISC-V VM. And so I think that's something you could easily do on like top of the OP stack or any other stack, is start experimenting with different VM types. On top of that, we could be experimenting with other privacy-enhanced computation as well, such as like FHE VMs, ZK VMs. There are some experimenting, but there's no open standards. They're all either partially closed source or in a very like obfuscated code base that you need to be like an engineer on the team to understand. Cool, and so that's opportunity number 4, experimenting with virtual machines on open source and open license. Don't be fooled by open source being the only requirement. Some are open source, not all of them are open license. And 2 popular ones here are like Reth and Rollup Geth. Cool, so those are the 4 areas of improvement I think we can make today, is experiment with inclusion and execution guarantees, build a multi-prover interface, help coordinate interop standards, and build open source and open license code bases with different VMs. Cool, and so I'll get into the last section on Rollup Boost. So this is a product we've been developing at Flashbots. It's open source, open license. And so I'll start with the basics. So in Ethereum, there is something called the engine API. It's how the consensus layer and the execution layer talk to each other. In order to be maximally Ethereum compatible, you actually also ideally are using this engine API in your layer 2 architecture. And so, yeah, the ideal scenario is that we also use this in the CL and EL, and there are some stacks that do. And so we at Flashbot developed this software to just sit in between the CL and the EL. It uses the additional API that these 2 clients use to talk to each other, and we're able to send these requests between each other. We're able to proxy them to other components in the ecosystem. The example we've built today is a block builder, so you can add customizations to your chain like revert protection or faster pre-confirmations all through this block builder. But in the future, we also see this component as being critical in outsourcing proof production to like prover markets and even multiple different types of prover markets. So yeah, I think the really cool thing about this is you don't need to fork the OP stack or the other stacks you're dealing with. If they use the engine API, this works out of the box, and you can start adding customizations to the chain, and it's permissionless to innovate. And I think if we're able to innovate without these if I go to the repo and I don't need to sign a contract to advance the code base, and the code base is also maximally compatible with the layer 1 code bases, then this is like how we recreate this innovation loop. Yeah, also on top of this, Rollup Boost is powering the latest Unichain launch, and then on top of that, WorldCoin also recently announced that they're using it to enable a new type of block building algorithm that prioritizes humans. So there's already a ton of innovation happening in the space on Rollup Boost, and I think it's going to be one of the new innovation hubs for Ethereum Layer 2. So if you see me later, chat with me how we could build CR committees, multi-chain block builders, and multi-provers on Rollup Boost today. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Dan, for a very thorough presentation. We do have a few minutes to answer maybe a couple of questions.
Oh, yeah.
So let's start with, has it ever happened that innovation at Rollup or Layer 2 was later on adopted on Layer 1? And
I don't know of any scenarios this has happened. So yeah, I think that's the big problem right now.
Great. All right. Next is, what do you think about the fractional liquidity from L1 to L2? Would that be the main issue?
Interesting. Fractional liquidity. Yeah, I guess it's like, yeah, the idea of fragmentation. So if my liquidity is on one rollup, it doesn't work on the other rollup. I think if we solve the seamless interoperability subtree, then you won't even notice this.
All right. We do have still a few more minutes. We'd like to answer, does Arbitrum need a boost?
Does Arbitrum need a boost? I think they're boosting time is what I've heard, which is a joke. I think they have an algorithm called time boost. I don't totally know what this question means.
Okay. Let's see. What is next?
Is it this? What about new innovations on L2s?
Yeah.
not transferred. Yeah, there are some cool innovations on layer 2s. I think, as I mentioned, like ZK tech is like by far the coolest. There are some people deploying like Solana, like the SVM and their architecture as a layer 2, which I also think is cool. I think we should keep pushing the window on different blockchain clients and architectures on layer 2.
All right, last few seconds. What do you think of Solana?
What do I think of Solana? Solana's pretty cool. I think Solana is what it looks like if you try to optimize a blockchain client for performance to the max. But I don't think it's what a blockchain client that optimizes for innovation looks like.
Interesting take. And one last is, what is Rollup Boost?
Okay, what is Rollup Boost? Yes, it is a sidecar you can use on layer 2 blockchain clients to enable features without having to fork the underlying blockchain stack.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dan, and please give him a round of applause. All right, now before we head on to the next session, I want to teach you a new word, if you don't mind. So it's a Filipino word called, said mabuhay, and it means long live. And I'd like you to say it to the person next to you or the person back to you and like try to meet yourselves with each other. We'll be right back in a few minutes. We'll probably have a 20-minute break. So again, mabuhay everyone, and we'll be right back at 2:20. Thank you. Thank you. All right, GM everyone, and welcome back to stage one here at Devcon, and welcome again to Bangkok. I hope you guys had a good lunch, or you guys have attended a couple of sessions already. We have a few more exciting sessions happening here at stage one. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And mabuhay. I'm Christopher Starr. I'm from the Philippines. And mabuhay is a Filipino word, which means live long, or to have a long life. So quickly, I'd like you guys to look around next to you, left and right, or at the back, and greet each other good health by saying mabuhay. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. All right. So we have a very exciting topic here right now, because I'm pretty sure you guys use Passkeys. Anyone who's using Passkeys here? Okay, perfect. All right. Now, to be part of this conversation, I highly encourage you guys to open up your Devcon passport and look for today's session. Or later, there will be a QR code that you can scan, so it will automatically go to that page, and then you can scroll down to find the Q&A button. And you can submit questions, or you can upvote questions that you think is very relevant or you can relate to. This will be ongoing throughout the session, so feel free to start sending your questions. Now, without further ado, I already mentioned that the topic will be Passkeys, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it is my great honor to introduce to you someone who I'm pretty sure you guys are very familiar with. Let's all welcome Nicholas.
Okay, so makupai everybody. Today we'll be talking about Passkeys, we'll be talking about security and memes as well. So you'll see it will be entertaining, I hope. I'll be going fast because I have a lot of slides, so don't sleep. So first, you might be wondering what you are doing in this room. Why are we talking about identity and access management protocol? FIDO means fast identity online, so why are we here? It looks very complex. Server blocks, client blocks, a lot of stuff we don't do with Ethereum, but if we are degens, like we all are, we don't really care about all the parts on the server. We care about the fact that with Passkeys, we can generate keys on a web browser. And this is very interesting for us because we like keys, of course. So next slide. Yes. So if I want to go through a presentation of the FIDO protocol in one slide, I would say that FIDO is an authentication protocol. You have a registration phase where you will create a key, you will bind it to a web origin, and then you have an authentication phase where you will get a challenge, you will sign it, and so you can verify that you are in the right place. We have recent gas optimizations that allow us to run the FIDO protocol on-chain, which is why it's interesting, and there are a lot of abstraction going in FIDO, so a lot of different implementation of this protocol going on. Why this is interesting again, we got a God tier UX on mobile with account abstraction with Passkeys. If you have not tried it already, I will suggest trying the Coinbase Smart Wallet, which is very impressive. But you get something that is very close to a Web 2 experience. You just use your biometrics, and you have a wallet. This wallet is self-custodial, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. And well, it's super easy to create an account on mobile with Passkeys. On desktop, it's a bit different, but it's standard as well. So it's good because you have a common interface. You have a QR, you can redirect to your mobile. If you have an Android phone, you can just avoid scanning the QR every time. You can scan it once, and then it will be recognized automatically, but it's proprietary. So it's not a great interface, but at least it's standard on all the implementations, so you have a way to connect your desktop to your mobile, and it's not too confusing, let's say. Regarding a web developer, the experience is pretty standardized, pretty simple as well, because this was acquired by WebAuthn, by the W3C, sorry, under the name WebAuthn. So you pass common parameters when you register, like the user information, the key type, the challenge. So 2 APIs, super simple. I've been going through this very, very quickly because we are not yet at the interesting part. The interesting part is going to start now because you are all wondering where the key is stored. We say we have keys, but well, where is it stored? This is the real question. And unfortunately, to answer this, we have to go through a very, very large bit of history. So I will be just doing this. The FIDO story starts in 2013 with two protocols, the Universal Second Factor and Universal Authentication Factor. Universal Second Factor is the best known, and both protocols are mostly stateless. Stateless meaning that all credentials are not saved in the device. Credentials are generated in the device, saved on the server, so the device can be used to generate an infinite number of credentials. It was launched initially by Google and Yubico. 2014, this is a real commercial launch with two devices, YubiKey and one device on which I worked on. If you look at it, you might recognize the early ledger design, very similar. 2018, FIDO 2 is launched. FIDO 2 introduces something new. It's basically a fusion between U2F and UAF and introduces a concept of resident or discoverable credential. Those credentials are stored into the device, so this completely changes the state of the protocol because now it goes stateful. 2019, WebAuthn is launched by W3C, so it's basically FIDO but acquired by W3C, and at the same time, on Android, you have the Strongbox API which appears, and it is the equivalent of the secure enclave on iOS devices, so a very secure place to store keys, and Android got FIDO 2 certified. I think you are getting a trend there. We get iOS support in 2020, and we see that FIDO starts to be supported in devices which are very secure. So it all looks very good at the moment because we have dedicated devices with secure hardware to support FIDO. We have it in phones with strong security. And in 2022, things start changing because we get a shared announcement from Google, Apple, and Microsoft saying, this protocol looks nice, we are going to support it a lot more. And usually when you get this kind of announcement, it's the beginning of assimilation, and this assimilation has a name, Passkeys. So, well, first thing we can say, in 2023, it starts with the introduction of syncable credentials, so credentials that can be synced to different devices, either with a proprietary scheme or a password manager. So here the illustration is a big temple, because we are in Bangkok. Temples are called Wat. So this is Wat 4. I didn't visit it yet, but yeah, Wat. And in 2024, the FIDO Alliance finally performs a general rebranding around passkeys. So now a passkey is just describing a FIDO credential. And we'll start a specification to make the synchronization a bit less proprietary. So we might ask ourselves, what is a syncable credential? Because if we search for this in the documentation, we won't find any reference to it. That's because the proper name for it is multi-device credential. So that's one thing. And if we want to define it, we can say it's a discoverable or resident credential in the context of a smartphone. But the only way to know if a credential is really syncable is to look at the answers that you get when you register it. You will get a flag which is called backup eligibility. If it's set to 1, then the credential can be synced. So it's something on top of the spec, not super easy to get. The real problem starts now because we have several security misconceptions in FIDO. The first one is that, well, FIDO protects against phishing, not malware. So we can't really expect that FIDO is going to be good to protect against malware, but at the same time, it is implemented on secure devices, so we have strong, we think that the key is going to be strongly protected because this is the way that FIDO was defined. Then we can ask, what is the consequence of introducing syncable credentials to this? And to get even worse, when you look at the implementation on FIDO by crypto people, we abuse it routinely because FIDO is only designed for authentication. When you use it to sign transactions, we can't really verify what we are signing. And if we lose a key, the impact is going much more important for crypto than it is for authentication because you can always revoke an account and you can't revoke a transaction on the blockchain. Then FIDO is designed to be bound by the web origin. if we want to build a common web wallet, we are going to break this property by design. So we have to hack around it, but it's a hack around the specification. And just to say that we have been abusing this protocol for a long time, I'm not especially proud of it, but just mentioning it, I used U2F to communicate between Ledger and MetaMask, and my Ether wallet in 2016 because there was no way to communicate between a browser and a USB device. So it was used as a tunnel at that time. Short break, maybe why secure hardware is important. Secure hardware is important because it will protect the key against malware. Any hardware does that, but secure hardware is supposed to do it better. Then it will protect the key against physical attacks. Physical attacks are the last line of defense. When an attacker has access to a device, you always think that your key is lost. Secure hardware is supposed to protect you against this. But even more importantly, secure hardware will protect you against passive attacks. Passive attacks meaning trying to obtain the key by listening to what the chip is doing, by listening to electromagnetic radiation, power differences, that kind of thing. And the only way to really protect against this is by using dedicated hardware, because even if you use the best open source library, like libsecp 266K1 here, it needs to be customized to your chip to avoid leaking information. So if you're not working with secure hardware, you're going to have problems. That's basically, you are just one speculative leak away from losing the key, for example. So what is FIDO security model for non-seekable credentials? They cannot be extracted by malware. This is very important. The authentication is always done at the enclave level. The enclave is basically in charge. It's holding the key, it's doing the authentication. If you want to do something with the enclave, you have to authenticate. This cannot be bypassed. So the malware cannot, a very strong malware that managed to modify the kernel of the device can fool you into signing something, but it would have to do it every time and it can't do anything else. Now let's think about some hypotheses for the synchronization. The first one will be the good hypothesis. In that case, we imagine that there is a hardware security module sitting at Google and Apple, and this hardware security module is doing a synchronization protocol between two enclaves. In that case, the security model doesn't change, the credential is never exposed, everything is good, or at least it doesn't change. Now the bad synchronization hypothesis. In that case, the key is still owned by the enclave, but you have a way to put it into the application processor to start the synchronization mechanism. In that case, a malware could be able to extract the key, but after prompting the enclave to start the synchronization protocol. And finally, the ugly synchronization hypothesis, where the enclave might not even be used anymore. The key is in the application processor, everything is in the clear, and then a malware could be able to extract the key, and the malware doesn't need to be as sophisticated as in the previous cases. And unfortunately, the only way to know what the implementation is to reverse it. So we are going to do this first on iOS. So iOS, to do this, we need to act as a malware. iOS is a bit difficult to jailbreak, as you know, so I made a reference to a recent jailbreak to show you how complex this is. But since we can synchronize, we can jailbreak an older iOS device and see what happens. So for that, we are going to use the checkmate bug, which is quite powerful and allows us to jailbreak a lot of older iPhones. I use Pale for that, but you might want to use another exploit. It's a bit hard to run, but well, you will manage to run it if you want. Then we can dump the keychain. We have some information about the keychain at Apple, but here the first thing that we notice is that there is no security property that says that a credential needs to be authenticated every time. It's basically authenticated when the device is unlocked, and then it's not going to be locked again. So we see a first problem here. Then digging into it, dumping the keychain itself, we get more information. We got a first attempt that was done on an older version of iOS, a description of what the keychain looks like. We have items in the keychain which are defined by a metadata and the secret itself. The metadata and secret are wrapped by a key which is handled by the platform, so you need to have the device in order to decrypt this. And you have an additional indirection level for metadata, so you have an extra key which will be decrypted by the platform as well. But the scheme is always metadata and secret protected by a key, basically. So there is a small difference between two item version, and basically, knowing this, you can fix what is on the internet today, and you can make it dump the recent items, because protocol buffers is very easy to describe. I mean, it's self-describing, so you can modify this. When you look at the decrypted item, you'll see that the length of the value is 65 bytes plus 32, starting with 04. If you have played with key, you think that, okay, this might just be the public key and the private key concatenated. You can verify it by dumping the key, verifying that the public key associated to the private key is the right one, and it is the right one. So this means we have a way to decrypt. A malware has a way to decrypt the key, it can steal it, and it's fully handled by the application processor on iOS. On Android, we can do the same thing. It's much easier to jailbreak an Android phone because you can just unlock the bootloader, install Magisk, and you're done. Magisk, and you're done. And to look at the application, we'll use a framework called FIDO, which will let us introspect the application and inject code to understand what the program is doing. First question, it's very clear on iOS where the keychain is. On Android, not that much. So we want to know where we are. And for that, we are going to look at the logs. We see a lot of logs referring GMS for Google Mobile Services. Looks like a good place to start, so we will instrument it. To instrument it, we'll just use the signature API in Java, and we will ask for the class that is being used, because that way we can dig further, and we can try to know exactly what is happening. So we do that with GMS. We see finally the name of the class, and we can find some information about that class on the internet. We see that it's a wrapper to another class, so we still don't know if the credential is handled by the secure enclave or on the device, but at least we can dig further. So we start instrumenting again, and this time we will dump the key. So we will assume that if we have the right class, we can cast it, and we can ask it to dump the key. And it works. So we can dump the key, we can verify it's the right private key, it matches the public key, which means that on Android and iOS, we have verified that the key is handled by the application processor. As a bonus on Android, so it's yet another big what here, we get the key before the user authentication, which means that there is a catch mechanism that is loading the key, and user authentication is just there basically to make you think that it's secure, but it's not really secure. Finally, looking at an external password manager, here we have absolutely no expectation, so it's good. I did the example with Bitwarden. You can see when you dump it that the credential is listed as a public key. Bad news, it's not a public key. Of course, it's a private key, so we can just dump it, look at the private key, verify that it matches the public key, exactly the same thing. So if you expected some security by saving your passkey to a password manager, you have none, which is completely the expected result. So to summarize, this is where we are today on smartphones. We have to choose between secure credentials or backupable credentials, which might not be a good thing because you want both. So the passkeys are handled by the application processor. They are easy to extract by a malware when the device is unlocked, and there are physical attacks applicable, which is probably the worst part because something might be able to dump those keys at a later stage. So user-present enforcement is not really linked to usage of the key, and non-syncable passkeys, things doesn't change there, they are still very secure. So we can wonder, how did we get there? One way to say that is that, well, we have conflicting rules between the vendors. So Google says that you can inject a key into the enclave, and Apple says that this is absolutely forbidden. You cannot inject a key into the enclave. So this might be the reason why the enclave were not modified and not used in that case. And all agree that the key cannot be exported from the enclave, so that's another good reason why it's not implemented that way. So FIDO introduced some difference between enterprise and customer passkeys. So this can be another sign that things are not going very, very well. If we wonder what will happen in the future, it's not going to change much, because here we have a draft regarding the synchronization protocol, which is which does not describe how the key is used. If we want to add a trust anchor to the key, so if we want to link a device-bound passkey to the key, there were a few extensions to do that, and they were finally dropped. And in the end, well, if we want a better UX for passkeys, this is also going to be dropped. So we had 3 possible improvement protocols that were dropped. So we can think that this is not going to change much. If you are disappointed by platform authenticator, you can always rely on external passkey implementations. So I listed a few open source ones. The good news is that you can use your favorite hardware wallet if you want. The application is open source and you get a backupable passkey. So it can be another option. What happens on chain? Well, I have 1 minute, so maybe I will go over there very fast. Cartridge initiated the move on Starknet. So passkeys are now very popular because we have been running several optimizations in order to be able to verify passkeys on chain very efficiently. I have a few kernels. I have listed a few kernels that you can use to check to use with passkeys. So ZeroDay, Safecore, or Coinbase Smart Wallet. Here's the main difference. I will just look at how they are using passkey. You make no difference with a common credential on ZeroDay. On Safecore, passkey are supported but discouraged. If you look at the specification, Safecore will tell you it's better to associate the passkey with a regular credential. And if you want to run it on Coinbase Smart Wallet, they support passkeys, they also support regular signatures, and they will prompt you and tell you, yeah, you might want to use a recovery key. So the answer to the maybe burning question, should we drop passkeys? In my opinion, no, because they still offer the best way to onboard people. But we have to think about the threat model and we have to code accordingly. And one thing we can do, since we have smart contracts, we can associate less privilege to passkeys that are not that are syncable. Because since we know that syncable passkeys are way less secure than passkeys that are handled by the device, we can use them with quotas. We can use them, for example, for less money, for less amount of assets, and then we have something that is acceptable. But the most important thing is to know the threat and act accordingly. We are finished, so I will just let you with one last meme for the road. This is the difference between 2014 and 2024. We get rid of password by storing key in password managers. Might not be the best idea. I will let you decide. You can reach me on Twitter, and there will be code on GitHub to describe all this so that you can run it on your own device and you can know if at some point the implementation gets better and, well, the less ugly solution for the synchronization is being picked. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nicholas. That was very entertaining as well to see some memes on the slides. I really enjoyed that. We do have a couple of questions for you. I hope you don't mind answering them.
Of course not.
So the first question is Bitwarden not safe generally or just for managing passkeys?
So Bitwarden is safe for a password manager, but you don't expect the same security to handle password and to handle keys. So that's why I think it's important to store keys in hardware, because if you consider that a key is a password, you lose a lot of security. So Bitwarden is reasonably safe for a password manager, but of course you can extract anything you want from it because this is the way they work.
All right. There's one that's not a question, but thank you for making that big WAP pun. It was brilliant.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Next is, do you think intentional security lowering of the standard could be a dual, I don't like.
Oh yeah, I see the reference. So thanks for making it. No, I think it is. Sorry, I got the direction wrong. Sorry. So no, I don't think it is. I don't think it was pushed by the government. I think it was really a choice to make the UX easier and to make it, well, easier again to not lose private keys. So definitely ease of use was the driver for that, in my opinion.
All right. And next question is, what do you think of spending limits, permission management? What should I use as
Yeah,
well?
so I think spending limits and permission management are definitely a good way to deal with that. And what should I use as a wallet? So I will just speak about wallet frameworks. So not necessarily wallets, but for wallet frameworks, any web framework that will support this is good. So you can, there are a lot of them. I named 3 of them, and I think the 3 of them are good to manage passkeys and to manage additional permissions on top of them.
All right, so there's 4 people who voted this. Well, that was depressing. What to do?
What to do, not panic, so that's the most important part. Keep using passkey, just think about using them, well, using them with knowing this, and use them knowing that they are pretty easy to extract by malware if they are synchronized. So just, yeah, it's not the end of the world. We just have to be more careful.
All right, the next one is hardware YubiKeys would be relatively secure.
Yeah, they are absolutely secure, but using your smartphone to store a key that will not be syncable is also very secure. But then you can't back up it, so it's always a choice.
All right, and next question is, what are our options for non-syncable passkey?
Exactly the same. You have to pass it as being non-discoverable when you create the key, but you can use a smartphone, and in that case, you are on an old style, I would say, FIDO credential.
All right, and let me just check. Okay, so next top voted question is, do you think passkeys are easy enough? Oh, it keeps moving. Do you think passkeys are easy enough to use for normal users? Even as an advanced user, I have sometimes lost access to passkey and had to jump through hoops to recover accounts.
Yes, I think they will be. I think they are in regular cases. It might be a bit rough on the edges at the moment because the protocol is still very new. I mean, passkey synchronization is only 2 years old. So I think it will get better, and ultimately, all the big firms want to push it, so it will definitely get better.
All right, we have a few more seconds to answer this last question. If you turn off syncing passkeys on iOS, are they safe again?
They are still on your device. So the problem here is that if you created the passkey as syncable and you turn off passkey synchronization, you get a passkey that is stored in the application processor and which is not synchronizable. So basically, you get the worst of both worlds. Sorry.
Well, actually, we have a few more seconds. Maybe you want to answer also, what's the future of secure chip? How do you feel Java card in general?
I hope there will be secure chips that are more secure, more open in the future. And Flashbots is doing a lot of research in that, so it's good. Java card is outdated. That's one of the reasons why I decided to start Ledger, because I wanted to have native code running on a smart card. So that's my general take. So Java card is good as considering that basically the only thing that you can buy as the user, so it's good, but just because of that.
All right, thank you so much again, Nicholas, for having shared this with
Thank
us
you.
today. All right, GM again, everyone, my name is Christopher Starr. We do have a next session happening right now, and let me go ahead and introduce you the next speaker about how to destroy a network offboarding the mainstream. Please join me in welcoming Lawrence Day.
I think he was misunderstanding.
Because 2:50. Because it says here 2:50.
What time is it now?
It's 2:50. It's 2:48.
Have to be on time. Like it's 2 minutes and we come back at 2:50.
It's just 2 minutes away.
ซาวมา
GM, everyone, welcome back to stage one here at Devcon, and welcome again to Bangkok. My name is Christopher Starr. I'm from the Philippines. And just like the other session, I'd like to again introduce the word mabuhay, which means long live. And so I would like you guys to quickly greet each other mabuhay and wish each other good health. So if you don't mind, look at your left and your right or the back and just quickly greet each other mabuhay. All right, amazing. I was so excited about the next session that I prematurely introduced it. I apologize to the next speaker. But it is indeed a very exciting topic, and we will talk about how to destroy a network offboarding the mainstream. So please again, join me in welcoming Lawrence Day.
Hello, everyone. The room's half empty now. I'll make sure it's fully empty by the time I'm done. I once again find myself staring at the lights, and I cannot see how many of you are. So if you're in the back and you want to leave, you can. I won't know. I find myself quite anxious for the first time giving a talk, mostly because I'm sober for doing this, but also because I have turned 36 today, and I found out yesterday that I will be 43 by the time the consensus layer gets upgraded. So I'm having a bit of an Ethereum midlife crisis. This is not a technical talk. It's kind of the amuse-bouche between some really interesting stuff on ZK and everything else. This is more of it's a culture talk. Are we the baddies? Like, what have we created? Should we be aware of things coming down the pipe? And I'm not the only one who helped contribute to this, which is good because these two are both more intelligent than me. Josh Cincinnati, the president of the Interchain Foundation, and Paul Dillon Ennis. I think one's watching and the other one's asleep. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your help. And so I've been watching some talks. I've been walking around. I've been speaking to people. It's my first Devcon, and it's been really exciting to kind of like watch the energy and like what people are working on. It's probably going to get a little bit frothy in all of crypto for the next couple of months or like 4 years. We have no idea yet. And so I think it behooves us to maybe just caution ourselves a bit and go like, we spent so long, like 10 years, getting to where we are now. We finally have like the Biddle fund. We finally have like PayPal and every other company are launching stable coins and so on and so forth. And like, was this what we wanted when we built Ethereum? Not that my opinion matters, I don't think. I work on a credit facilitation protocol. It worked like, it's everything for everyone. What would need to happen for everyone to go, Ethereum has failed? Bit of a doomer talk, but we'll make some jokes out of it while we go. I don't want Ethereum to fail. It's the work of my life. I love doing it. But it does seem funny that when you first get into Ethereum, if you're in it for the tech, that you go like, oh, here's the global computer, this godhead, and we're like, BlackRock's in, let's go, wag me. Not that that's a bad thing. I just sometimes find myself going a little bit of a paradox when I work in Ethereum. And so I'm going to talk about a couple of things. Some of them are like probably likely. Some of them are quite outlandish. Just rate them. Like, how funny would it be if they happen? How likely are they to happen? Like, what would the impact be downstream? And yes, like I said, this is not going to be a professional talk. So I guess the first one is like, what happens if one of our homebrews fails, Lido or Rocket Pool or anything of the sort? Because when who was around for the merge? I imagine most people in the room, right? I was sitting at like midnight, 2 a.m. watching it happen, and I popped a bottle. And this was meant to be the whole like, yes, it's no longer an ASIC thing. We own our own network. It's we've taken some control back in like a smaller scale. The way I phrased it is, from the savage mining rigs to the noble home staker. But 32 ETH is the validator stake, and I can't afford that. So it feels like it's out of reach. So we've seen these like solutions come in to fill the gap. So you have Rocket Pool now with its mini pools, so you can do like 4 ETH, which is great. That's more in reach. But what if? What if something goes wrong? What if staked ETH or wrapped ETH, like something goes wonky? And Vitalik was speaking, I think 2 or 3 days ago about how we want to start driving back down to like 1 ETH as a stake. Like that's great that we should get there. We probably won't, or if we do, it'll be 2040. But until it happens, like if something goes wrong in the interim, then the likely net impact is that we see like the exchanges that currently have like a large minority of the network just like aggregate more. And that becomes dangerous. We're in a sunny uplet. We think everything's going to be a little bit better regulatory-wise. Hopefully we'll get some clarity, but that might flip on a dime pretty soon. And then we end up like with a stranglehold in reach. Or we end up, you know, with like Larry Fink ends up in control of everything and we've just created eCoin. Likelihood, I don't think, like, these things have been around for years now. I don't think anything's going to happen. I realize I have a reputation for saying these things and they do, so I'm sorry. Don't laugh too much, please. I don't want to be here next year and be like, that this was the turning point. If something did happen, given that, you know, like I think Lido has, what, 27.7%? That's quite an autistic thing to, I think, and then say the percentage. I think Ethereum would remain safe at its core, but it wouldn't be fun. You know, like we've watched years and years of getting dunked on for proof-of-stake networks, and this would have kind of proved the point that we can't be trusted to kind of guard our own assets or our network. This is what happens when you introduce programmability, you get it wrong. Tether getting sanctioned would probably be another one. Like, stable coins are such a weird thing because they're now like, it's everything and nothing. Like, it's the most boring use case for crypto and also, I think, like probably one of the most important. I've spoken about this in Paris last year, I think it was, saying that, you know, like the soft power in Ethereum now belongs to stablecoin issuers. That's where the liquidity goes. We pair everything off against Tether, Circle, and so on. And, you know, to a lesser degree, RAI, DAI, and so on. Sorry, USDS now, or back. And it's very easy to imagine a situation where, like, you finding, I mean, I don't know how much Tether has of, like, the US bond market now, where things get a bit hostile, and it's actually like, no, we consider you kind of like, we're no longer simpatico with you holding this much collateral and just making it difficult to redeem. What happens then? Like, we're not getting OFACs at scale for ever having Tether in our wallets, but like, what if you kind of like grip onto something and like make it harder? And like, I don't think this is gonna happen as well, but like, it's nice to kind of as a what if. I think there's one that I'll talk about later, which I think is probably more like likely, and that will become a bit contentious. Like, but yeah, if Tether's sanctioned, if now Paolo finally gets like, you know, sent to Gitmo, that's it, we're done. Like, we are back to 2016, it's over. We talk about how, like, you know, if there's going to be a US regulatory compliant stablecoin, it would be Circle, whereas Tether's, you know, please maintain the peg no matter how illegal it may be, thank you, sir. I don't think this would be great, but like, yeah, Bitfinex would have like a wonderful time out of it. You know, like the Tether truth is finally unleashed, going, that was it. Or I think this is the most likely one that's going to happen. And I think weirdly enough, like the beam chain stuff might factor into this, depending on like how things go. Maybe Lido fails, maybe Rocket Pool fails, maybe Tether is sanctioned, something happens, like, yeah, DevOps comes back and actually goes, right, this time I'm coming for the EF wallet. And then, I did mention the other day that like I started on Ethereum the day that happened, that the parity wallet was bricked, and a bunch of people thought I'd like told on myself. This is my announcement that I am DevOps 199. Actually, yeah, Gavin Wood coming down the corridor. Something happens, and we need to wind things back. This is going to be less hands up. Who was around for the DAO hard fork? Enough. All of you could have your hands up. I wouldn't know. I can't see anything. It would be extremely hard, I think, to coordinate that now. Like, we voted on it back in the day, and it was like, what, 5% of all Ether that was around, like, voted for the fork to happen? And that was, like, basically nothing. Like, no quorum, but we were like, well, what other option do we have? You should read The Cryptopians by Laura Shin if you want, like, a deep dive into some of this stuff. It's very good. I don't think we could do this again, and more important, like, in a way that's not centralized. This comes back to, like, you know, what if you end up like relying on Coinbase or Kraken or like whatever to facilitate the fork? And it does seem that we have accepted as canon that this is not happening anymore. Like, the fact that EIP 999 is just there, like, no one's going to be upgrading the contract code to like return the funds to parity or make them accessible again. We're finished with hard forks. But what if? It is not for me to sit here and Doctor Strange to you the various ways that we could finally like have a schism, but I think it's probably more likely than not in the medium term. And back in the day, it was an ideological thing. It was very much like, no, this is what Ethereum was meant to be, and that became Ethereum Classic. we have the Ethereum that we use now, which one, crowned by the social layer. Not happening now. It's wherever Circle and Tether go. And that's interesting. Like, and what happens if they go to different places? Because if you remember, like when ETH POW at the merge, like that was meant to be the fated, like this is the version that exists, and that collapsed. And like Pulse Chain was another one. Shout out Richard Hart wherever you are. I do consider this inevitable. And it could be something really minor that just gets like blown out of all proportion, and like becomes like our Martin Luther moment, like the on the door. It could be EOF bytecode implementation. It could be the Beam chain. It could be anything. I think Ethereum would like, this room would halve in size. We'd have smaller Devcons based on like which camp we fell into. But I think we'd be fine. Like, I mean, Hudson, you arranged the first Devcons like after the fork, didn't you?
Yeah, that was really difficult.
Do you want to do it again?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, like we made plenty of jokes about ETH POW, and a bunch of people like got really into like doing some like interesting ARBs, and you started seeing things like, oh, Arve's deployment there has collapsed, and that was very funny, but no one was ever like tying any value to it. Now that, but like a meaningful stablecoin is on each chain, and that gets weird quick. Is my ticker working? Yes. Base level privacy. I want this. I think most people want this. We've just listened to a talk about like, passkeys and using zero knowledge. I think Aztec Connect should still be around. It's like it got sunsetted. Its final one was like January this year that it stopped running its sequencer. I want it to come back. More importantly, I want it to be in Ethereum. I think we want the optionality of being able to obfuscate things. The who and the what. So, Coinbase have just come out with their schema for confidential ERC20 that uses fully homomorphic encryption to be like, okay, we can hide the who and we can hide the how much. I think that's cool. And I think that's going to get scaled up more like now into kind of like Zcash-y type looking things, but plus the EVM for programmability. I think when you're talking about like hedge funds and what have you, or just large entities that are trying to do stuff on chain. Like 7 years ago, I was doing something with like Hyperledger, trying to do reinsurance at a bank, and like that didn't go anywhere. But that was the kind of thing that was like, well, how much can you hide on chain, like amounts or what have you, which was fun. But like you don't want all of that to be public, and I think it would probably make it really interesting for some institutions to bring more stuff onto Ethereum because they could kind of like access some stuff like, debt issuance or what have you. But some stuff they just kind of want to move in the shadows. And this works really well until you've ever audited a contract or tried to analyze something that's gone wrong, and then you're like, oh, I can't read any logs. I don't know like what the call data was. I don't know what's happened. And so I think this would be fine right up until the moment where like you do have a $250 million hack that like leaves BlackRock out to dry. And then we're like, oh, actually, it turns out this sucks. We don't like this anymore, even though it's like post-facto, like repair of damage. I think confidential ERC20 is going to be one of a line of like, we've seen ERC20R, the reversible version. No one's ever really done anything with it. I think this is going to be in the same kind of schema. Interesting stuff because ERC20 is what it is. But we're never getting base level privacy in Ethereum itself, dog. I'd like it. I want it to happen. I would like to have a Zcash type thing where I could like write by my Solidity contracts. But this is because of who I am, not because like I'm the wider network. A better Ethereum. I really didn't know how that was gonna go. Solana's it's lame and cliche to dunk on Mert and Toli and all of the others for like Solana will shut down. Like we're done. Solana's good. But what happens if, like, over the next 4, 8, 10 years, by the time that the Beam chain happens, wow, I can do off the cuff. What happens if it still is appealing to retail and the institutions that are trying to target them say, fantastic, this is what's, this is where we're going to go, and we just end up kind of spinning our wheels. Because like, what if Bitcoin L2s work? Cardano becomes its like layer for that, and Plutus becomes the language that we all get good at. Well, like, there are other languages than Plutus. I'm showing my age here. Does that pop our tires? Like, we work now. Ethereum is top dog for this kind of thing, but we might not always be. We can't presume that we're always going to be like the successful networks like with the L2 situation. Everyone saw this post, right? 2 days ago. And I was like, oh, shit post or real thing. And then I finished my slides, and I was like, fantastic, I'm done. I'm going for a drink. And then Justin went on stage and was like, the beam chain. I'm like, oh, okay, right, now I have to read all about it. What if another network does this first? Unlikely. I think that unlikely that something like this would happen, but like, what if we get a better Ethereum? I think this is gonna happen. And I think it's gonna happen before I turn 50. Bitcoin was top dog, and it was the thing we had, and then, until it wasn't, right? And then Ethereum turned up, and like, Ethereum might not always be, I'm quoting Tim Clancy here, by the way, the grand network, a godhead unto itself, the fount of a glorious future, might not always be. It's a skill issue if that happens. Like, we'd see, like, they would be completely on us. Like, not an attack vector, this isn't like a bad thing, it's just like, our experiment has failed. Can you imagine bankless? For the next 2 years. I love the bankless guys, I actually enjoy them, but can you imagine? What happens if we become Cosmos? And I say this with love to some of the Cosmos devs I know. The fact that we are responsible for Ethereum is both the best thing about it and the worst, because we are pretty stupid. On aggregate, we all are. I am, you are. And yeah, have you ever read the Cosmos governance forums? Not great. Like, what if that spread to Ethereum? Everyone listens and respects Vitalik. He guides us through his thought leadership, which he's getting better at. What happens when he leaves? Who takes over? You know, who at the EF becomes like the new god? But we need someone to focus on. It seems weird because that's like not how Ethereum should be, but people want to look up to people to take over the reins. And I don't think we really have viable candidates for that yet. This is like Cosmos focuses on being multi-chain, whereas Ethereum's roll-up-centric map is like, we have like, may 1,000 L2s bloom. I think we're less likely to kind of fall into this chasm because we have mainnet to defend. But yeah, if that did happen, like, you could just imagine bickering of like, you know, how do you do X, how do you Y? We're gonna start seeing it over the next years, but like, you know, as the pilling starts, there's the phase of the beam chain, it's gonna happen. Like, we're gonna start quibbling over stuff. Some will get implemented, some will change in spec, and then we'll just argue for years. That's not a bad thing, because this is slow. It has to be slow. We can't move fast and break things when it comes to Ethereum itself. And it would be really frustrating to watch. I have 3 minutes left. I think coming back to like what happens if we kind of just get muddled in ourselves is, because we're human, it's very easy to psyop ourselves or be intentionally psyoped. If Ethereum becomes $1 trillion network, it's worth doing a 5-year long con to just kind of like muddle the, who was it? Was it Mean that did the whole, am I a cool dev? Yeah, I think it's yeah. To just kind of like infiltrate, to kind of like muddy the waters, to run the CIA handbook of, you know, just like make everything by committee, run it back, take all extremes. I wouldn't like to see it happen, but I think it could. I think we're like vulnerable to it. I've got 2 minutes left. I hadn't timed this. I just wrote them and said like, I'll turn up. But I think it's really important to like say, again, Devcon and all of the Ethereum conferences are wonderful, and it's really nice to see everyone here, people old and new. I think it behooves us in the next few years, as things start getting frothy, to just be aware of things that are coming down the pipes that might be a risk to Ethereum. And it feels like, to everyone sitting here, like maybe if I'm not Justin Drake, it feels like I don't have much impact on Ethereum, but you do. As we've seen with the Bangkok traffic, you're not stuck in traffic, you are traffic. All of you are Ethereum. I am, you are. Not Hudson. But that's the point, is that it is a global network of us. You know, this is part of the drive towards the home staking, with like our control, our network, our decision, and we're getting there. And I think you should all be proud of the things that like, we have built as a collective. And in lieu of doing any cringing happy birthday singing, I would like you to just pull out your phones and just tweet, I am Ethereum. That would be nice, I think, just to kind of like psyop a little moment. Timed that pretty well 1 minute ago. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. It was
I would have bet $10,000 that was up there, and I would have made bank.
Okay, it's a really fun presentation, so no wonder there's a very fun Q&A as well, for sure. So first one is it vegan?
I hate all of you.
Okay, next one should be fun. Docs all your alts right now for attendees only. Yeah, it's just like 2 of us here on stage. Nobody else would know.
Buy me a drink later. Oh, God, I can't engage with these questions. I'm not optimizing putting Catgirl Sent on chain. I am 36. Please stop.
Okay, so this is a bit more serious one.
Yep.
Okay. Ethereum is a technocracy that so far hasn't been heavily influenced by BlackRock, etc.
I think that's true. I think we find kind of the blobs that stand apart in the Ethereum Foundation and kind of like the people that we would consider, like that we would mark as being Ethereum, do stand apart from like the institutions that like we talk to and engage with. You're seeing that like we start almost like violently rejecting at the social layer even the perception of conflicts of interest. We saw this recently with EigenLayer, which I was actually like, I think this is fine-ish, but I can see why that ended up unraveling the way it did. I think we're fine. I don't know, like again, it could be that we start like, oh, it's not gonna happen. All of Visa starts settling on chain. Then they have like a motivated interest to be like, we now want control. If you haven't watched Mr. Robot, go watch the eCoin scene. I think that's quite telling.
Okay. The next question, there's actually 2 questions a bit connected to each other. Vitalik leaves, and for some reason, you're in charge of anointing the next thought leader. Gun to your head, who do you think takes over? And there's one that asks, would you want it to be you? Would you replace Vitalik if asked to serve?
Anyone who has to tell someone that they're a king is no king, right? I think it wouldn't be like, I would choose. Absolutely not. A terrifying idea. Who would take over? I'd like to see some of the people at the consensus layer, I think, kick up, but I'm not going to name anyone. And I think that's also weird because we end up kind of like saying it's the technical good communicators, which are diamonds that show up. And like, they're normally quiet because they're just getting stuff done. Like, Vitalik's still quite uncomfortable, I think, like being the face of Ethereum. Like, he's great at doing it and he talks so much, but like, I wouldn't want to be him. I respect him and I do not envy him. I don't know, it's Hudson, that's it. Congrats, you're in charge.
One sec. Sorry, I'm viewing from my phone. Does Ethereum need a new champion, particularly for privacy?
We have champions for privacy on chain. JT Riley, everyone working at Aztec, everyone that's worked in ZK proofs, they're around. You just maybe know or don't know who they are, right? Like, they exist already.
All right, you seem to believe that there is a room for institutions and anon. Cypherpunks both. Isn't that very argument for success in network hardness?
Yes, I've argued before in talks that I think like it's fine for us to have these 2 worlds, but they will inevitably start clashing, I think, as kind of Ethereum is in and of itself inherently political. Assets become money, become power, and there will start to be arguments about like who is in control. Paul Dylan Ennis has given some really interesting talks about regen versus degen culture. And these kind of like cliques that like regens were in the minority for a while because that's what everyone was doing, was just pumping things on like in crypto. Say by the by for Jonathan. How to get accepted to West Ham, 3 Ether, please, everyone.
Okay, how do you see privacy going forward? I get your resistance on L1, but what about L2s? Would this facilitate crime?
I liked Aztec Connect. I want to use DarkFi when it comes out. I think that they're all fantastic. I think it's so hard. I can argue both ways quite easily about the how and the why you wouldn't want privacy on chain, especially when it comes to like arbitrary programmability, because like every contract becomes a tornado, and that's really tricky. But at the same time, it's very much like I want to do these things because like I want to exert my self-sovereignty.
And if we have still a few seconds, do you see a scission between pragmatic vision versus cyberpunk ethos?
I don't know how to answer this. I don't know what a pragmatic vision for Ethereum looks like, because I can only stand here and speak with my biases, and I like to think that I'm a cypherpunk, but maybe I'm a bad one. I don't know like what practice looks like. Is it single slot finality? Is it like more value on the chain? Is it more stable coins? I couldn't tell you.
I think that's for a conversation that we could probably have
Oh yeah,
later
we've
on.
done this for a year.
And so, yeah, exactly. So thank you so much again, Lawrence. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. All right. And thank you so much again, guys. I'll now be passing on the mic to my next predecessor, so to speak. I'll be taking a break, but it has been such a nice experience to be hosting for you guys since the morning. Thank you so much again for joining us at this stage one. We will be right back in a few minutes. We'll be back in 3:20 p.m. Right here at stage one. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
everyone, welcome back. We're going to be transitioning from cyberpunk to crypto economics. Our next talk is going to be on conditional markets, which is, I think, is an extension of prediction markets, which have seen a lot of hype in the last year, I guess. So definitely really excited for this one. So I'm not sure about you, but I like my markets two-sided. So on that vein, we've got two more speakers, Cast.eth and Robin Hanson. So give them a round of applause. Let's go.
Hello, so I'm Calvin, also known as Cast.eth. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Futarchy.fi. It's a project we just announced 2 days ago. And I'm going to be talking about conditional markets and a new way of making decisions called Futarchy. Actually, it was invented by Professor Robin Hanson, who I have an honor to have with me and as our chief scientist. But it's only recently have been implemented in concrete applications. So let's go. So first of all, what are conditional markets? First question everybody asks, is it the same as prediction markets? Not really. So let's go over it. So first, let's start with an example let's go for a prediction market about, let's say, the gas fees of Ethereum. So let's imagine here will the gas fees in Ethereum be higher than 100 Gwei, right? So in the next year. So that's a prediction market you all are familiar with. So imagine here's for 40%. So how do we build a conditional market on top of this? So basically, a conditional market is a trade, a place you can make trades on the different branches of the multiverse. I like to think of different branches of the multiverse. So there's one branch where the gas prices are high. This is the yes branch. There's one branch where the gas prices are low. This is the no branch. And you can trade ETH on both sides separately. And they have different prices because how does it work? Like if you buy the ETH yes, the ETH only if the gas are high, what happens if the gas end up not being high? So the way conditional markets work is basically any trade that you make on a branch that doesn't end up existing, the trades get reverted, and yeah, so and you get your money back basically. So, but how do we implement this on a blockchain? That's a question. So here is a bit of a technical explanation. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the conditional token framework. So it's basically you can get a token and you can split it into yes and no versions or more versions. So the yes version is the version that's worth something if the condition is satisfied. The no version is worth something if it's false. So here what we can do is we can get both DAI and ETH as assets, split them both, have the DAI yes, the ETH yes, the DAI no, the ETH no, and we can actually go around and buy, you can actually go around and make pools, the DAI yes and ETH yes, the ETH no and DAI no. So these pools are going to basically have the prices of ETH if the gas are high and the prices of ETH if the gas are low, right? So you can actually get conditional prices which basically tell you whether it's good or bad for ETH if the gas are, for the ETH price, if the gas is high. Of course, it doesn't tell the causation. It cannot tell you if it's gas prices are being high is good for Ethereum, or if it's the other way around. If the Ethereum is doing well, ETH doing well means the gas prices are going to be high. So it doesn't tell you this, but it tells you the correlation. So let's move forward. We can also do conditional features. So basically, if you trade using the DAI yes, for instance, as a collateral, you automatically have conditional features. So here's an example. Like we can try to estimate. I have features for inflation, features for unemployment, and we can actually predict this based on. We can estimate what's going to happen with inflation and unemployment depending on whether the interest rates are cut or not, for instance. So here we actually implemented, so our new project, it also owns this exchange called Quiver.trade. It has been working on this in the last few years. So we actually implemented conditional features. So here's the conditional features on the price of Bitcoin if Trump wins or loses the election. So you see here 2 different prices, right? So the market was estimating that the price of Bitcoin would be higher if Trump wins, and that's exactly what happened. The final price was 75,700. And eventually the market actually settled for 75,900, right? So you can actually bet on how big of the impact it's going to be. So let's move forward. So what is Futarchy? Futarchy is basically using these markets to estimate the impact based on the difference between the yes and no prices, and then using these estimates to make decisions, to actually decide things. So let's move forward. So just some history. So there has been some places where you can make already conditional forecasts. So there manifold that you trade with Mana, which is a play money. Now they have sweepstakes. Metaclus is a forecasting tool that gives you points based on your forecast. It tracks how accurate it is. It also lets you make conditional estimates. So here's an example from the kind of unintentional as example. You have prediction markets for who's going to win the nomination. Here in the case like the Democratic nomination, and then you also have the probabilities of they win in the election. So if you divide one by another, you can have the prices that estimate like what's the chance of their winning the election if they get nominated. So in theory, like the Democratic Party could use this to decide that hey, nominating Gavin Newsom would actually be better for them to win, but they didn't do that and they lost. So yeah. So here's a pioneering project called MetaDAO. It was the first actual implementation of a Futarchy governance for real. So this is a project on Solana. It's a pretty interesting pioneering project that we owe a lot to. And so, yeah, so basically they have the token price, and if you create a proposal, they can see the prices if the proposal passes and the price if the proposal doesn't pass. And so basically the proposals pass if the market estimated this is going to make the price go up if the proposal passes. So it's a new way you can use that instead of using token voting. Right? So Futarchy going forward. So first, we just announced our new project, Futarchy.fi. So we're going to bring the very first Futarchy on Ethereum. But we're going to be focusing very much on this question, which is, well, how can we actually get people making great proposals, creating great proposals? Right now, mostly only insiders create proposals, or you have people from the outside of DAOs making proposals. Usually, they want to like make a proposal for them to get some money or something, right? How do we incentivize people to make great proposals regardless of their self-interest? So here's the framework we have in mind. It's basically a Futarchy cycle. So first, we want to have people bidding to create proposals. So we cannot have many proposals at once, not easily at least. So let's have an auction for the right to make a proposal. Step two, the winner presents their proposal, a draft, there's discussion, people discuss the edits, and then there's the final proposal that goes to step three, the market evaluation, where you can actually estimate the token price if the proposal gets passed, and the token price if the proposal fails, and you have the market estimate which of the two is actually best. So basically, instead of voting yes or no in a proposal, voting yes, you have to vote for yes. I'm using voting because you don't actually make a trade, you don't make a vote. To vote yes is basically tell, I want to buy this coin, I want to invest on this project if they do this. To vote no is actually, I want to sell my coins, my tokens if they do this. So basically, it's a pretty interesting thing because not only because you don't have to think that the market is perfect and always makes the right decision. The cool thing is if you are a token holder and you see the project doing something stupid, you can just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to sell all my tokens conditional on this proposal passing. I'm going to sell them all. So basically, for a proposal to pass, they have to buy, all the people in favor have to buy out everybody that is against, right? So it's a good protection for minority token holders. All right. So, and then after the proposal passes, automatic execution, or you can go to also the normal DAO governance if it's an advisory Futarchy. And then first, the last part, it's very important. That's a unique thing we're bringing, paying rewards to actually incentivize people to make these proposals. So here, how we think of a reward distribution, we want to give a reward based on the impact. The bigger the impact the proposal has on the price, the better, and the bigger the reward needs to be. So who needs to get rewards? The bidder, the one who won the auction to make a proposal, the liquidity providers who make liquidity on the conditional markets, people who, and also maybe people who gave intellectual contribution, and other kind of contribution, other kinds of work that needed for the proposal to actually happen. And when do we give the rewards? Maybe when the proposal is evaluated and passes by the market, when it's actually approved by the governance mechanism, and when it's delivered, actually executed in practice, and it actually was done. The proposal was actually done. So, so what is being built right now? There's a few things being built right now. So there are several projects working on using this for grant evaluation. So they're going to have an accurate estimate, or an objective estimate of how good the grant was, or how well the grant performed. And you have an estimate of this, conditional on the grant being received, so you can actually use that to decide which grants to give. So you have the MetaDAO itself is doing that on Solana. You have the Battery project doing this on Ethereum. They got a grant from Uniswap. So Futarchy Borgs, that's a new thing. So we are going to make a partnership with MetaLex. It's a legal cybernetic thing. So it's actually basically how to create a legal entity that is controlled by a Futarchy. Okay, another example from science. So I don't know how many know about cryonics. So, but you can have scientific research. You can have a prediction market for what's the chance of a breakthrough in science, and you can actually make it conditional on like getting $10 million more funding or not. So maybe the chance of a breakthrough, if there's no funding, is only 20%, but the chance of breakthrough, if they get $10 million, is 70%, right? So you can actually estimate how much your more money is going to actually help, and you can actually use this, say, to give out credit certificates, right? Impact certificates for the funders in a very in an objective way, in a very and the last market advice for DAO. So we can use the same mechanism for Futarchy as an advisory mechanism. So we hope to, our project has been funded by, led by Gnosis DAO. So we hope to serve as an advisory mechanism to create proposals for the Gnosis DAO. And right, and here are some new ideas. So many people, we encourage all of you to think of ways you can use these ideas of Futarchy and conditional markets. So fire the CEO markets. Stock price is lower if the CEO is fired, means you should fire the CEO. Evaluation of future employee, and chances of making deadlines. Even romantic relationships, right? So, yeah. There's this project that did this. Expected GPA, so you can use this to decide which students to approve, which girlfriends which people to go on a date with, capital allocation for companies. Well, many thanks. Many thanks. Yeah, and finally, Ethereum governance. We could use this eventually as a way to evaluate the impact of roadmap decisions, right? So now, what everybody has been waiting for, Professor Robin Hanson. Thank you very much. So you may have seen him on during the first day, first talk. Some of his papers were mentioned, including one about market manipulation, which is a concern everybody has about Futarchy. So Robin, thank you very much. I'm sorry I wasted some of your time. Thank you.
Hello. So people have been concerned a long time about manipulation in prediction markets, which include Futarchy and other markets. So I just wanted to address that first before we go on and talk about Futarchy. So the idea, our standard model of financial markets has two kinds of players. I call them wolves and sheep. The wolves know something, and they go to the market to trade on what they know. The sheep don't know anything, and they're there to trade for some other reason. That's pretty much it. And the wolves want to trade against the sheep. When a wolf trades against a wolf, on average, neither of them can make money, but when a wolf trades against a sheep, they can make money, so the wolves want to trade against sheep. So wolves are attracted where the sheep go. So this means that the more sheep there are, the more wolves are attracted, the more wolves who know more things and who try harder to know more things, and therefore the price gets more accurate with more wolves, and therefore with more sheep. So a standard thing we know about financial markets, the more trading there is in a market, the more accurate it is. We see this in stocks. Say Google is bigger than a small stock company. Markets in the presidential election, more accurate than senates, et cetera. So this is a basic fact about the markets, that the more sheep you can get, the more people you can trade in a market for any reason, the more wolves show up, the more accurate the prices get. And the key thing to know that a manipulator, somebody who wants to push the price somewhere, is basically a sheep. That is, they don't particularly know something. They just have a goal of what they want to do by pushing the price, and that means the wolves would love to trade against them, and expecting there to be manipulators attracts the wolves and makes the prices more accurate. So that's the headline. On average, when traders expect manipulators in a market, the price is more accurate. All right, so now going back to Futarchy. So there's this key mechanism that I've been excited about for 25 years now, but the key point is you have a metric of what you want out of something. So say this is the stock price, and we want to know, should we fire the CEO? And so what we do is we set up a break of two markets. One is the stock price if we fire the CEO, and the other is the stock price if we don't. We track those two prices for a period, and we try to tell if there's a difference. And if we can tell what the difference is, then we follow the market advice about the difference. So if the price of the stock giving that you fire the CEO is higher than given that you don't, you fire the CEO. And then from that point on, the price should track whichever decision you make. So you make decision conditional prices, you make a decision, and then the price continues on with the one you had. So this is the dream, this is the vision of Futarchy. But I know you guys are designers out there, so I thought I would include you in our process of thinking about all the things that can go wrong here or might go wrong and trying to fix them. So now that 25 years later, we're finally implementing this in a number of ways. There are a number of concerns and issues about things that could go wrong. So for example, if you just say, okay, everybody make proposals, you'll get way too many of them. What do you do? As Calvin mentioned, you can hold an auction so that only the best proposals might get approved, and then we'll evaluate those. If you're looking at these prices that go up and down and it's hard to tell the difference, well, you might want a thicker market, and one way to get that is to have subsidies. An automated market maker to subsidize the trading, and then you'll get sharper prices and you can see clearer differences. But if you make people pay to put their proposal up and then you use some of that money to fund a market maker, there's the problem that the only people who will pay to do that are people who are going to get some sort of rents out of their proposal. The proposal favors them somehow. And maybe we'd like proposals that just favor everybody. How do we do that? Well, what we want to do is reward people. If they make a proposal that's passed, we say, good job, you should get a cut of that. And if we can, we'd like to even see the difference in those two prices, because that's a measure of how good a decision it is, how much value is produced, and give them a cut of that. And that's a way to do better on getting good proposals to be made and not having too many others distracting. All right, now, there is a potential problem. We're not sure how much of a problem it is, but it's been reported as a problem that when you have these conditional markets, one of the condition is more likely than the other, and eventually as the market gets pretty confident what the decision's going to be, then the outcome that's unlikely to happen, people might feel free to mess with that price by pushing it up or down, because say if there's only 1% chance it happens, there's only a 1% chance they'll actually have to pay anything on that. And therefore, those prices might get messed up. So I'd like to do some lab experiments to measure this, but the key idea is let's make a statistical model that includes this effect, that the accuracy of prices might get worse, and you move into this regime of a very low probability event, and then we can take that into account in our formula for telling whether there's a difference in the prices and how much it is, and then we can not worry so much about this. For that, we'll need some sort of, probably also to have a market in the probability of which outcome is going to happen, but that's straightforward to do. Now, we have this middle period when we're measuring the prices, and we'll put a market maker in there to make sure that we get sharp prices. But now, if the market was thinner before that period, this is an incentive for people to wait and reveal information during this period, because that's when they get paid the most for it. But now, if information is being revealed during this period, that'll complicate our task of trying to distinguish the two prices. The difference might vary with the information that comes out. So what we really want to do is have the information come out just before this period. So then we want to have a especially high subsidy just before the measurement period. Tell everybody this is the time to get your information out, and then low information during the period, easier to measure. Now there's a problem potentially. So say we have a proposal that everybody thinks is great. So if we don't approve it right now, we're probably just going to propose it again and approve it next period. But now the difference is really the difference between what happens if we approve it now versus a month from now. And so that might be a pretty small difference, and therefore we'll reject the proposal. So to deal with that, what we might want to do is first have a proposal we say, we're about to consider the following proposal. If we don't approve it now, we don't get to approve it again for a year. And then when we consider the proposal, we'll know if you don't approve it now, we won't have it for a year. Now you'll see a bigger difference between yes and no. Now, it's sometimes convenient for organizations to lock assets of some investors and some managers. But if there's a market proposal they really hate, it seems tempting to let them sell those assets in the conditional markets as if to say, look, if you're going to do this, I'm out. I don't want to be part of this organization. I want to sell my assets. And that seems to make sense as a structure, but we worry that people could sort of use the excuse of selling something in order to sell the assets that were supposed to be locked. And so there's a trade-off there to work out. How do we set it up so that people who are big players in an organization with assets say, I really hate this proposal. I want to be out. If this happens, they can use their money to sell on the no, sell no on the yes side, push the price down on the yes side, and we want that to work for that. Now, there's also an issue that there might be a good proposal and somehow people conspire to knock it down so they can put it up again with their name on it and they should get the reward. So we need some sort of intellectual property with proposals, some way in which you invent a proposal, you put it up, somebody else can't just cross your name off and put their name on, get paid instead. And so we need some way to judge who contributed how much to proposals. Finally, well, oddly, people might be, this often happens in organizations, if we use these markets to make decisions that previously important people were making, they might be unhappy that the market's making the decision instead of them, and they might try to resist these markets, and so that's an issue with trying to maybe change norms, or, so initially in the prediction market world, people made relatively safe decisions, even too safe in order to avoid offending people who are decision makers. And now for Q&A.
Thank you very much.
Those were not the talk slides that I
Thanks a million, guys. That was really interesting. I guess, how long before we can start putting bets on Futarchy?
Hopefully before the end of the year or very early next year. That's the hope.
Wow. That's really exciting. So a few questions here. We don't have too much time, but first one is maybe for Robin specifically. Who did you bet on the presidential election?
The whole point of these markets is that we want you to shut up if you don't know. We want an environment where people don't all just talk because they're interested and want to blather. Instead, you're supposed to shut up if you don't know. So when I don't know, I shut up. I didn't know.
Nice.
So in fact, I don't actually trade in very many of these because I've fully internalized the norm that unless I think I know as well as the best people who will participate in these markets, I should shut up and not participate.
Well, okay, that put me in my place. So next one, why haven't we seen, or again, this is again, I'm not sure if this holds up, but why haven't we seen Futarchy governance yet? And how long until we see it?
So the way I see it is some kind of civilizational tech tree that I think the timing to get people excited about Futarchy is now that prediction markets are getting mainstream. So that's my vision of this.
Look, everything happens first at some point. This is the point.
I like it. Okay, so maybe a bit more detail one. What additional, or to prediction markets in general, what additional costs are intrinsic to using prediction markets to aggregate knowledge as compared to just paying a set of experts for their opinions?
How can you trust these experts?
Well, so if you want to pay a bunch of experts, first of all, you have to figure out who they are. And a lot of people volunteer to be experts when they're not. Remember the bullshit we just talked about? Okay. Secondly, you'll have to get them to be honest with you. So often experts know enough to tell you what you want to hear, pandering to your preconceptions. So it's hard to get them to tell you what they'd really think if they weren't pandering to you. So you need a way to make them be honest, and that's why tying their incentives to the truth helps a lot.
Got it. Okay, so maybe one more question. So you gave a few examples. One was related to sort of a decision tree for presidential elections. Another one was Futarchy government. So who do you see as the counterparties or liquidity providers in these mechanisms?
So for the governance mechanisms, the company itself or the organization itself is a pretty strong candidate because the organization is going to be the one to benefit the most for good decisions. So they have all the incentives to subsidize it. Yeah.
So the general vision here is that we have lots of topics on which we'd like accurate estimates. There's a lot of topics on which we could make prediction markets, but if we just turn them on, people might not participate because why should they bother to give you free information? What we want is the people who want the information to pay to create and subsidize the markets so that other people will come trade to give that person the information they wanted. So this isn't a way to get free information. This is a way to buy the information you want.
Yeah, that's a perfect note to wrap up on. Again, thanks very much for the talk, guys, and another round of applause, please. Let's take a break. It's a 5-minute break. So,
you sure?
Yeah. So we're going to have a 5-minute break, and we're going to be back with another talk on voting with time commitment. Yeah. Thank you. How we all doing? 3 more talks left. So I think there's still some autographs being signed over that corner. But I guess we're going to get ready for the next speaker. So plutocracy, Sybil attacks, and vote buying. These are 3 problems that voting mechanisms face. And our next talk, voting with time commitments, is going to handle those 3 problems and give us some intuition for how we can potentially solve those. So on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the screen for you guys, there's going to be a QR code. So make sure you scan the QR code and submit some questions so we can have some interesting discussion after the talk. But without further ado, please welcome Vijay, who's going to be the speaker for the next session. Thank you.
Hello, thank you all for coming for today's presentation. My name is Vijay Mohan. I'm an economist and an independent researcher in the space. I think following Dr. Hansen is a pretty hard act, but anyway, I'd like to share some thoughts on voting with time commitment. That is how you use time commitment for blockchain governance. So just to give you some background, we're all familiar with token-based voting, which is that you have a certain number of governance tokens, and based on the number of governance tokens you have, you get voting power in proportion to that. So this is something we're all quite familiar with. But when you go through the literature, both the academic literature and, in fact, blog posts by practitioners, there are 3 problems that keep cropping up. So the first one is a plutocracy. So by plutocracy, I mean that there are certain token holders who are whales. They have a disproportionate amount of those governance tokens, and they're able to influence the decisions from the voting process. The second one is a Sybil attack, and this comes because a blockchain is pseudonymous, so it's sort of the blockchain equivalent of voter fraud. You basically create multiple accounts with fake identities, and you do that because the voting mechanism you have gives you some advantage of doing so. So that's the second problem. And the third one is vote buying, where you buy tokens just before a vote. The idea being that you buy those tokens to control the vote, and you sell them immediately after. Right? So you're sort of buying that proposal, and it's all happens very quickly. You buy it, you vote, you hijack the proposal, and then you sell. And what we are finding is that a lot of DAOs are adopting some voting scheme that's out there. Could be 1 token, 1 vote, could be quadratic voting. They've heard about it. None of these were necessarily blockchain-based things. They adopt it, and then what they find is later on, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the road, you're left with one of these problems, right? Either you find that, so for example, if it's 1 token, 1 vote, you would expect that you may end up with a plutocracy. And that's the problems that you end up finding. And then there's a lot of talk about, oops, we've got a plutocracy here, or our voting mechanism has been Sybil attacked. So, I mean, the question we need to ask is, what if we took 1 step back, looked at the big picture, and said, if I wanted to develop a voting mechanism from scratch, well, how do I think about it so that I minimize the chance of these problems coming up at the end? And that's what I tried to do with 2 co-authors, Payman Kezer and Chris Berg. We wrote a paper which was published this year where we essentially asked that question. If we start thinking about these problems right at the get-go and build things from scratch, and we think about all the ways in which these things can be linked. For example, how is a plutocracy linked to a Sybil attack? How can we reduce vote buying? Because we know we're going to end up with these problems at the end. How would that look? So that's sort of the problem we attacked. And what we ended up doing was, well, we proposed a new voting scheme, which said that, well, this might have a lot of potential in circumventing those problems and have even additional beneficial features. So it's sort of a new voting mechanism we proposed. I would love to hear your feedback at the end of it, of course, but that was one of the main things about this paper. And overall, we really wanted to emphasize this idea of time-based suffrage. So there's this paper by, I think it was KS and Leos, if I remember correctly, where they identified a lot of different voting schemes, suffrages. They said, well, there's token-based suffrage, there's meritocracy, and there's identity-based. Conspicuously absent was time-based, suffrage. And we really wanted to emphasize that, look, time has value for a voting mechanism on the blockchain. So I'm going to get a little bit technical but it's just basic technicalities that I need to get across. In any token-based voting system, you're going to have to find a way to connect the number of tokens you have to the number of votes you get. And that's all this function is saying. It's just saying that you've got to take the number of tokens and come up with some scheme to convert it to votes. So the simplest one is one token, one vote, where that function is just V of Q is equal to Q. Every token you have, you get one vote for it. But you could go to town with this problem, right? You could say that I'm going to square it, I'm going to cube it, I'm going to take the logarithm of the number of tokens I have, I'm going to take an exponent. You can do whatever you like with it. So depending on what you do, you are going to affect these problems, the Sybil attack problem and the plutocracy problem. And our goal here is to put some structure into this problem. That if you go to town with this and you say, I want to make a log of Q as my voting mechanism, sure, go ahead and do it, but what problem are you going to end up with? How do we think about it right from the beginning? So what we show in that paper is that under very reasonable conditions, by which I mean when you rule out crazy stuff like collusion and things like that, all you can do to prevent a Sybil attack with that basic transformation from tokens to votes that you've created is to make sure that that function is linear in tokens. If you curve it the wrong way, you're going to end up with a Sybil attack. So it's got to be linear in tokens. We also show, and it sort of makes sense, right? If you think about it intuitively, let's suppose you have 10 tokens and everything is linear. If you take the 10 tokens and split it into 2 accounts of 5 each, well, 5 plus 5 is still equal to 10. So as long as you maintain that linearity, there's going to be no incentive for you to open multiple accounts. So that's the simplest way to tackle that Sybil resistance problem. However, with plutocracy resistance, you need to put some curvature on that function. You need to sort of make it strictly concave, by which I mean that every token that you vote with, additional token that you vote with, you get more votes, but each additional token gets you less votes than the previous one did. So it sort of tapers off, and that also makes perfect sense. If you want to control a plutocracy and make sure people don't, maximize the power of their tokens too much, every additional token that they put in, the influence of that should taper off. And that's what this says. But if you think about it, you cannot have both simultaneously. You cannot have a straight line function, which is linear, the first one for Sybil attack, and a curvy function to get rid of plutocracy, which is the second one. And that's what we call the Sybil resistance or the plutocracy Sybil dilemma, which is that you got to pick one. Right? If you're going to make it straight, if you're going to make that function a straight line, you'll get rid of a Sybil attack, most likely, but you are going to end up with a plutocracy. If you put a curve on it, you'll control a plutocracy, but be prepared for a Sybil attack. And that's the dilemma that you're faced with a pure token-based voting system. So all blockchains that are based on that have token-based voting have only two options. They either have to, the way they structure that conversion from tokens to votes, they can either do it in a manner which gets them plutocracy resistance, but they've got to find some other way to control the Sybil problem. Because that plutocracy resistance only comes when you curve that vote function a particular way. Or you can make that vote function linear, in which case, yes, you've made your vote function as Sybil resistant as possible, but then you've got to find some other way to tackle the plutocracy. So it's not enough to have V as a function of Q alone. You actually need two resources or two instruments. And this is very well known in economic policy, right? So when you're looking at an economy and you've got two national policy targets, say you want to control inflation and you want to control unemployment, you cannot achieve it with one instrument like interest rates because they're moving in opposite directions. You need two instruments. And that's exactly the first insight we want to give, is that you can't make just V as a function of Q alone and tackle both these problems. You need a second instrument. You tackled one problem, you need a second instrument to tackle the other one. So the second instrument that we are proposing, apart from Q, is time commitment, where when you vote, you lock up your tokens for a certain amount of time as well. Right? So basically, you've got two resources now. You've got two voting instruments. You've got Q and you've got T. And one attacks one problem, the other attacks the other problem. And we're actually quite familiar with this because Curve does use that sort of logic in its voting function. So for those of you who are familiar with Curve, it's just Q times T is what they're really doing, where T I'm measuring is a quarter of the number of years that you lock. And of course, you could go crazy with this, right? You could say that I'm going to lock one token for 1,000,000 billion gazillion years, and I'm the king of Curve. Well, to prevent that, they've capped it off. They've said that 4 years is the maximum, and that would make sense, right? So every time you want to have a time commitment here, we want to cap off the time commitment so that one person doesn't put 1/10 of a token for 1,000,000,000,000 years and somehow gets a lot of votes. So the time commitment there is capped off at 4 years. But Curve also introduces a lot more strictness. The vote escrow Curve token that it introduces is non-transferable. You cannot get out of that time commitment. It's absolutely locked. So they've got these other details that are happening behind that vote function. But if you just look at it, it's pretty nice, right? It's linear in Q, so my guess is that this is going to be pretty Sybil resistant, and it's got time. So if you don't have tokens, you can use time to sort of, fight with someone who does have tokens. So it's sort of ticking the box there, and I like this when I first see it. And any type of time dimension that you add to the voting process, you are going to provide a disincentive for vote buying. Because the idea of vote buying is that you buy tokens, you vote, and then you immediately sell them. And your whole purpose is to control the voting. If you put any type of time delay, even if it's a 2-day time delay or 4 years like Curve does, it is a disincentive for vote buying because you've locked your tokens and they can't get rid of it immediately. So there's an opportunity cost for them to keep those tokens locked. So time commitment has 2 immediate benefits. The first is that you've got this other instrument with which you can express the intensity of your preferences. And second, you've got protection against vote buying. So out of those 3 problems, time commitment almost immediately solves one, which is vote buying. And the other nice thing about time commitment is that you cannot launch a Sybil attack with time. If you're going to create multiple accounts, you cannot populate those accounts with time. You've got to populate them with tokens. So time cannot be exploited for a Sybil attack the way tokens can be. So we don't have to worry. Once we've introduced time into that vote function, we don't have to really worry about time being used for a Sybil attack. Your focus is always on tokens being used for a Sybil attack. So the overall picture that comes now is let's structure our voting function in such a way that it's linear and we minimize the chance of a Sybil attack. And then you use time to counter the plutocracy. 2 different instruments acting in 2 different ways, right? So you structure it so that the one which can be used for a Sybil attack, you eliminate that possibility. The other one, time, which cannot be used for a Sybil attack, you let that do the plutocracy. So if I go back to that vote escrow that Curve has, like I said, it's pretty nice at the face of it, but the devil's always in the detail. Even though Curve has got a lot of strict rules behind it, that you cannot transfer it, you cannot get rid of that time commitment, actually you can. Even if you don't sell the vote escrow tokens, you can actually sell your claims over the locked tokens to someone. It's over the counter, and it's quite complicated, right? But it can be done. There are some articles, I think by Open Zeppelin, which describe exactly how you can sell your claims over those locked tokens, even if you can't sell the locked tokens themselves. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it, to get out of what, that time commitment which is completely inflexible, is to add another layer. And I think that's where Convex came in. They said, look, it's completely inflexible. Let's add another layer which adds flexibility, right? And then after Convex came VoteEM, after VoteEM came someone else, and pretty soon no one knew what was going on, who owned what, who was voting for what, and we all gave up trying to figure that particular problem out. So yeah, you can circumvent that extreme time commitment in certain ways, but wouldn't it be just nice to be able to get rid of your time commitment? For whatever reason, you need to appease your spouse, you need funds for school, you don't like that platform anymore. Get rid of the time commitment and move on. So we think that flexibility is a good thing, that the strict thing that Curve has introduced is too strict, and that's why you've seen all these layers being added to that. And also, if you think about the fact how the way vote escrow is structured, once you've committed for, say, 4 years, you can vote again and again on proposals with those locked tokens. There's a decay rate and all that, but basically you don't have to think about what are important proposals anymore. You just keep voting, time after time with that power of wealth that you have without actually having to think about the proposals. So wouldn't it be nice if all the voting took place on a proposal by proposal basis so that people actually have to think, especially whales and other people who have, if you're going to put all your monetary backing behind one proposal, what's it going to mean for the next one, right? So, and of course, given the first point, if you can get out of it, well, maybe you will incur some loss, but if the next proposal is valuable enough, you have to think about it. At this point, with Curve, you don't. And of course, this is linear in both ways. It's linear with respect to Q, which is a good thing, which gives you Sybil resistance, but it's also linear with respect to T, which means that if you really want people to encourage them to commit for the long term, this doesn't scale well. It's like every additional unit of time, it linearly increases. Why not give that more power? If your DAO is interested in long-term commitment, why not give as much power as possible to long-term commitment? So we started off with these 3 problems: plutocracy, Sybil resistance, and vote buying. But once we went into the Curve mechanism, there seemed to be a lot more, desirable features that we could add. We could give that T function part of it more power to justify long-term commitment. We could make it proposal by proposal so that everyone has to think about where are you going to put your money. If you don't like it at the end after 6 months and you think that, oh my God, this platform is going the wrong way, you can get out of that time commitment, right? You don't have to rely on convex and this and that and complete chaos to be able to have flexibility. It's built into the problem. And there is some mechanism for information to be generated from the voting process, which I haven't talked about before, and I'll talk about that briefly in a minute. So the idea we came up with at the end is something called bond voting. And I won't go too much into detail into this. The paper is published, and anyone who's interested can take a look or just come and see me, and I'm happy to chat about it. But what we did was we started off with a 0 coupon bond, like a treasury bill, and said that, well, you get a coupon payment at the end, you buy it at a discount. What if we did that with voting? You get 1 vote, and how much you commit determines how much of a discount you get in terms of how much you have to stake in order to vote. So we played around with that idea for a while, and this is the formula that we ended up with, where it's linear in Q, but it's exponential in T, right? So it should be fairly Sybil resistant because of the linearity in Q, but that exponent in T gives you a lot of incentive for long-term commitment because you get a lot of benefit from it. And R is an interest rate parameter that's fixed by the bond governance, the blockchain governance. And intuitively, the way we like to think about it is that suppose you commit a certain number of tokens Q for a certain amount of period T. Think of it as the platform issuing a voting bond for you. And you can just think of that as an NFT. So you get an NFT which says, this is the amount of tokens you've committed, this is the time for which you've committed it for. And the reason I want to think of it as an instrument is because once I've got that NFT, if I don't want to commit anymore, I can sell that NFT. I can trade that instrument in a secondary market. The market will decide how much to pay for it, but it will let you get out of that commitment with maybe a small market-based penalty. It's not the platform introducing any penalty on you. It's what the market thinks those tokens are valued, that you've locked up before, what they think they're valued now, right? So that gives you a sort of a way to get out of the commitment. It's tradable in a secondary market. And an important thing about a secondary market is that it carries information. So when you look at treasury bills or bonds, you look at the slope of the yield curve to think about what is the economy, how is the economy performing. So when the yield curve turns negative, you think that, well, maybe a recession is oncoming. You can have that same sort of logic here. Once there are enough maturities of these voting bonds, you see the sort of implicit return that you're getting on them, the interest you're getting on them, and if that is sort of downward sloping yield curve that you get, it tells you that the market view is that the blockchain is not in good shape. So there are informational properties. The same way we get information from bond trades, you can get information from voting bond trades as well. So it ticks a lot of these boxes. And here I just had a quick diagram, not particularly useful, I guess, at this point. But the green one is your vote escrows. It's a straight line with respect to T. I've got time commitment on my horizontal axis. And here I've only had 18 periods. But the red one is bond voting. And if you keep extending that, it'll just escalate and exponentially go up. So it starts slow, but it really rewards long-term commitment, right? So just to summarize the benefits of bond voting, it's linear in token, so it should be Sybil resistant. You've got time to fight the plutocracy problem. Time commitment solves the vote buying problem. You've got T as an exponential function, so the power of time commitment increases very rapidly. You really reward long-term commitment to that platform. We actually solve for the dynamics of this as well and say that even after you lock up, if a new proposal comes in and you really want to vote for that one, what would your reaction be? So we sort of think about the dynamics and justify why proposal by proposal voting should work in this scheme. Staking with flexibility, you've got sort of this NFT that you can get rid of whenever you think that commitment is no longer valuable. You don't need convex and votium and all these things to come up on top of that. And when you've got this happening for a large amount of time, you will see that there are informational properties that you can get out of it, just like we get information from bonds. So that sort of summarizes what I would like to say. And thank you again for coming today. And if you have any questions, please reach out, or just want to chat, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Epic stuff, Vijay. Thanks very much. So, audience, don't forget to scan the QR code and submit any questions that you might have or upvote the ones that exist. So, first question there, are there any examples of voting mechanisms which could involve ETH?
I mean, it's a DAO by DAO. I'm not sure I understand the question exactly, but yeah, I mean, if your token, governance token is ETH in any way, or your platform, whatever your DAO has as the governance token, your voting mechanism is based on that. So yeah, it could involve ETH. In fact, there are actually very clever ways of doing it. I don't want to get into too much detail now, but you could sort of make ETH a numeraire for your DAO, and then instead of using your token, use the ETH token with the numeraire, but then you've got to worry about your token versus the ETH token exchange rates and stuff like that. So actually, that's a very good question. There are answers to it, but it's a bit involved. Yeah.
Good. Well, I'm glad the question hit at the end there. Okay, so maybe just maybe a clarification. At one point, one of the audience members thinks you described collusion as crazy, crazy unlikely.
No, it's sorry, maybe crazy was a bit extreme, but it's undesirable, right? So if we're trying to get rid of undesirable things like Sybil attacks and plutocracy, we don't want to then create something which is subject to something else like collusion. Right? Because collusion is also a bad thing. You can get actors combining together to hijack the voting, and people with small token holdings will then suffer from that. So we want to avoid, I mean, we didn't explicitly think of collusion as a problem, but when we ended up with the fact that Sybil resistance needs a linear function, we thought of getting rid of collusion as one of the reasons why it has to be linear.
Got it, thank you. In your opinion, would incorporating a tool like World ID or ZK Passport, which offer Sybil resistance, allow you to run a fair vote using only a function like log Q?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so the question's up on the screen there. So it is, in your opinion, would incorporating something like World ID or ZK Passport, something which offers Sybil resistance, allow you to run a fair vote using a function like log Q?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you've got log Q, that is going to be plutocracy resistant, in my opinion. That's strictly concrete. It is going to be. But you do need something else, and that could be something like proof of personhood, right? So yes, if you've got a POP protocol or something in the background, you need another instrument then to take care of the Sybil resistance. Log Q itself will guarantee you plutocracy resistance. But then how are you going to guarantee the Sybil resistance? You've got to have another instrument. In fact, proof of person protocols are being investigated for that purpose, how to use it to avoid a Sybil resistance, but you've got to have that instrument, and that's perfectly valid, right? So if you want to give log Q as your curvature to Q in that voting function, you've got to have a second instrument that could be proof of personhood, proof of identity, ZK, whatever you're able to devise, that second instrument has to be there.
Got it, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, a couple more questions there then. Is there anyone using bond voting in DAOs?
No, absolutely not at this stage. This has come out of our head at this point. But if some DAO does want to use bond voting, we'd be thrilled and more than happy to, figure out how it can be translated to the real world.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe we'll say this is the penultimate one. Can this time lock be manipulated by an attacker, tricking tokens into locking up for too long, then using smaller amount of liquidity to maybe pass dangerous legislation?
Tricking tokens into locking up, I'm not sure how you would trick and then using smaller liquidity. Yeah, I mean, but the whole point of, that can happen in time lock in the sense of vote escrow, but how would you trick when you can get, so the tokens that are being tricked in this case, in this example, if you can get out of that commitment, you won't remain tricked, right? So if you can sell that token commitment and move on, then how do you remain tricked? So that's the whole point of having the secondary market, that you cannot have stuff like this. If for any reason whatsoever you feel like you need to get out of those tokens, maybe you're being tricked, you get out of them.
Got it. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess there would be a discount, though, right? There would be a pretty big.
There would be a discount. So if you've locked up Q tokens, no one is ever going to pay more than Q for claiming Q at the end. So there will be a discount, but the discount is based on the amount of time left and what they think those Q tokens are going to be valued at the end when they get it. So it's based on market perception.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. Nice note to finish on. Well, thanks again, Vijay.
Thank you very
round of applause. Great talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, strap yourselves in. We've got a 1-hour panel coming up, so I'd say we maybe want to hop out, get a coffee, and get ready for what's hopefully going to be a really interesting panel. See you at 4:50. Welcome back, everybody. So up next, well, when I saw the title for this panel, I wasn't sure if I was going to see a couple of people running around in an actual flywheel, but no, it looks like it's just going to be a sit-down panel. This next panel is about the fixed rate flywheel, a powerful concept illustrating how fixed rate systems can fuel variable lending. So really interested to hear about this one. So welcome on stage your speakers Alex Toll, Lucas Manuel, Marilyn Agalit, and Violet Vinag. So welcome on stage. Don't forget, everybody, to make sure you scan the QR code and get your questions ready for the panel afterwards.
Hey everyone, welcome to our panel. So today we're going to be talking about the fixed rate flywheel, which is a concept that we've developed about how fixed rate markets can fuel variable rate markets, and this creates kind of a virtuous cycle. So I'm joined today by my fellow panelists, Lucas Manuel, the co-founder of Phoenix Labs, Violet Vinage, Twitter personality and just all-around DeFi expert, and Merlin Eaglite, the co-founder of Morpho Labs. So yeah, let's get started. So first up, okay, great. I want to give people a quick primer on the fixed rate flywheel, and just to get started, I want to give a primer on fixed rate markets. So for those who are not familiar, fixed rate markets on Ethereum have already been deployed. They're already scaling. There's a good amount of liquidity on some of the markets. But just to understand the basic mechanism, we'll talk about how we actually get fixed rates from variable rates on Ethereum. So the basic idea is that right now you can deposit, let's say 1 USDC into a lending market, and you'll earn variable rate interest over time. So, this is great. We have variable rates. But how do we turn this into fixed rates? So the way that we do that is we create a separate smart contract, which will basically lock up this 1 USDC for a period of time. So let's say that we deploy the 1 USDC into a lending market like Aave, and this is going to accrue variable interest over the course of the term. So the first thing that we do is we create 2 tokens, a PT and a YT. So the principal token will own, basically, it can be redeemed at maturity for the principal that was deposited into the position. So that's just 1 USDC in this case. The YT, the yield token, will receive all of the interest that accrued over the term. So how does this create a fixed rate? Well, because the PT only can be redeemed for 1 USDC at maturity, you're not going to buy it for 1 USDC because you can't do anything with the funds that are locked up. So you can't supply them to a lending market. You can't use them in a yield farm. It's just sitting there. So because of this, you're going to buy it at a discount. And so this could look like buying 1 USDC 6 months from now for, say, 95 cents of USDC. So if you do that, you'll pay 95 cents of USDC today. 6 months from now, you'll redeem it for 1 USDC, and you'll get what amounts to a 10% fixed rate of return. So it's a zero coupon bond. And then on the YT side, you're just going to be earning the interest that accrues over the term. So the idea is pretty simple, but this drives some interesting market dynamics and has some interesting applications. So the first thing that's worth noting is that all of these fixed rate markets are built on top of variable rate markets. So we have a couple panelists that work at companies that are such variable rate markets, like Phoenix Labs, Spark, and Morpho. These markets power the variable rate that ultimately leads to having a healthy fixed rate market. So every dollar that's put into the fixed rate market, either invested through the PT or the YT, is immediately going into the lending market. So as we get usage on the fixed rate market, it's actually supplying liquidity to the lending market as well. So even though the fixed rate market might have very different users from the lending market, it's actually still, helping to grow that variable rate lending market. And then the interesting thing is that activity on the variable rate markets can actually drive growth on the fixed rate market. So recently at DelvTech, we built a product called Fixed Rate Borrow, which basically allows you to convert a position on Morpho into a fixed rate position. The way that this works is that you'll open a borrow position on Morpho, and then you'll buy enough YTs so that you'll earn interest over the course of your loan that will actually offset the variable rate debt cost that you're accruing on Morpho. So, as more people are using Morpho, some of them might choose to open a fixed rate loan. This will in turn drive activity to the fixed rate protocol, and every dollar that's put into the fixed rate protocol goes back into Morpho. So this is like this fixed rate flywheel that we're talking about. So now that we've kind of established what the fixed rate flywheel is and talked a little bit about fixed rate markets, we're going to get into our panel discussion. So just to start off, we're going to talk about the current fixed rate market. Okay. Yeah, so I'll start with Lucas. So Spark was built in the bear market and has achieved massive growth, like going into the bull market. How has Spark achieved this adoption, and what are some of the main takeaways that you have from the user side, from going to the bear market to the bull market?
Yeah, so just to give everyone some context on what Spark is, Maker has recently rebranded to Sky, and Sky will allocate liquidity to us, Spark, as a DAO to manage that liquidity and allocate it to different things. One of those things has been Sparkland, which is a fork of Aave v3 that allows users to borrow DAI or USDS at, I'm not going to call it a fixed rate because it's not. It's more of a stable rate. It's a rate that's set by Sky governance. So the value proposition of this is, as a user, you can get the benefits of Aave's, rehypothecation of collateral and cross-collateralization across borrow positions without the algorithmic variable interest rate model. So you can borrow at that. So basically, what I'm saying here is that there definitely is a demand for more stable borrow rates, which is part of this broader discussion. This was one approach to it, which was having a more sort of predictable rate, where you could see that the rate would be changing ahead of time, so you can adjust your rates or adjust your position. And so that was proven out during this last year and a bit, where we've gotten a lot of adoption. And another big thing that we've noticed is there's been a lot of demand for leveraging on Pendle principal tokens of SUSDE through Athena, through Morpho. So Spark has been allocating DAI into Morpho markets to allow people to borrow against their principal token yield positions in Athena. These users are able to lock in these, quite high yields that we're getting from Athena, that we're seeing, without the sort of variability in these APYs that could affect the safety of their position. It's overall a lot more predictable of a way to borrow against a position. So both of those have been quite successful, and they're both based off of this principle of having like predictable interest rates for users.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, going to you, Merlin, so Morpho's also grown like a tremendous amount going into this bull market. Like, what have been some big takeaways from you, like, on the user demand side?
Right. So as you said, like Morpho is like a lending primitive on which some solutions for fixed rate market are being built. So on Morpho, you have like only interest rate model that are providing like variable rates for now, but we have more and more demand on like funds or arbitrageurs or like strategists. They want predictability on their rates because they want like to farm, use their funds, like they borrow USDC, they want to use them on other protocols. If you don't have like predictability on like the borrow rate, like you'll need at some point maybe to unwind your position and like face like some slippage, etc. So to protect you against that, like you need to find like some fixed rate solutions, and like solutions like Delv like are like ideal solutions, and more we have that that demand mostly from like a more mature and I would say like more educated players in the space for those kind of things that are entering the space now that that's like DeFi is being integrated at the institutional level.
Yeah, I guess just a brief follow-up on that. I mean, can you compare and contrast like who's using variable rates and who's using fixed rates? Like which users want each one?
Right. I think like we've been used with variable rates since the beginning of DeFi because it has been like, so we had like ETHland the beginning of Aave where you had like a fixed rate, but it was like hard to manage on chain. It was difficult. So everyone like turned to like more algorithmic interest rate model because it's much more scalable. So like everyone in DeFi is like okay with variable rate, and it's like in their zone of comfort. But like from people coming from TradFi, where like fixed rate is a norm, like you have zero coupon bond everywhere, it does not really make sense to have like variable rates. I think it will change like in the coming years. Like I really think that the fixed rate will be like the base of like lending and everything on chain, but it's just like it requires like much more like complexity of managing those rates, like order books, managing order books. It's like we are closer to market making. Quant trading, if you really want to have like an efficient market of like of fixed rates, and we are not there yet. But having both solutions right now is like a good way to onboard like those that are asking for fixed rate that are more coming to from the TradFi ecosystem.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess just to talk a little bit more about the degen side of things, like the kind of crypto native DeFi users. So one of the biggest use cases for fixed rate protocols of late is points trading. So we've seen Pendle achieve massive success trading points. And the reason for this is that it's really the only venue where you can do that. I guess a question for you, Violet, is do you see this as a form of product market fit? Or do you think it's more of a passing fad in the industry?
Yes, this is very obviously product market fit because buying cryptocurrency and then gambling on the price of the cryptocurrency has incredible product market fit and has like sustained a huge amount of usage for the past years. And even if you look further back through history, gambling has always had like a fairly huge amount of product market fit. The real question to me isn't if this behavior where you are seeing people effectively trading the underlying future token rights is product market fit. The real question, I think, is this fixed rates? Like, if you ask somebody from sort of like any other financial sphere, oh, purchasing the sort of like future stock issuance of a company, is that fixed rate trading? I would say they would probably say that that is not fixed rate trading. So I think this has incredible product market fit because it lets you do something that many of the most DeFi native people want to do, which is speculate on these sort of upcoming token launches. However, this like class of users is entirely separate from the sort of like people who are interested in maintaining like predictable loan positions or financing various projects or even getting sort of predictable rates for their leverage. So I think that while it has been highly successful and it is like undoubtedly a form of product market fit to be able to trade these cryptocurrency tokens before they exist, I don't really consider this behavior as fixed rates. Instead, I think this is sort of like the most convenient legal way to trade future issuance of cryptocurrencies with the sort of wink, wink, nod, nod of like a BD team telling you, oh, the tokens will be there in the future.
I guess just to push back slightly on that, there are still fixed rates going on in these markets because people that are buying the future issuance are buying the YTs typically. So, and this is pushing the rates up, which is like creating opportunities for really high yield PTs. So I guess maybe if you want to elaborate a little bit more on that dichotomy, that would be good.
Yeah, obviously this also creates a good deal for the sort of capital providers, and it makes it sort of explicit the deal that has been sort of implicit through the history of many of the launches of DeFi protocols, which is that we will pay you a high percentage interest rate, like a very high percentage interest rate in tokens, in the sort of future expected value of the cryptocurrency tokens. And normally no protocol can ever say that to you because the lawyer would like tackle the CEO and just force them to stop speaking because this is sort of like a comically illegal thing to say to people unless the regulatory regime changes in a dramatic way for some reason. But it does produce, the product here adds legibility to the sort of market. And I don't think that people are buying high interest rate bonds because the rate is fixed, but because the interest rate is high. And this has sort of always been the reason that they put money into sort of novel DeFi products, which they expected to have sort of future issuance of tokens to give them high interest. So yes, it does create a really interesting fixed rate product, and it does de-risk the sort of like allocation of capital into sort of novel DeFi products. And this is useful for the protocols. But I don't think it displays a product market fit for bonds that are sort of fixed rate. Instead, it just displays the appetite for capital to get high interest rates from deploying to sort of high risk new DeFi protocols.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And yeah, I guess going to the next section, we're going to talk a little bit more about integration and market dynamics for like more of the traditional side of things, which to Violet's point has lower rates and is used in pretty different ways. So starting with you, Violet, you've been involved in fixed rate markets since the beginning. Like, what are some things that people should be mindful of when they're managing risks in these markets?
I think that there are two things that are kind of underexplored. The first is that as you have more real-world assets, many of these real-world assets, even if they pay variable or fixed rates, may not have like the expected risk profiles. In fact, there have been a recent string of defaults occurring in the Maker system in their sort of real-world asset vaults because provisioning credit is like a very challenging behavior. And I think it's sort of like the default assumption of the DeFi industry is that they will be able to sort of copy this behavior from the sort of TradFi, the traditional financial institutions. But that is like the sort of like pricing of this risk is like not actually a tremendously easy process. And many people who have tried in the DeFi space have like run into major problems, and we're seeing some defaults now. In addition to this, I think you add in like another layer of risk, which is the smart contract risk. Whenever you're shipping like 2 integrations a week for months at a time, the chances of a large issue go up. And I think that this is like a type of risk that is important to quantify because like when you're bringing these products to more institutional investors, I think this is the thing that they're the least familiar with actually, is how to quantify the sort of smart contract risk of having many integrations and having many like of these problems. And so I think those are the risks.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Lucas, Spark has started to integrate with more of these fixed rate protocols. So you've been kind of trying to wrap your head around a lot of these issues. What have been some surprises for you as you're doing those integrations?
Yeah, so the main integration that we've done so far is the Morpho integration with the Pendle Athena PTs. And so an interesting problem for us to solve and to iterate on has been pricing these tokens on chain. So we started with a fixed price oracle at $1, and then we would adjust the maximum loan to value parameters to basically account for that risk. We've updated those oracles recently to basically dynamically price the PTs based on how long they've existed and basically the point on the line of that discount. What is an interesting thing to think about is if the fixed rate market changes and the fixed rate increases, and for some reason a user's position goes underwater, liquidating those PTs on the open market will actually yield like a lower price because people don't want to buy that that token at that price if they can get a better opportunity with another principal token. So what's been interesting to think about is in that situation, Maker would have to purchase those PTs and essentially hold them to their duration. And so what happens there is instead of liquidating them on the open market and having that immediate liquidity, instead what's happening is Maker is holding them to maturity, still getting that yield, this value is still there, but the underlying liquidity has to be redeemed at a later date. So there is duration risk that needs to be considered when onboarding these different collateral types, these novel collateral types. So we're conservatively adjusting the risk parameters to account for these situations, making sure that we're not getting into any sort of real trouble by onboarding these. But it's definitely an interesting new primitive, and it's exciting, and I think there's a lot of additional work to be done.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, I mean, Merlin, I think you're in kind of a similar position. You guys have started integrating with fixed rates like, you know, these Pendle positions, but you're also looking at things like fixed rate borrow, which is kind of attacking this from the opposite direction. I mean, what have been some big learnings for you? And, you know, how do you deal with things like liquidations?
Right. So coming back to what Lucas was saying, is like liquidating a PT token is much more complex. First on like just like selling the token, but if you can't sell it, like you need to keep it, so that requires capital, and like not all liquidators can do that. So the pool of potential liquidators is obviously like has a constraint, and that can be like end up with bad debt if it's like if you have too high like LLTVs that do not account for those kind of issues. So it's definitely something that that needs to be taken into account by risk raters or like any people building and creating markets on top of Morpho that are using like PT tokens as collateral. On the borrower side, it's quite recent with the Hyperdrive I mean Delve integration. We have like some requests to use that. It's quite interesting to see how will it go into during the next few months. For now, I don't think we have enough data to like say anything on that use case, but we're definitely keen to see what will happen. What has surprised me is like, so Delve is like fully on-chain systems, and there are other systems that are like kind of like doing fixed rate but off-chain and on-chain settlement. Like I'm thinking about Pwn for instance, and they are looking into integrating Morpho. And the interesting thing is like they could use the exact same market with variable rate, but end up like sharing like liquidity and together, like with Morpho, with Pwn, with Delve, and that will nourish like the Morpho's network effect, but also like the market's liquidity. So I'm curious to see how what will happen in the next few months.
Yeah, me too. I guess Lucas, just to double down on that point on oracles, you know, looking a little bit ahead into the future, maybe over the course of the next like 6 months to 1 year. You know, what would you like to see on the Oracle side from fixed rate protocols?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because there's like the theoretical price of the token based off of the discount and the time that's passed, but then there's also the reality of the secondary markets. And for something, you know, as deep as like US Treasuries, you can really base the value of these bonds based on the secondary market. But the reality of the situation is in DeFi, we have like nowhere close to that level of liquidity yet. Down the road, if we do, maybe we can consider starting to base these oracles more on secondary markets. And maybe there's some kind of hybrid solution that we can investigate. This is definitely a new area to focus on, so we're definitely open to a lot of different approaches right now. But it seems like the way that we're thinking about this now, we're pretty comfortable with this, you know, theoretical pricing oracle. We are querying the underlying assets price, and then like using this theoretical value. And then, you know, adjusting the LLTV to make sure that we're still conservative, so that if we're ever liquidating a user, we can hold this token to maturity and it won't hurt the protocol in any significant way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you see that in a similar way, Merlin? Or do you have any other kind of takes on that issue?
No, I definitely agree that like taking the market price like is clearly not ideal, because it's like you could like manipulate it very easily, and like yeah, I deeply think that you need to just like use maybe like. I think the latest version of the Oracle that is like trying to approximate like the price depending on like the time to maturity is like a good first step into have like a more resilient Oracle. I'm sure there's better way to do it, but it's better than like having like a fixed price, and it's clearly better than like a market price.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, I mean, now that we've kind of discussed some of the challenges in the current market, let's shift our attention to the future market. So starting with you, Violet, I mean, you're, you know, an expert in the space of privacy and zero-knowledge proofs. It sounds to me like a lot of these issues involving oracles, liquidation, et cetera, could be perhaps benefited by scaling solutions. I guess I'd like to hear you talk about that, but also, are there any other areas of overlap that you see with like the future of privacy and scaling solutions in these markets?
Yeah, I think the impact of sort of scaling solutions on the liquidation of these markets will be primarily driven by the sort of increase in the sort of depth and like breadth of the sort of financial institutions who are able to use these well. Because I think if you have like very long tail assets, like call it like Pendle on corn farm dated to July of 2025, and not Pendle on corn farm dated to July 15th of 2025, you're always going to, I think, have difficulty pricing this well until you get really good and like competent financial institutions trading on chain. And these people will have to be much more like savvy and regular traders than sort of your normal like liquidators in the cryptocurrency market who are looking to dump these things into the liquid space as quickly as possible. Or you need to start having yield sources which are more like legible. And so I do think that scaling solutions will help with this, because they will drive sort of more institutional adoption and sort of more traditional financial systems. And so I do think that's a connection. But I think that what is like much more important potentially is actually the privacy component of ZK, which is like if you look at the sort of traditional financial system, fixed rate loans kind of didn't happen in this direction, right? Like you started with the fixed rate loan because these were easy contracts to make between various parties. And I think still there's still a huge gap in the sort of like fixed rate lending ecosystem of Ethereum and DeFi in general, where you don't generally have people just sort of making lending deals to each other on chain in a legible way. And I think what you might start to see as sort of the next wave is ZK-enabled private lending contracts that are sort of automatically executed by Ethereum, which use fixed rates and which use ZK to prove various properties about their like originators, their lenders, their interest rates, the collateralization ratios. If you can prove compliance of the sort of like institutional investors by automatically executing their loans on chain and by proving various details about them without leaking this information to the public, you might start to see like better quality and larger lending desks making sort of the actual fixed rate loans that you see in TradFi that sort of are the backbone of the TradFi lending ecosystem. And you could start to see real bonds, and these could be assembled into like real products using the proofs of validity that ensure that you have like bonds that meet certain criteria. And so I think the privacy and validity components of ZK in this use case are very important, and I think that they will help bring the sort of like missing component of like actual fixed rate agreements out of TradFi into DeFi. And this may not look like DeFi as it exists now because these sort of automatically executing agreements are not really like over collateralized necessarily, but I think this is the future if for fixed rates is like that the difference between TradFi and DeFi will start to evaporate as we get good tools to bring off-chain and semi-on-chain financial instruments to sort of like production grade on Ethereum.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I completely agree. I think that's the sort of next step that I see is totally necessary to get big institutional, traditional financial involvement, is having these things like privacy and zero knowledge, privacy pools to allow for these institutions to be provably compliant without doxing themselves, I think is also going to be like a massive necessary step that we have to take as an industry to get more of these, hedge funds and big, TradFi institutions on chain and doing regular financial transactions. That'll just be a necessary step for us to take.
Yeah, totally agree too. I guess in that vein, Merlin, you guys have started to work recently with Swissborg. So I think we're really starting to see institutions come on chain.
Yeah, so Swissborg was a first step in that direction, and we are talking to other fintechs. One cool thing about Morpho is you have market that are isolated and permission, the creation of market is permissionless. What that means for institutions is you can create whatever market you want and gate the market. If you want to be compliant, you can gate the market and requires KYC for users. What you can do is also maybe you don't care about KYC, but you want to gate the vault that is managing your funds and you want to have an exposure to a given basket of assets. This is and institutions because it's fully immutable and non-custodial, they own the whole stack. And I think this is very important to have this, and it's one of the most important arguments when they want to integrate a lending protocol is do we own everything from of the stack, or who are we trusting? Are we trusting a governance body, a third party, with who we are dealing with? And I think having immutable, non-upgradable governance minimized protocol solve the issue of are we owning the stack, but everything that is related to are we compliant, are we gating, etc., is using attestations and hopefully in the future ZK proof as much as possible, so that like any users could like prove that they've done a KYC without revealing their identity. This is already the case for like a KYC, but you can still track addresses, etc. It's clearly not ideal, and it's right now the experience is like it's cumbersome. So like not everyone is doing it. So we are talking with a lot of fintechs, and this problematic is like one of the top one that we need to solve like as like a global ecosystem. But we're not there yet, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. We're seeing the same thing on the fixed market side of things, where institutions want to own the whole stack and make sure their funds aren't mixed. I guess, Lucas, I feel like at Spark, you guys have taken a slightly different approach, where instead of a huge institution backing you, you're working very closely with Maker. I guess what are some differences in working with large protocols instead of institutions, and how is that going to change the onboarding process?
Yeah, so it's a pretty interesting situation to be partnered with Sky Maker. Because with that we have a really large liquidity provider that's completely DeFi native. And so with that, it's a pretty unique opportunity to be able to evaluate all these different DeFi protocols basically just purely on their merit and their economical opportunities. We're not as held up by regulatory red tape at this point in terms of allocating funds into DeFi protocols specifically. So it is a cool opportunity. We are experiencing similar things with allocating funds into institutions, like more of our real world assets side of things. But that's sort of the other side of it. It's taking funds off chain rather than bringing them on chain. But it is a different sort of paradigm to be working with a DeFi native large LP.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we can transition a bit. So we're going to be taking some audience Q&A, but just before we get started, kind of wanted to summarize some of the panel discussion and see if anyone had any hot takes. So Violet, I think you had one, if you want to go ahead and share it.
Yeah, I would say my hot take is that DeFi is going to not become, finance isn't going to become DeFi. DeFi is going to become finance. And I think in that way, you will see like many more like products that kind of do not align with the most cyberpunk definitions of like what a lending protocol should be. You'll probably see more just like legal agreements that are executed automatically on chain. You'll see more trusted parties, and this will probably be the way that DeFi will scale, that it will be accessed by millions of people. And the sort of DeFi protocols that we love, that we're passionate about, will grow much more slowly, because it will be much easier for normal people to access institutional grade DeFi than to be sort of DeFi pilled on the most cyberpunk, RAI, automated controllers, automated market makers, or with completely decentralized systems than it will be for someone to be using Maker to get a car loan. We will see DeFi become finance, not because finance will become decentralized, but instead because these tools will be used in new ways that many of us will not like very much.
Yeah, I actually want to follow up on that because I agree. I think there will definitely be a faction of DeFi that will be, for the cypherpunks, and it will be available. But I think it is exciting that we are actually moving in a direction where we're bringing real world finance on chain and using Ethereum. I think that's kind of the dream that a lot of us have is to move the economy on chain. And like one of the things that really excites me personally about Spark and Sky is the idea that with these new instruments and with this increased institutional adoption, we're able to bring back these yield opportunities to the end user really easily through savings USDS, through the Sky savings rate. All the revenue that Sky is generating by allocating into these different yield-bearing strategies that are increasingly going to get more into traditional finance, we can actually bring that back to the end user with the Sky savings rate. So it's basically like if you go to a traditional financial bank and you deposit into their savings account, you're going to get a pretty low yield that is, you know, not even close to anything that you would see in DeFi. But what's really nice about Maker is you can just deposit your USDS into the savings rate, and right now it's going up from 6.5 to 8.5%, and you can just park your funds there and let them sit. And that's available to anyone that has an internet connection and is completely permissionless.
All right, coming back to fixed rate, I think one hot take is like right now lending primitives are based on like variable rates. I think long term it will be the opposite. Like every primitive will use like fixed rates, and you'll have variable rates because you'll be like there will be like on-chain matching of like you'll have like a market for bonds and like as a user you want a passive experience, and like someone will like manage your fund and like match those orders, and you'll basically have like market making on-chain that will abstract the complexity of like dealing with like various bonds with different rates. I think this is where we are going, and just like this requires the ecosystem to mature and to have like more expert, like a financial expert to enter the space, and this will occur thanks to like a Spark, for instance, like bringing more institutions on chain.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think kind of piggybacking on that, one of the hot takes that I would have is that I think that the fixed rate markets are making the lending markets look a lot more like what happened in decentralized exchange a few years ago. So, you know, DEXs kind of started off with there being a bunch of different siloed DEXs. So we had 0x, we had Uniswap, and then we saw this layer of aggregators emerge. So that was like, you know, Matcha, 1inch, Paraswap, et cetera. Then we had aggregators of aggregators with MetaMask Swap, and it's just become increasingly clear that like the base level exchange is not actually what users are going to interact with. And I think we're not quite there in fixed rates because I think it's a bit more complicated. Kind of like we've talked about, I think that there are some issues integrating fixed rate protocols with variable rate protocols. You know, it's a collateral type that we haven't completely solved the issue of integrating with, but I think that's where it's going, and I think I agree with you. Like we're going to start to see a lot more, you know, aggregated approaches where you're not necessarily buying a fixed rate from a single protocol. You're buying a basket of fixed rate from a bunch of different protocols, potentially like the ones that Violet's talking about, you know, where they're not even originating from a variable rate protocol. And that's going to become more of what users are interacting with, because that's like your money market, you know, your high yield savings account, et cetera. And that's ultimately what I think institutions and even large, you know, DeFi protocols like Maker want. But yeah, I mean, if anyone else wants to share any other thoughts, I think we have a couple minutes. Otherwise, we can move to Q&A. Cool.
Q&A. Sorry. Q&A. Let's go.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so starting off, is there a role for auction-priced fixed-rate lending, i.e. term finance, or is the way forward YTPT for fixed lending? Does anyone want to take that?
Yeah, definitely. I think Yeah, almost certainly you will have institutions who are willing to price their sort of like loans in this way, or you'll have aggregated market information coming from many sort of fixed rate loans that are made ad hoc and then getting like publicized into the sort of normal market. And like you might get something like a DeFi LIBOR, which is setting like the mid-market price, and then you could have batch auctions around it. I think in general, I don't believe that YT-PT is going to be the sort of core paradigm of fixed rate in the future. Instead, this is just a very convenient abstraction for the smart contracts to be able to integrate with the variable rate markets. And yeah, I think the auction-based priced lending with many different actors all following the same rules is almost certainly going to be very relevant.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. I guess another thing I would say is you can do auction price fixed rate lending with the YT-PT model. We're already starting to see this where people are trading YTs and PTs off AMMs and doing like OTC deals. You can also do that with auctions. So basically, instead of having an LP in the middle, you can just directly match these funds, because fundamentally a YT plus a PT is just equal to one base token. So as long as you have people on either side of that trade, they can put the one base token into the fixed rate protocol and mint the YT and the PT. But yeah, so I think the next question is, people say RWA and TradFi on chain will make it more accessible, but so far that's not been the case. Only approved users are allowed to do so. Why are we bullish on it?
So only approved users. So there are still like a permissionless market on Morpho with reward asset as collateral. So that's still possible to access. Even like it's not gated market, but that's true. Why bullish? It's because like for instance, there's rate like in bear market that is like the one of the financial system. So you still have like a lower bound on the rate that you can earn. So it can like drive more liquidity into more flow of liquidity onto like lending protocols. And one cool thing with Morpho, for instance, is like if the liquidity is not used on like this reward asset market, and there's like another good opportunity that is more DeFi native, those markets can share liquidity, and like the liquidity can be reallocated like in time when it's needed. So I think like why bullish is like you have that lower bound of rates that is driving more liquidity on chain, and that will be useful for DeFi native markets.
Yeah, I think just also in general, there is going to be a sort of spectrum of how restricted certain protocols are. And I think the general idea of bringing more liquidity on chain is just always a good thing. Markets will get more efficient, more products will get used, wider usage, and there will be these sort of hybrid models. Like a good example of this is actually Maple Finance with Syrup USDC. They are allowing for users to deposit into a lending pool that's lent out to institutional borrowers, but it's done in such a way where they're not allowing certain jurisdictions like the US to remain regulatory compliant. But it is this sort of hybrid solution where you're seeing retail users get access to yield that's generated by institutional borrowers.
Yep, I think it makes sense. I mean, I think the only other thing I would say here is the question says only approved users, US citizens only, or such conditions. I'd say that, right now, most DeFi products can actually be used more easily outside of the US. And I think that generally speaking, there's, TradFi in other countries as well. So I think TradFi and RWAs coming on chain may right now look pretty US-centric. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the case long term. So I think just like we're seeing things that can only be used by US ECPs and stuff like that, we're going to see the same thing in other countries. And we're also going to see these DeFi native solutions.
Just wanted to add something on that lower bound rate. Is like, okay, maybe the real world asset is permission, but like on the loan side, you can have like USDC or USDS that is totally like permissionless, and you can come deposit liquidity to earn an interest on this, and like kind of get exposure to that real world asset rates without like but still keeping like a without requiring any KYC. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the next question is, who is the customer for fixed rate loans? Merlin, I think you already kind of answered this, but.
Yeah, so you said it, I think like there's two types, like the degens, farming points and like pendle PT tokens as collateral and looping like crazy. And there are also like a more TradFi institutional players that are used to fix rate, and they want to enter the DeFi space and like do some complex strategies or things like that, or retrieve just like what they are familiar with, and they are asking for this kind of product.
All right, Violet, looks like you have a question.
Due to the terms and conditions of my advisorship to Wildcat Finance, I'm obligated to shill them instead. Thank you.
No comment. All right. How to deal with privacy versus efficiency. A good example in TradFi is iceberg order that hides the quantity being traded but has less priority. What about double bid sealed auctions?
Very good question. I think you will actually see ZK making privacy more accessible in TradFi as well, because currently it's more difficult in TradFi to sort of guarantee that the parties who are doing these types of behaviors where they're hiding some portions of their like order or doing other types of things are actually being fully honest about it, or that they're following certain rules. And of course you can enforce this via regulation, but this may become as a shock to people. Sometimes people don't follow regulations, and sometimes they commit fraud. And so I think it will actually be easier in TradFi. You might have TradFi applications of ZK, which are completely independent of blockchain, which bring more privacy to more types of transactions.
Okay, cool. We can go to the next question. Why traditional can't offer high fixed rate yields like DeFi?
Because when the cryptocurrencies go up and they pay you in cryptocurrencies, the interest rates are high.
Pretty much.
I just want to add, like, I deeply think you can still like get like very high rate in the TradFi ecosystem. It's just like you, as a retail, you can't access it. And this goes back to what Lucas was saying. Is like Spark is like and like any DeFi protocols are just about like providing the good rates to end users, which is like something that is completely gated into the TradFi ecosystem. So it's just like, I think it's just hidden and you can't see it. And yeah, after like you can also have like very crazy DeFi rates that might not appear in the TradFi ecosystem, but because like you don't have like smart contract risk, and you have there perhaps less meme coins or those kind of things, because it's a bit older.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Merlin was saying. I think the biggest thing is that you don't hear about these large yields as retail users in TradFi, but they are available to big institutional players, accredited investors. There's gatekeeping that happens in the traditional financial system, and through DeFi you can pass these yields back to the user more easily. But another thing on top of that is the vast efficiencies of using something like DeFi. Again, to bring it back to Maple Finance, like, getting theoretically hundreds or thousands of liquidity providers in different countries to lend into one pool, and that pool lending out to many institutions and then collecting the interest and redistributing that to all the LPs. If that was done in the traditional financial system with wire transfers and manual reconciliation, all of the administrative costs and the settlement time to do with that is just like an absolute inconceivable nightmare, you know what I mean? Especially for like low amounts, like if people are depositing $100, $1,000. But with smart contracts, as soon as one borrower makes a payment, that interest is, you know, automatically distributed to all the LPs immediately. So the amount of efficiency that you gain with that, you really can pass on these yields back to the users in a much better way.
Well, listen, sorry, thanks a million, guys. That was a really, really insightful panel. Let's give a shout out to Inventive Mongoose for providing 95% of the questions there. That was really, thanks a lot. Thanks again to our panelists. Round of applause. The next talk is going to start in 4 minutes, so gotta maybe stretch your legs and get ready for the penultimate talk of the day. Hey everyone, so I know we're nearly at the end of the day, but this next talk is actually something that's very, very interesting for me. I've spent a lot of time looking at Harberger tax, and I think this demand-based recurring fees is right down that alley. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome on stage Tim Dubb. And yeah, for everybody who's still here and for everybody who's joining online, don't forget that there's going to be a QR code on the right of the screen. So please send your questions there and give Tim a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, and GM to everybody watching on the live stream. My name is Tim, and I'm the founder of Kiwi News, and I will be talking today about demand-based recurring fees in practice. So if you're a developer, you might have seen this already, or you might have come across this problem. You know, you have a new side project or something, and you found a name, and you type it into a domain name search, and then what you see is that, yeah, the domain name is just not there. And then in my case, for example, I looked for kiwinews.com, and there's actually a 500 error, so a 500 status error. So it's actually not even used. And then I looked it up, how much it would cost for me to transition the domain, and it was actually $8,000 dollars one-off fee and $21.99 a year to then rent the domain. And this is kind of annoying because I would love to use the domain. And fun fact, all four-letter.com domains have actually already been taken since 2013. And so in the talk today, I want to give you this promise that we can basically already fix this. We are just not doing it. And you will learn how. And so basically, this is not only a problem in Web 2, it's also a problem already in Web 3. And Vitalik said this in his blog post in 2022, where he basically said that all the 9,000 most popular .eth names that are in the Scrabble word list for the most popular words, they could have been rented for 100 years for the equivalence of 12 Lambos, essentially. And that is because a .eth name essentially costs $5 a year to rent, and so it's actually just not that much to squat these domains. But the problem even transcends kind of the digital space, and it's actually 100 years old. And here you can see this behind me on this photo from 1914, where somebody bought a vacant lot in a city. I think this is in Illinois. It's from a person called Fay Lewis. And I'll read out loud the text on the poster, and then we can talk what is going on here. So the poster basically says, everybody works but the vacant lot. I paid $3,600 for this lot, and I will hold it till I get $6,000. The profit is unearned increment made possible by the presence of this community and enterprise of its people. I take the profit without earning it, and for the remedy, read Henry George. So this is very similar, actually, to the domain names that we just saw that are always being squatted, in that somebody just did it with real estate, right? And if we look top-down at inner city real estate property, then what we can see is that the pricing kind of is related not necessarily to the improvements on top of the lots, but it is related to the neighboring properties. So the A1 property here is most likely going to be valued higher than the A2 property, because the A2 property is essentially next to like this garbage processing facility and a factory, whereas the A1 property is in close proximity to a university, a cafe, and so on. And so this really brings us, I think, to one of the core ideas of our talk, which is what is Georgism, or Georgism in general as an idea. And Georgism, kind of how Georgists themselves describe what they're doing, is they say there is first of all land, and land is the source of all wealth in the economy. And so on this land there are fruits that are growing, but I think more generally speaking, these are not only the literal fruits, but also, let's say, like minerals in the earth, the soil, even like the air part of the quote-unquote land, and then even the the property rights that you can get when you have land in a city. And Georgists basically believe that the fruits can be harvested or extracted from the land by putting in labor, and then the fruits are actually the desirable good within the economy, and this is because for that reason they can be used to generate wealth. And so Georgism really considers labor as the wealth-creating function in the economy, and therefore Georgists generally believe that taxing labor kind of discourages productive work because it's just in a way of like extracting more resources and quote-unquote fruits from the land. And so their idea is to tax the land ownership because that would tax the unearned profits of the land, and it would encourage the productive work on top of the land. And so this is one way of solving the problem, right? Like this would solve this like vacant lot problem, but there are actually more problems in the digital space because, for example, Kiwi News has this unique property of being only a useful domain to a handful of people, like me, for example, because I'm running such a project, but to another person might not be the case. And so there's this idea of a natural buyer, which is essentially this like one person whose company name is also that domain name, or whose personal name is that domain name. So like we have, for example, Vitalik in the Ethereum community. He's kind of the best known Vitalik out of all of them, and so he's like a natural buyer of that Vitalik.eth domain name. And the same is true for Coinbase. And what Vitalik said also in this ENS post is that essentially if there is only one natural buyer for a project's name, then speculation on top of these domain names might actually not lead to the best possible price, and it might not lead to an efficient market. And we can look at this by analyzing kind of the relationship between seller and buyer. And the seller, so basically on the vertical axis here you have the seller at which the price at which the seller is willing to sell the domain, and on the horizontal axis you have the probability of the buyer willing to accept the offer. And then you have this slope that basically describes the willingness of the buyer to buy the domain at a given price. And the seller actually has this idea in their head about about maximizing their expected revenue, right? And so if we plug my preferences into that chart, you can see that on the vertical axis on the top there is this 7,999 price point, which I'm kind of not willing to accept at a very high, I'm willing to accept it at a very low probability, but even at the $3,000, I would only be willing to accept it at a 50% probability, and then the maximized expected price for the seller would be $1,500. What's interesting here is that even at the $3,000 price point, everybody will only get a used kiwinews.com domain at 50% of the time, right? Because there's another 50% where I'm accepting it and another 50% where I'm not accepting it. And so really the core idea here is that of efficiently and inefficiently allocating property. And if we have a property like on the left-hand side, the domain that is currently not being used and it costs a lot of money, then we call that inefficiently allocated. And then if I would be able to use the website, if I would be able to use the domain for my project, we would call it efficiently allocated. So how do we actually design for efficient allocation then? So this was kind of the motivation for why we should even bother, right? And spoiler alert, it is demand-based recurring fees. So we can basically start to model out a solution here by starting out with the existing state and then gradually like improving our solution. So we have like these different pricing models. And if you look to the chart on the left, you can see that on the vertical axis I have cost, which is the red line, and I have demand, which is the blue dotted line. And you can see in the first chart that essentially the cost spikes up initially and then drops to like this $21.99 a year. And note how the cost and the demand are not mapped to each other. So if we have a higher demand, we don't have a higher cost. And this is a problem because it essentially encourages squatting, and it also blocks productive use, as I've just said. So then we could say, okay, if we don't want squatting and we want productive use, we are just going to increase the fee, increase the reoccurring fee. And that's essentially scenario 2, where you can see the demand curve has flattened a little bit, right? It's now a bit closer to the, I think it maps a bit closer to the cost curve. However, here the problem is that we might not be able to anticipate all the valid uses, and so the cost might be too high, too low, and still demand could rise throughout time, right? So really what we want is demand-based reoccurring fees. So and that's the third chart, where essentially demand and cost are mapping between each other. And so in that case, we have an efficient market, we have a fair price for the asset, and most likely we'll have productive use. So these are essentially demand-based reoccurring fees. And essentially, I mean, really to put in a few words, it means that with higher demand, we have higher fees, and with lower demand, we have lower fees. Many people in the space here probably know this as Harberger taxes or land value tax, but the idea really is that you will only buy this kind of domain if you're willing to use the domain for some productive use, because otherwise you're not gonna, most likely not gonna afford the fees essentially. We can compare the different pricing models. So I'll start with land value tax and then we'll move into Harberger tax, just to understand basically what makes them different. And basically land value tax is really an idea that comes from pricing real estate, and essentially it would work by assessing a property's value and then constantly taxing based on the property's value, like a continuous tax. And the valuation of the property would be done somehow through a government, market, or an index. And what is kind of important to understand when comparing against Harberger tax is that the owner still controls the sales timing. So they can always decline the sale or just wait or whatever. And however, the problem with it is that it is subject to gaming. So there can be corruption. You could potentially corrupt the assessor and try to get a much lower absolute taxation. Whereas the Harberger tax kind of decentralizes the aspect of assessment by saying the owner always has to self-assess the property, but then the owner cannot control the sales timing anymore. The property can always be bought from the owner at the current self-assessed price. And so that kind of removes this vector of corruption where we can just bribe, for example, the assessor of the property. Why does this work? Harberger taxes, why do they work? Why do they create great prices? It is because, and here you can see on the vertical axis the cost and the risk of a forced sale, and on the vertical axis you can see the self-assessed price. If you self-assess your property at a very high price, you will pay a lot of taxes, but you will have a low risk of a forced sale. Whereas if you price your property at a very low cost, you will pay a low amount of taxes, but you will have a very high risk of a forced sale. So every owner in that system essentially has an incentive by themselves to find an optimal balance of where they want to put the risk of a forced sale and the tax costs that they're paying. And this is why Harberger taxes work. How can we actually build this in smart contracts? So I called this presentation demand-based recurring fees in practice. So here's the practice. Essentially, it's a model called deprecating licenses, where some collateral is being sent into a smart contract. So this could be ETH, and we call this collateral here, that's the letter C, essentially. And there's a price function PT, where T is the time that passes. And essentially, the collateral decays over time throughout a period that we denote with big T. And so in the charts on the right, you can see this T being 30 days, so like a month. And on the top chart, you can essentially see that at P0, the price of the license is essentially all the collateral, and then at P15, it has essentially decayed by half, because 15 days is the half of the entire period, which is 30 days. And so the demand-based reoccurring fee aspect here comes from the fact that people have to rebid with their collateral. So these spikes that you're seeing, where there's this arrow saying bid was made, where it just like vertically jumps up, this is when a new person inserts their collateral, and then the decay starts again at the collateral value that they've put in, and at T equaling 0, basically. What's also important to mention is essentially that the higher you set the collateral, the more collateral you absolutely pay over a time period. And this can be seen in the lower right chart, where there was one owner that set a very high amount of collateral, and so the steepness of the depreciation is actually much higher than the second person that then bidded and set kind of a lower amount of collateral. And as you can see, these periods on the lower chart, they're essentially the same length, but the first person is paying a significant higher amount of collateral per time, essentially. We can also see this when we look at Desmos and we essentially just drag the collateral slider. You can see that essentially with more collateral, the steepness of the depreciation essentially increases. That's it. That's demand-based recurring fees in practice. I wanted to keep this very educational, and I hope you learned something today. Thank you.
Wow, really nice talk, and actually something that as I mentioned before, I'm extremely interested in. So I put a few questions in here, but the first one isn't from me. Again, let's read it out for the audience. Let's say you buy a domain for your startup and set the price for 10K. Does it mean that if your competitor with deep pockets wants to buy your domain, you'd be forced to sell it for 10K?
In the Harberger tax model, yes, you would be forced to sell the domain at 10K. However, your deep-pocketed competitor would have to continuously pay a tax every month set at the 10K price, which would make it very costly for them to keep up paying that price. So your competitor may also, buy like a domain in the traditional pricing model, and then they would have to just pay like $21.99 a year. So I think it's still an improvement.
So how should we think about Harberger when some players have a high risk or fear to force selling versus those with lower risk or lower fear of selling, like homeowners versus investment companies?
Yeah. So it's not always ideal to use Harberger taxes in all types of property classes. So I think real estate, you want to have a higher stability in real estate specifically. But for example, you could also price online ads with Harberger tax, and then the ownership transition between online ads, there's actually no harm done in the ownership changing. Like I think as users, we probably even like ads to change on a website. And then for, I think, domain names, it's also a nuanced discussion. I think if you have if you would price uniswap.com with Harberger taxes, and they could be like forced sales that are instant, I think this would most likely lead to security attacks and so on. So you would have to have some kind of time delay function, let's say, where you can announce a change or whatever. But so it really depends. I think it depends on the property, and there are better cases and worse cases to apply it.
Got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this one was from me, and maybe I'm not sure if this is relevant to the research you've been doing, but there's a lot of talk these days about allocative efficiency for choosing proposers. We're talking about maybe a tester-proposer separation. So could we use Harberger tax for choosing proposers on Ethereum? And are there any risks to doing something like this?
Yeah. I'm not super deep into like the proposer. I don't know much about it, but I would say that if you're auctioning off block space, I'm pretty sure this could work, where you have to pay a continuous tax for you to be granted the license to create the next block. And yeah, I would imagine that this would be pretty interesting. I can't think off the top of my head what this would do, but I always tend to think that Harberger taxes and land value tax actually, contrarily to what people think, they actually lower prices, because if you're a holder that has a monopoly on a non-fungible good like real estate, for example, you're really not in a rush to sell this property. You can, as we saw in my first slide with the vacant lot, I might wait 10 years for the price to go up from $3,600 to $6,000. So actually, if we could apply Harberger taxes or land value tax without these problematic issues of a forced sale happening immediately, I think we would actually see real estate prices and rent prices probably drop, because there would be a higher rate of utilization in cities, and people would generally just use or rent properties when they need them, right? And at the moment, I think there's just no cost for leaving them vacant. I don't know, maybe that makes sense for you on a proposal level. Yeah.
Definitely. No, it does. I think we should have this conversation later. And then maybe last question. So again, maybe related to a previous question. How do average users think about Harberger tax?
Yeah, I think we have to do a lot of work in terms of UX, just like maybe not even specifically explaining or telling people that this is Harberger tax, more like work with the words that DeFi uses, like collateral or fees. I think tax is kind of a tricky word with crypto people, I think. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's like a lot to figure out there, user experience-wise.
Definitely. Well, listen, round of applause again for our speaker. Thanks very much, Tim.
Thank you.
So we have a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to follow up with the last talk of the day, last but not least. So again, take a walk and get ready for it's going to be a great talk. Thank you. Hey everyone, I think I'm seeing some scared faces out there. If you're like, that could be because you're like me and you're a bit unsure about how to compare slashing penalties and proof-of-stake networks. But have no fear, our last speaker is going to show us the way. So please welcome Eric Alston to talk a bit about comparing slashing penalties and proof-of-stake networks. Give him a round of applause. Let's go.
Amazing. So diving right in, because boy, do I have a constraint. I mean, those of you who know me know some of my thoughts last longer than 5 minutes, let alone articulating them. So this is comparing slashing penalties on stake blockchain networks, an EF-funded project with Bill Lair of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, as well as my RA, Bryce Boogie at CU Boulder. But to me, automated penalties in a comparative institutional context are quite interesting because they're pretty uncommon in private coordinative contexts. Generally, you see the threat of discretionary termination as a hanging penalty to which most employees are subject to in traditional employment contexts. Rewards, though, are also discretionary in those contexts, other than the wages or salary that have been contracted for. You know, there's end-of-year bonuses, things like that. But blockchain is meant to eliminate a centralized discretionary intermediary such that this makes the actual ex-ante specification of automated rewards and penalties more important for aligning incentives in the joint productive context that blockchain networks are coordinating in furtherance to. So to me, you see simple rewards for narrowly scoped joint production, such as the Bitcoin network, but our perspective on these things is they're for more complex joint coordinative purposes, such as what the Ethereum network is assembled in furtherance of, a Turing complete system. We think actually you need both rewards and penalties to have more complete incentive alignment. So this is our economic organizational logic for the emergence of slashing penalties. And to a comparative institutional scholar like me, somebody who worked for the Comparative Constitutions Project, tabulating at a very, very fine-grained level, you know, many, many details about constitutions around the world, that was kind of the inspiration for this project, which was before you can even begin to make inferences about outcomes on different, you know, constitutional contexts or blockchain networks, you need to have a fairly fine-grained tabulation of the existing institutional choices. And so to a scholar that does this kind of thing, it's like, wow, looking out at the panoply of stake networks, it's like, you know, my bread and butter, let's analyze what's going on. And so a very initial kind of a takeaway is this is our typology of both penalty conditions, predominantly conflicting actions, double signing, double attestation, omitting transactions. Those tend to be potentially signals of malicious intent. Not certainly, because most of the time they're honest errors, and we view the intent of these networks is to drive the probability of success of a malicious action down to zero. But the problem is, given pseudonymity, given the automated context, you can't distinguish between honest errors and malicious intent, so you got to punish both. Non-participation, downtime also results in much more minor penalties, but it's quite common as well. What do the economic penalties look like? Either a percentage of stake, a fixed penalty, as well as the foregone rewards from being offline either temporarily or permanently. Networks like Ethereum also have enhanced penalties as a function during a specific time period in which other, you know, validators might be performing potentially malicious actions as well because of the higher likelihood that that could be collusive. Validator removal is either permanent or temporary, and then there's also the possibility that you're foregoing governance. Penalty application can be automatic, conditional, as well as in a few limited cases, including the Q network, discretionary in certain ways. These are our summary statistics. You know, 46 of the 69 stake blockchain networks in the top 100 by market cap have have penalty regimes, and these range from, in economic magnitude, at current prices today, between $1.62 to $375,000 for double signing, as well as less than a single penny, up to $36K for downtime. 8 of 46 penalty regime networks have an original code base. The majority are either just based on EVM or Cosmos SDK. Withdrawal queues range from instantaneous to 28 days, with a rough average among 54 stake networks of 11.5 days of waiting. Temporary removal from the validator set is more common than permanent removal, perhaps due to the inability to bar from re-entry with a different network identity due to the pseudonymity of these contexts in the first place. Offline penalties range from foregone rewards to a small fraction of pledged stake. We think this variance reflects these four mechanisms, and ultimately in my final moments, you might say, why should Ethereum care what's going on in these other contexts? And we think, one, Ethereum's strength is their ability to adapt. It's shown the willingness to choose from available design choices in the perspective of wanting to improve. Furthermore, we also think in contexts where we're increasingly seeing AI agents, having both, rewards and penalties to align the incentives of AI agents is actually going to be incredibly important, such that we think the lessons learned on these stake networks are likely important in that context as well. Thank you very much.
Holy smokes. Well, that was extremely impressive. If you're uninitiated, Eric has removed all full stops from that presentation. That was fast. That was amazing. Really, really well done. Thank you very much. So I don't think we actually have any questions. So I'd say, given the fact that it seemed like you were covering everything very quickly, is there any sort of one key takeaway that you'd like us to?
So just to go back to this point is, what does the variance reflect? That is a key question, and if you see different institutional choices across contexts, what might that variance reflect? And we think in particular, we see it as a blend of these four possibilities. One is conscious design choice. So the more a particular penalty deviates from the average, deviates from that specified in the Cosmos SDK or in the EVM kind of code base, we think that is likely to reflect a deliberate design choice. Moreover, though, we also think that in many cases, the presence of a rule may be more important than the specifics of that rule choice itself. Is the distinction between a 25 versus 30-mile-an-hour speed limit that important versus the knowledge of the drivers that it is being enforced in real time? We don't think so. We also think there's a healthy element of random walk in terms of institutional discovery, and ultimately, we do think there's a heck of a lot of mimicry going on if we're designing under conditions of uncertainty. We're effectively thinking, hey, we don't know exactly what the right rule choice is. Often the risk-averse choice in those contexts is just to mimic those who have come before you, and that's why we see the prevalence of networks adopting either Cosmos SDK or EVM's rule choices. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Eric. Well, listen, for those of you who remained here, thank you very much for your time. And listen, we had a great speaker topped off by Eric there. My name is Conor McMenamin. Thank you very much, bon dia. And listen, let's go out and enjoy the rest of the evening here. Thank you very much.